Evening, folks. It is October 22nd, 2021. Back on a Friday here. And Bobby and I were actually, it's like, don't let us fool you. We were actually just talking action movie sequels. So what I'll do is I'll actually lead into that. We'll do it quickly off the top and have a little bit of fun just to get things warmed up. It is a little slow week, hobby news wise. I did grab a couple of items, so a couple of things that we can definitely chat about. So I've got it secured, of course. Anything you guys come up with in the comments or anything, questions in the chat and all that, we'll definitely address it as we go along. But we'll have a little fun off the top. What precipitated the whole idea was that I got this guy in the mail from Amazon, our good friends. So Fast Saga F9. And I was telling Bobby the last time, because if any of you OGs went back to the old videos on the channel, I used to do the Blu-ray pickups. That used to be my thing that I used to do and talk about the Blu-ray pickups. The last Blu-ray that I added, the last new one, was actually Fast 8. I think it was The Fate of the Furious. I believe that was the name of that one. So this is F9 with John Cena in it. You know, our not exactly, I can't believe it's not Rock. You know, hey, look, we tried. We got John Cena. Close enough. But that led down the rabbit hole talking some action sequels. But, you know, I'm looking forward to it. These movies are stupid at this point. But you know what? They're fun. And I had some Amazon credit. And I was like, yeah, I can put a couple bucks towards it. I'm buying some other stuff anyway. This is a toss it in the cart.
So right along, yes.
Absolutely. So good evening, Jeff. Absolutely. So like I said, a little quiet hobby-wise. Some interesting things though. The other one that we were just talking about briefly was the whole John Wick thing. I'll be honest, I'm kind of lukewarm on waiting. I'll check out F9 because obviously now I have a copy in hand. I'm definitely going to check it out. But then the next one I'm really waiting on, I want to see the Bond sequel. I'll check that out. I'll probably get a copy when it goes on sale, when the price comes down, because I want to add it to my collection as well. I do collect the Bonds. And what I'm really waiting for is the John Wick. I want John Wick 4, which I think is next year. So I got to still wait a couple more months. But I'm looking forward to it. That's a fun series for me, so I enjoy it for what it is. But we'll see. I don't really collect the stuff anymore, but I've got certain series that I'll still pick up the new one when it comes out because it's fun. Why not? Now, what I was going to say is, it is a little bit of a slow week in the hobby news-wise. There are a couple of items that we're going to touch on. So I'll start off with kind of broad strokes. We'll do a couple of broad strokes things that'll get us into it. And there's a couple of interesting things that are a little bit broad strokes, but also touch on the expo a little bit. And as we're getting closer, we're starting to creep in that direction. This week, I actually did get my second vaccine shot. So I got all my paperwork and everything. We're good. We're done. Tickets booked, hotels booked, all done there. I actually had to email these things, and I did get a reply from the Steve Menzie, but I gotta send another reply to Steve Menzie because he didn't actually solve my problem.
Oh,
And it's not his fault, actually. I think part of it is my fault, but I don't think he understood what I was saying, so I'm gonna have to shoot him another email. But so just so we're clear, because I didn't get the ticket when Yannick showed us the little thing with the barcode, I was like, okay, so I should have gotten one of those then by now because I ordered it back in September. So I shot him an email with my confirmation number and everything. I said, hey, I got the stuff. I got the receipt. I got the charge and everything. I know everything went through. Can you double check for me? And he basically replied back and he goes, oh, I resent you the ticket and everything. He goes, just have that at the door and everything and it'll be all good. But he basically said, I resent it to you, the email, the notification email. But I said in there, but my point was, it's like, if I haven't gotten it by now, because he confirmed, he goes, nope, I've got all your information. Everything went through, no problem. You're good, which is great. That's good to know. But I said, but I basically have to reply back and go, if you have to resend it, and I haven't gotten it, by the way, it was hours ago. If I haven't gotten it, that means I probably typoed the email. So if you just resend it to the bad email, it's still not going to get to me. So,
yeah, that's what probably happened.
Yeah. So I'll take responsibility for that part, but it's like, no, I need you guys.
He's busy too. So.
Absolutely. But then it's like, you replied to me to the correct email. Could you double check if the email you just replied to is the same one you have? Because if it's not, that's where our problem is. Yeah, absolutely, Jeff. We'll definitely touch on the Upper Deck one for sure. 100%. Absolutely. Andy, good evening. And yes, thank you very much. The UD Black one, big fan of it. That was one of the new pickups. Andy liked that one. So
I like that one too.
Yeah. With the paint pen, they did a good job with these things. I wish they were still doing it like this, not like the newer version, but this was back in 2008. So it's been a couple of years since they've done it this way.
A couple?
Yeah. As time goes on, we want to go with a couple. We're going with a couple for now.
All right.
They're still doing UD Black. They'll insert it into some product. It's not quite as good. In my opinion, the quality on it has gone down a little bit. It was better in that time period, in the late 2000s.
Yeah, it's very symmetrically balanced. It's a really nice looking card.
You got all the components. You've got good design elements. The paint pen can be effective, but you got to design the card around the aesthetic so that you're not overdoing it. The last couple of attempts, I feel like they've overdone it. They're thinking too hard about it, and it's like it's not jiving.
Well, they want to fix it and make it better, and there's better, best, and then you start receding. Actually, is what happens with that.
For sure.
Trying too hard.
Good evening, Yannick, and good evening, Hobby Champs. So I'll get to the upper deck one in 2 seconds, Jeff. Hang tight. We're definitely going to make it happen here. There we go. And good evening, Brad. Perfect. No worries. Absolutely. Glad you were able to catch up and check it out. We'll have a little fun. I'm not going to do it yet. I want to get through the stories first, but then I'll put the link in. And if any of you guys who are the usuals want to pop on and chat a little bit with us, we can definitely do that. But let me lay out the groundwork on a couple of these components, and then we'll all collectively chat about it. So the first thing, just a quick programming note. I did get a notification that much like a couple of weeks back when young upstart Joe Rogan and their podcast copyrighted one of the live streams, I have now been copyrighted by other young upstart, WWE. Apparently they were not fans of my regaling you and Yannick with Southern Hulk Hogan. I have been copyrighted on the live. Number 53 is actually no longer on my channel. You can't see number 53. It has disappeared.
Huh.
I have access to it. I can still get to it. What I'm going to do, unfortunately, YouTube actually has an editing thing built into the studio, which would allow me theoretically to blur out or to cut out the piece in question and leave the rest of it intact. So I was thinking, okay, you know what? I'll cut out the piece that you guys object to. Let me resubmit it then through, and we'll leave it intact. It's all good. The problem is apparently the YouTube studio editor has a limit of 6 hours, and that was 6 hours and 15 minutes. And I was like, no.
Oh, no.
And I was like, I can't get into it. So what I can do, and what I probably will do, and it's a pain. I don't want to. What I'm going to do is I'm going to download it myself because I can still access it. I will cut out the piece in question. I'll re-upload it, but it's going to be a different link. So it's going to look like a new video. If you see it, it's number 53 Redux. I have to cut out.
Oh, really?
I have to cut it out. Yeah, because that's the piece. Now, it took them a month to decide to manually go in and copyright it. But the Joe Rogan ones, they just said, oh, we'll take any money that makes out of this. It's like, well, you can have the 5 cents. Knock yourself out. WWE didn't do that. They basically said, you cannot play it. They killed the whole stream.
Wow.
So I have to go in and pull that out in order to be able to re-upload it without the piece. So I'll have to cut out that whole segment, and then if I do that, then it should live again on the channel. So
on the little old Because I'm Carlos show. Amazing.
Yeah. Apparently, we're too big time, and WWE wanted
bigger
to cut.
than you think.
Apparently, according to our friends at WWE,
Or like at the movie theater, you're richer than you think.
There you go.
That popcorn sound goes off, and I'm happy.
Exactly. So I'll make it my project over the next couple of weeks as we get into it. So that's a little programming note, some fun I had with it. So good evening, Paul, and good evening, Korean Cardboard. Absolutely. Okay, so let's talk about a couple of pieces. So let me think here. Which one did I want to do first? I can start off with the upper deck one, and then let's do the upper deck one first, and then I want to make fun of HGA for a couple of minutes.
All right.
Because bless them. Oh yes. But they're so good at giving me reasons.
Yeah.
So good. By the way, I got to play around with my new toy earlier today. I got the new Mac Lab. So this is the M1. This is not the new MacBook Pro one because that's even more expensive than these. And these are expensive, but I was able to purchase them from the company.
Directly?
Yeah. No, so you got to remember, I worked as a consultant. So this is a work laptop, Bobby.
Oh,
it's for work.
Sure it is. I understand perfectly.
Work.
100%.
By the way, edits fantastically, and I got it in time for the expo. So for me, this if I want to do any vlogs or anything, it's nice to have a piece of equipment. This can actually edit 4K video. I tried it earlier today, edited beautifully. So it's got plenty of processing power to do it. Fantastic.
Nice.
Really impressive, and almost no power consumption. It was dead silent. It edited everything, and it was dead silent. I was like, I'm impressed. Not bad. I like it. I like it a lot.
Nice that you went right through your direct, like it's going to be like for Fanatics.
Oh, listen. When we get to our new Fanatics Overlords, I'm getting the pro version. I'm specking that thing up. It's like what happens? Like it does the broadcast for me. I just sit here and just think the thoughts, and it broadcasts.
That's it. Yeah.
So yeah, Paul says maybe an affinity for all things non-WWE in the current state of wrestling. Yeah, maybe they got offended. That could be possible. So good evening, business 124. Okay, so let's do the upper deck one. I think that is a good story, and it is a relevant story, and it plays into the expo a little bit as well. So it lets us go into a couple directions. So let's do that. I will pull it up right now. So Upper Deck announced that they were having some supply chain issues, and as a result, they were canceling certain products and postponing certain other products. So there is some relevancy in a couple of areas because it affects a number of different products in different sports, different genres, entertainment, all of it. So nobody was spared. It's across the board. So what I'm going to do is I'll share it with you. We'll use Sports Collectors Daily here and we'll share. So give me a second. I'll do that for everybody. Let's do that. So from Sports Collectors Daily there. So they canceled 2021 Upper Deck Ice, and it pushes back Series 1 Hockey. The second one in particular I want to focus on for a second, because Series 1 Hockey traditionally would come out right around the time of the Expo. So that's kind of a big deal because normally the Fall Expo gets Series 1 Hockey.
Yeah.
Not this time. So that is a biggie. So it's for a lot of the dealers and things. That's a big deal because that's
well,
a
they
big
can't sell the product when it comes out. They won't have it on their tables, and
exactly.
They'll miss a big. Cool.
And Upper Deck usually does some of their, basically when they go into their corporate section, they'll do stuff related to Upper Deck Series 1 and Ice and whatever. So Ice itself has been canceled entirely. Trilogy itself has been canceled entirely. So those two product lines for 2021 have been canceled. And Upper Deck Series 1 Hockey will release in December. So it's been pushed back into the following month. So it's going to miss the timing and retail for after the holidays. So some major things. This also impacted, it wasn't in this press release, but it also impacted the AEW product that was going to be coming out. Funny enough, since we bring it up, it's like the AEW product was going to be in November, which could have been something they could have had at the Expo as well as part of. So, okay, don't have Series 1. We'll do the AEW product, our new IP that we just acquired. Actually, that's pushed back to December also.
Everything that can go wrong went wrong. PSA, ComC, everything, just products not coming out. Just feel sorry for you guys doing cards. It's every turn that you take HGA. We can get into a lot of different things.
Yeah, they ran into some different planning issues as well. So they do make the point here at the end. Usually Upper Deck Series 1 comes out in mid-November, coinciding with the Toronto Fall Expo. Exactly. And that was kind of the key point there, is that it's the time. It's not just the fact that they had delays. It's that the unfortunate timing, because normally they do plan around the Expo, is right around the time Series 1 comes out traditionally. And it's obviously a good way of making some money for the dealers and for Upper Deck itself to do promotions around it. And the AEW product was coming out in November, so it could have been right. They could have been doing double promotions for, hey, wrestling fans, check this out. And we got Bret Hart here. And like you got a lot of little things that you had that could have come together, and it's like
nicely.
Not this time. Not this time.
We still don't know what's going to happen. How many people are going to show up? We don't know. It'd be interesting.
So we'll have to see, but it is a big deal for sure. For that reason, I would say. So that was basically the big thing with the Upper Deck one. Do you think they'll sell more of the metal product now? No, they'll sell whatever they had before. Like if somebody didn't care about metal, it's not like they didn't promote metal. So it's like, if you didn't care about it before, you're not going to care about it now. Now you may be so desperate to open something that you may be interested in opening it, but the secondary market price went up on that early. So it could just be an excuse for the market price to go up again. So it's like Upper Deck Series 1 had a much more competitive price point traditionally, because that's always been a product, because they make a fair bit of it. The Young Guns and everything. It's not like there's no supply. All the dealer tables who were selling new stuff would have Upper Deck Series 1. That was a lot of money.
Yeah.
So it's like, we'll see, kind of.
Yeah, kind of. I don't have to worry about it, but I mean, it's nice to see the hobby be successful when they have the show.
I think it's one of those things where you have no reason to care about it because it's not your genre. But if we left just a genre, you wouldn't have to worry about social distancing because you and a handful of people would be the only ones there. They do need the new product. They do need the new product to bring people in the door. So amusing I have is with the cancellation of hockey product 2021 rookie checklist. Should the turnout be better for fewer cards market wise? I think the turnout is going to be the same. Obviously, some people are going to be disappointed, but some of them are going to be drawn. They want to hang out with folks because it's been the first. So for me, it'll be the first expo in 2 years, first show in 2 years. But for some other folks, there's still going to be product. It's not like the extra draw was normally you have the new product that is just coming out right around that time, it coincides with it, and that gives an extra little boost because the promotions make it a little more interesting. The whole point with the Upper Deck promotions is that you were going to buy a box of Series 1 anyway, but if you do it at the expo and you open it at their booth, then you can get some prizes and
extra.
Extra. So what Upper Deck is going to have to do is they're going to have to set some promotions around the other product that they at least were able to get out the door. So probably metal. So the point is, do you think they will sell more of the metal product? I don't think the interest will be higher, but if Upper Deck tries to do a promotion around it, it could help. But do they have enough boxes available on dealers' booths to be able to do something with it that would be worthwhile? Because the product has now been out for a little bit. So the market has had a chance to kind of digest the product. So is there still interest beyond that? And I don't know what the most recent NHL product, I haven't been keeping up on it. Obviously, I saw this press release, but I don't know. Beyond that, that would be kind of what I'd be curious about. So JW Fulcher here has a question. Way back in February or March, you were in Jeremy's YouTube channel. He's got a YouTube channel now? Good for him. I know what you're referring to. So asked if, do you think 2021 is becoming a junk wax era type of year? Y'all said no way. Do you still think that? Yes. Because it's not mathematically possible. Junk wax era is like on a different scale. To be a junk wax era, then we don't have a supply issue. Then that announcement is meaningless because we've got 5,000 pallets and cases of product that we can dump on the thing everywhere and anywhere. The fact that anybody's even remotely concerned about, oh, shoot, normally those are products that you have right around during that time. It's like, oh, so what do you do promotion around? The fact you even have to think about that, it tells you it's not a junk wax type era. Do they make a fair bit product? Yeah. Do they make a lot? But what they do now is they just make a lot of versions. But they don't have anywhere near the amount of individual. So like something like an Upper Deck Series 1 to be junk wax era, they got to make 50 times more than what they would have made it normally, or 100 times more. It's got to be so much that literally you have no trouble finding it. You can find it everywhere. You can find retail. You can find hobby. You can find, eventually there's so much supply that the price per box would drop like a stone. That's junk wax era. So I think a lot of people who think about the junk wax era saying, maybe you either weren't around during the junk wax era or you don't remember the junk wax era because nobody had trouble getting boxes in the junk wax era of any variety. The rare stuff, you could have 100. The rookie, you could have a stack of 1,000. That's the junk wax era.
Mm-hmm.
Very different. But I get your point. But my answer would still be no. For those reasons. Can I complain about the 3 Korean and Japanese cards coming back PSA N6? Of course you can. After waiting 11 months, you certainly can. I think it's a very niche complaint, but can you? Absolutely. I meant the volume of rookie cards in the market, not attendance at the expo. Volume of rookie cards. Well, Upper Deck Series 1 would have been huge for that because the young guns would have been all over tables. There would have been a lot of those cards moving and changing because people would have been opening the boxes. Some would have sold to dealers. Dealers would have been opening themselves, having it on tables. So I would say that's going to hurt it because Series 1 is huge for Fall Expo usually. It's a big deal. So we'll have to see. And Brad here says, big promo for UD Extended. God help us. Now, while I haven't paid attention to a lot of the new products, I think Extended sucks. I really am not like a big fan of it. I think it's just boring. I get what they were trying to do. Bless them for trying, but cringe. Little bit cringe. But hey, they tried. They tried a thing. Good for them. I wasn't that impressed with that product. But if you need something to break, I guess it's better than nothing. So what I'll do here is, so I'm going to put the link up there. Usual rules, bouncers in effect. But if any of you want to pop in and join in, you certainly can. So I've left the link in there for you. Okay. Let me get a couple of these comments here, and then we'll move on to me making fun of HGA unless there's something else related to that one that we want to touch on. I'm still disappointed about the AEW thing. I didn't want to buy a box, but I would have bought a couple of packs just for fun. I would have been interested.
For fun,
at least,
yeah.
Yeah, just to check it out.
I like to do that myself.
Yeah, it's like, for the most part, the stuff that interests me, I want to get them as singles. So the delay doesn't really hurt me in any way, but I would have loved to open a couple packs just for, grab a couple off a table and go, yeah, I'll take 4 or 5 of these. Let me give it a go.
Shits and giggles.
Yeah. The way they structured it, to be honest, and I think Billy Cilio was on a podcast this week talking about it, they actually structured it so that they've got some inserts and stuff, but like autographs and stuff that would usually be a big hit, they made them like 4 to 5 to the case. So they actually made them pretty short printed relatively. It's not 1 per box or anything like that. It's like 4 to 5 to a case, which means it's like, don't open a box expecting an autograph. There's a good chance you won't get one. Now, if you get one, the good news is that'll keep the price reasonable for those. It'll actually make it worthwhile if you pull one. But
not a driving force for box sales, though.
That's going to be it's almost like they're doing an experiment because they're trying to like actually go old school and say like the draw is the inserts. And I'm like, that box price is a little high if you're going to go that route.
Fulcher was right. Junk wax.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like, good luck. Like I said, I'm interested in the singles. I buy a couple packs for fun, but that's about as far as it goes. Yeah, so the promo is to help dealers move steel product. No, I completely agree with that, Brad. I'm totally with you. Oh, by the way, also, Brad here as well. I want to make the point since he's on the screen. I did actually get the emails with the promo of PSA Canada with the prices and everything in it. Branded as PSA Canada. So there you go. Under the auspices of AMG Collectible, which we talked about. Brad did mention they were going to be known as PSA Canada. So I did like that the branding is on point, and obviously Brad's got it in his logo here. So like it's abundantly clear. If it wasn't clear before, let's make it real clear. I do like though that they put in there that the value add. They'll look at the cards with you and go like, are you is it worth sending these in at these different price points and that? So they'll kind of it's a consultative experience as opposed to just drop it off. So you can talk to the people there, which is going to be nice. It's going to be helpful. And it may prevent you from sending in something that may not be worth your while. Sometimes that's the best way to build confidence in the clientele. Is like, look, I could just take your money, or let me be honest with you. You might want to wait for the price to be a little lower for this to make sense. Little details like that might be helpful to somebody who doesn't know. And also they'll help you out with filling in the forms and things like that. Something, if you're not familiar, if you don't know the procedure, getting that little extra help, especially at the beginning, is like super helpful. So.
Yeah, I got a ton to send in. It's too much on the price point for what I have. So
yeah, it's still a little bit pricey. A little bit pricey.
Iserman rookies. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, at the lower price points, it's worth it, but at the current one, not yet. Not yet for that.
Yeah, unless I get a 10.
So nobody sold out of extended. Totally with you. Will H, good evening. Is it possible to break Gretzky's single season points record? No. I normally don't like to play that because I always like the idea of giving the points record. No, the goals record, unlikely, but the points record, no chance. Not the way the game is played today. You will not be able to get enough ice and enough air to be able to do that one. So it's like,
and like I said, the perfect storm with Gretzky, right? You have to have
yeah,
all those.
It was right time, right pace.
Yeah,
you would need to go back to 1980s rules where the goalies suddenly forget to play the butterfly style. Like they didn't play the butterfly style at that time. Waugh basically popularized it. He wasn't the one who invented it, but he popularized it. He was the one who brought it into vogue. And then the goaltenders followed, and then stylistically, because goaltenders were really stand-up. So all of a sudden you got that space. The pads are smaller. The defensemen were playing defense, but loosely. It wasn't like tight checking.
No.
And the players are bigger now, so the ice feels like it's smaller. Like there's less physical space. We're not doing the neutral zone trap anymore. We're not quite that bad, but you don't have that much room. These guys are fast, but there's only so much space. The windows close quickly, and you won't rack up the points like that. And you won't get the free points because you happen to be playing at home. It's like, wait a minute, secondary assist. He's on the bench. He's in the fourth row having a beer. He took the night off. Why is he getting a secondary assist? What the heck? Yep, absolutely, Brad. Moving up in the world. No, I appreciate that. So that was just in relation to some of the services they'll provide. So if you are going to the expo, if you're going to be down this way, do check it out. PSA Canada, at least come by and say hi. Say hi to the folks. They'll be helping folks out with it. There you go. You pronounced his last name correctly. Very good. Awesome.
What was I going to say? I had something. And then I got a compliment. Put my head up.
Was it related to the grades? Because you were going to grade certain cars, but it's a little expensive.
No, nothing to do with that. Something else. Actually, I did have something to say. Actually, there's another thing too. I might as well jump on that one. I saw this. My friend took a picture and sent it to me, and this guy was wearing a Leaf jersey, but his back's to us. So it says the last name on the back is Schitzenst. And I said, who's that? And then it's number 67. But it really said shit since 67. I said, that was the best. Oh, it was a great shot. You had to see it.
That right there was like a Simpsons prank call.
Pretty much, yeah. But I did have something to say about Mike Hefner was on somebody's show, and they were talking about they're doing a new auction. What's it? Project 25, where they're getting 25 of the top, not collectors, but these are other people, and they're going to have this auction. I don't know if you've heard anything about that, or listen to it.
I've heard of something that sounds like so this is Project 25. Project
Yeah,
25 sounds like the
some,
tops thing. It sounds
I
like
know
the tops
Project
thing.
20. I know,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
that's the way I think it came across to me.
Okay.
Is it is a project for them, and they're getting 25 of the top items in the hobby, be it jerseys, bats, everything's going to be basically valued over $250,000.
Oh, okay.
And they're
Gotcha.
trying to get they're bringing in millionaires, billionaires, whatever, who aren't really necessarily in the hobby, but people in the hobby obviously will be there, um, to get them involved and interested.
Mhm.
So very interesting what they're trying to do. I don't really fully understand, but I did hear the podcast on it, and I thought it was quite interesting. But they didn't go into too much detail. So it was the first time I heard it. I didn't know if you heard of it. That's why I brought it up. I don't know if anybody's in the bullpen there heard of it. So
Okay.
just thought it
Cool.
was interesting, trying to drive the memorabilia. I think it's more memorabilia than it is cards, but
Mhm.
it's not limited to to memorabilia. It can be cards as well.
I think right now there's a lot of room for some of the high end auctions to try stuff like that. Because right now, as long as you can get eyeballs on it, that's really what you're looking for. As long as you can drive eyeballs to it, get the right kind of attention, because you've got all these different auction houses vying for that attention,
Oh, of
and
course. Yeah.
yeah, and that's really what it's gonna, because that's what Golden basically made his recent run on. It was that he was able to get some very high profile sales. Well, one fueled another and another, and he became the brand. But that can reverse course if somebody else starts stealing that thunder. That's all it would take. It's just the right time in the right place.
I got 2 bids.
2 bids. Look at you.
Mhm.
And we haven't even gotten an extended bidding yet, because somebody could be sitting in the weeds ready to snipe once as long as they get at least a token bid in.
I think they waited because they know the extended bidding. I might as well get it in now.
Yeah,
This
you
is
have to
ending this
do
Sunday,
a
I think,
bid. You have to do a bid
to
so
be
that you can
able
be
to
eligible. Yes.
eligible to bid. Yeah.
And that, speaking of which, the PWCC is ending tomorrow. So I have
Oh, that'll be
placed some. I
interesting.
have placed some token bids on some items so that I can be in for the extent. I want, like I said, I want to try on a couple of these items and just to see what happens.
Okay.
So I'll report my findings.
There might be a steal.
You never know. Like I'm seeing a couple of them are pretty reasonable price from. If we're not talking high end items, but there's some stuff
No.
that's like, no, I'd buy that. Sure, for the right price. Sure, why not? And I'd love to go through the process and check it out myself. So why not?
Yeah, and then you have personal experience, and you can give something of an opinion or to help others.
Yeah.
It's good.
So Boston Kid, good evening. Yeah, 4 games in, Connor's on pace. Yeah, just checking. He's got 11 points through 4 games, which is really good for Connor McDavid. But it's a long season, because I think that year, in that time, you got to remember Gretzky had like 3 or 4 200-point seasons. So like when he first broke like the point record, he did it like by the All-Star break or something stupid. So it's like, because you have to remember, like,
February.
yeah,
Jeez.
they were like absurd. Remember, they were playing video game numbers at that point. Like it didn't make any sense. Just doesn't match what you'd expect from reality. Today, yeah, you can have 15 points through 4 games. Then you can go 3 games pointless, and then suddenly you're off pace, and you're still playing well. Like that's still really good. A collection of the top $25 pieces sounds like a hobby mutual fund type opportunity. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Have you guys watched Ken Golden and his good friend Barry Bonds on IG last night? I wanted to check it out. So he interviewed Barry Bonds for the full 2 hours? Okay.
Hmm.
Barry apparently has things to say. Now here's the question, Yannick. I want to check it out because Barry Bonds is an interesting dude. But I'd be curious, did he have anything provocative to say? Did he render it?
Ooh.
Like, I'd just be curious listen, Ken Golden has known Barry Bonds for years. So it's like, it's not, a cold call out of the blue. I think Barry Bonds worked with him on autograph memorabilia back in the day. So they've done business for a very long time. So they've had a relationship for a long time. Barry Bonds isn't friends with a lot of people. So if you're in that small Rolodex of people he'll talk to, I have no doubt. And he's a smart guy. When he wants to talk, he can. And he's got a lot of ideas and thoughts, and he knows the game. So I don't know what they talked about, but I'd be curious.
Ken is a provocateur, so I don't know if he would push too much with Bonds.
He knows how tenuous a friendship with Barry Bonds would be. He would tread very much like a Saturday interview show.
Yeah,
he would tread very like kid gloves on that. We're gonna put kid gloves on it.
Yeah, there'd be no steroids mentioned. There'd be nothing mentioned.
Yeah. The good news for them is at least they're friends. He might be able to poke some fun at him, but that's about as far as it would go. It'd be really light stuff. So Business 124 says, just consigned with REA. They sold the $6 million wagon, just as good as Golden, smaller scale, but results are better. REA has also got a much longer track record. with like big items. So Robert Edwards Auctions has done a lot, but it'd be interesting to see. So we'll have to see how that one works out. Hopefully it works out well for you. Red Sox out of the jam in the fourth. Nice. So we got the ALCS on tonight. I'm surprised the Braves weren't able to finish the NLCS off last night, but good for him. Good for him. We had Expo 67 in Montreal, and we're so sure the Canadians would win the cup. We did feel the shiv on our back. Devastating. Tragic. Don't try to take away Bobby's last thing. At least give him something. They haven't had anything since. You guys still played well in the 70s. Take it.
Yeah.
They were still like Montreal. Montreal has nothing to complain about. They still had a really great run in the 70s. They still got a couple of cups in the 80s. You're fine.
You got 24 cups. What do you want?
Yeah.
Leafs have 11 or 13, depending on how you think the Leafs are the Leafs. So
yeah, I kind of treat the original 6 ones though as a little bit separate. For me, the Canadian ones in the 70s are a little more impressive. The ones in the 80s were good. The 93 run was really good. It was a little bit lucky, but it worked out for them. It was good for them because it got harder. It got progressively harder as it went along. Just the odds worked more and more against you. Did you guys laugh about Ken Golden cursing on the PSA Jeter video? No, but I did hear about that. Apparently he got some grading results back and he wasn't thrilled. He should have asked Brad if he should have sent those in.
I don't know. Look at these grades. I get no preference. And then
here's the thing.
There'll be silence after that.
Honestly, here's the thing. I've heard that conspiracy theory. Do you honestly think anybody at PSA gives a crap if Ken Golden likes it or not? Like, do you honestly think they care? It's like, oh, Ken Golden's on the line complaining about a grade. Yeah, send him the voicemail. What's he going to do? All right, don't use PSA then. Tell your clients you're not using them because they're not giving you preferential treatment. Try that line.
It's the ones we don't see.
No, I get you. But the thing is, like, I don't think Ken Golden has any power over anybody at PSA. Like, he can talk as much as he wants.
You can't say that anyways. You would never know.
I am comfortable PSA does not get... I am comfortable...
but we don't know.
I am comfortable no one at PSA gives a crap about Ken Golden. I don't believe anybody there gives a crap about him one way or the other. They'll take his call and then we're like, yeah, sure, Ken, no problem. Give him a 6. So he's a personal friend of the family. Didn't say much Revelation side, but it's uncommon to hear Beer Bones talking. The guy hasn't said anything since the Mitchell report. Yeah, that's why I figured that if he was going to chat, he's going to chat where he's comfortable. And like Golden has had a good relationship with him for a long time. Like I said, they did business back in the day and they still talk. So if he was willing to come on and chat, that's cool. Giggle about the PSA reveal. Yeah. Also, Ken knows he's putting on a show. Like at this point, Ken understands that the IG is basically his platform to put on a show. He's literally building shows. like he's structuring shows. Now he's promoting. And I was sitting there like, I understood it, but I'm kind of curious about this, Bobby. And this is something I wonder if anybody in Ken's office has figured this out yet. You can simulcast. You could do 2 broadcasts at the same time. You could have your IG live and you could focus most of your attention on that. But he's got a Ken Golden YouTube account. They could live stream to that as well and even expand the reach of his audience more. All he would need is one person to just man the board for him a little bit, just to keep an eye on that. And hey, Ken, there's a couple of questions from YouTube. Oh, sure. Yeah. What?
That would be a smart way to do things. It's certainly expand their business.
It's not rocket science. You can do it. It can be done.
I guess.
Yeah. It doesn't require that much technology. It's literally one more camera and just somebody monitoring the YouTube side. And then you would, like I said, they've got a YouTube channel. They could literally use it and drive traffic to the YouTube channel, get more subscribers to the YouTube channel, push that at the same time and have your cake and eat it too. Get to take both sides of it. Yeah. Dropping F-bombs in video, making it look small and goofy. I don't think Ken cares. but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. There you go. Brad says, Bobby picked up 2 complete uncut sheets of 86, 87 O-Pee-Chee. 1 regular and 1 blank back. First time to have a blank back. How many sheets do you think are out there for blank back?
For 86, I've probably personally heard of at least 10 in my time, but it's not like I pay strict attention to it, but I know they're out there.
Yeah. Now for the uninitiated,
and more than any other sheet. Sorry.
Yeah. All I was going to say is for the uninitiated, 86, 87 is the rookie year of Patrick Roy.
Or what, as we like to say in Yannick's language.
En français.
France. Yes.
Indeed.
Actually, I'm half French anyway, so.
Look at you.
No. Look at moi. Yeah, I don't really know, Brad. They come up value-wise. it's not a rarity. When it gets to blank backs, it's a really tough call. Uncut sheets were worth a lot of money way long time ago, and then they dropped off, and then they picked up again when they started to realize that people can trim cards out of them. Wow, get them graded. And then they kind of dropped off a little bit again. So that wah, interesting. But then you have a blank back wah. I don't know if you can really even get it graded through back. I guess you could, but I mean,
I don't think the blank
how
back
many?
one would be, I don't think the blank back one would be worth your while.
No.
Like, it's a novelty, but I don't know if it would be.
Well,
you'd have to get the right buyer.
There's a blank back on the box because Patrick Waugh, that was 1 year that Patrick Waugh, the 86, he was on the rookie box, which was very interesting. So if you cut that card out of the top box, it's a perfect size card, and it actually has blank back, obviously. So I don't know if they grade those. Anybody look that up? The blank back, Patrick Waugh, 86, OPG1, Kenobi.
I wouldn't be. I would be surprised if like a BGS didn't, since they'll do. Like,
I think PSA does them.
Yeah. Well,
but they call it hand cut.
I know they do the box bottoms for sure.
They call it
hand cut stuff
because of the box bottoms. That's probably why they would do it. Yeah. Otherwise, I don't know if they get into it. Like Beckett, sure, for sure. I think I had a Patrick Waugh. I can't remember if it was graded or not, but I do remember seeing sheets over, eBay or even at shows and what have you. So
I think that's fair.
Sheets are nice.
So let's take a look here. The only reason I accept the 67 Leaf victors, you had a favorite hockey player, Frank Mahovlich. There you go. Sounds fair. As good a reason as any.
Yeah.
Actually, it was funny. There's a little bit of a callback. So I think Anthony, who's one of the folks that's sometimes in the chat, but sometimes in the comments, was talking about the discussion we had on the Canadian bands. I think it was last week's episode. And then the Guess Who was brought up. Yep. And it was funny, though, because Anthony had a great comment. And I kind of got a kick out. I knew where he was coming from, but I kind of got a kick out of it because he's saying like, "Oh, I forgot how young you are." It's like, the Who, Guess Who must have been done long before you were born. And I'm sitting there like, I understand where you're coming from on this, but let's say you were 5 years old when the Guess Who were finishing up. That means you're 50 now, at least 50, because the Guess Who finished in 1975 in their first run, approximately. Yeah. So it means you were born around 1970. That's like, we're talking really early. If you were older at that time, we just add more years appropriately. It's like if somebody's pushing 40, okay, young compared to you, yes.
But music is sort of timeless in a 10-year period after the fact.
It is, but that's why I had fun with it. Now the good news for the Guess Who is that they got a renaissance in the music, being brought up again during that run with the CSI, where they used them extensively in multiple. It wasn't one show; they used it on every single one of the shows. And then people looked up, oh, what is that song? And there you go. It leads them down the rabbit hole to figuring that out.
An American Woman is timeless. And he said he made that up in American Woman. I think he said, I would just kind of just sang it and made it in 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. He's a great singer. Anyways, but I think he's the top, other than Rush. I think he was right in there.
I think notoriety wise, I think it's hard to argue. Very few Canadian bands really like that was the point we made last week. Few Canadian bands resonated outside the borders. There were bands that had like cult followings around the country and stuff at different times.
Bryan Adams and
But it was very difficult for anybody to like get resonance beyond or to extend beyond. Like you ask the right people in the right locality. Oh man, I remember this band or this musician or whatever. But to get resonance, it's a very small list of bands.
The Tragically Hip had a hard time getting through to the U.S.
Yeah,
and very much a cult following here. I have friends who live in the States, and they go, "You never heard of the Hollies?" And they go, "No." And what about this song? That song? Oh, I think I know that song. I've heard that. And then they listen to the album. They go, "Hey, actually, that's a pretty darn good album." It's nice listening to something that's like 40 years old that you've never heard that was really top hits back in the day. It's kind of interesting. It's like seeing a movie that you see 40 years later. It's kind of cool.
Yep. Just taking a look here. Give me 1 second.
PSA bulk submissions. Yeah, is PSA any closer? Brad,
you want to take a stab at that one, Brad? I closer compared to where they were before? Sure.
Probably, yeah.
It's like you taking some steps to get closer to the Sahara. If you step out your door and start walking, you will be closer. You will be close. Not close, but closer.
Bezo, how close was he to the sun? Yeah,
Ba-
it's
ba-
getting
yeah.
there.
Closer. Yeah, Brad with the nicest suit. No.
No,
Correct answer, sir. Correct answer.
try to be a little more concise, Brad.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate it. I liked it. So just taking a look here. Give me 1 second. I'm doing a quick bit of searching here.
Sure.
Okay. So I'll pull up the one here.
Nickelback, we got that. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we did talk about Nickelback briefly. I just said they're mostly infamous, and they sold a lot of albums in that short run. So
I like the
it
music.
was good for them. I think it was always overplayed. A lot of people just decided like, oh man, I hate them. It's like, why? They're not the best. They're not the worst. They're fine. If you got sick of listening to them, then stop listening to them. You can turn it off. It's fine.
Pretty much.
Yeah, live your life, man.
It wasn't like the 70s. You only had music to listen to on the radio, or you had to go down and buy a record at Sam the Record Man. So, different deal today.
Okay, here we go. I wanted to just double check just to make sure. Yeah, okay.
Oh, maybe 2022.
Yeah,
Brad
exactly.
says. So,
well, I think the whole idea was like we talked about it, and the Canadian backlog has been resolved from that perspective. So right now, if you send new stuff at the current levels, you're going to be okay. You're going to get your stuff in a reasonable period of time. Net new stuff is okay. The problem has been that big backlog. Now, does that not mean, because the question was about bulk. Bulk is a different conversation. Would they bring another level back before the end of the year? That's still in play. Like that's still possible, because another level would be like $100, or like, it doesn't have to bring bulk is all the way down like at $20, $15. Then that's not likely for quite some time. But you could bring back another level within the remainder of the calendar year and still be charging a pretty penny, but less than what it is right now. And for some people, that would bring them back in and be like, okay, at that price point, some of this stuff becomes a little bit more viable. So it increases the amount of people who might be interested. It doesn't mean though you're not going to get the $10 cards that people decide to take a flyer on, like that level. You're looking 2022 and maybe beyond.
Yeah, it's the most incredible thing that ever happened in the hobby to a third party, I'd have to say.
Yeah.
It's the biggest thing, and we're living through it. Even me, I send in stuff, but I went to, another company anyway, so it didn't matter.
Yeah. So this is the one I wanted to double check here. So Robert here was saying it's I forgot there were two of them.
The Who and the Guess Who, a lot of people used to get mixed up.
Well, I got them mixed up because, to be honest, I forgot there was a second one.
But you can't forget the Who, because the Who's huge. And you kept saying CSI. I said maybe it's a newer one, because I never really watched CSI, but I remember.
No, CSI was using
Yeah.
CSI was using Bob O'Reilly and
Bob
Won't Get
O'Reilly,
Fooled Again.
yeah. Well, that's the same song, isn't it?
Won't Get Fooled Again and Bob O'Reilly. Well, according to this, it's two different songs on the same album. Let's see here. Who's next?
Bob O'Reilly is You Won't Get Fooled Again, is it not?
Let me see. I'm looking for the track. It's on side 2 of the album. So Bob O'Reilly is the first one on side 1. So I don't know. I guess they use the same song twice. So, but the same album. So I don't know. Before my time, so I get to play that card now. I'm too young.
Oh, shoot. I think there's something with Bob O'Reilly that.
I'll go with the English one, but Robert's old, so who cares? Moving on. So when the NBA announced their 50th anniversary team, Danny Ainge was asked what he thought about Dominic Wilkins being left out. Danny said he shouldn't be in the top 50; he should be in the top 10. Well, when you get into that, you get into the subjectivity. I was listening to a segment that they did on, I think it was Undisputed, and they were arguing about Kyrie Irving being in the top 75, and I'm like, is that what we're down to? Oh man.
It was mixed up there. Bubba O'Reilly is usually Teenage Wasteland, people call it, but
okay,
it's Bubba O'Reilly.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, because a lot of people, I remember when you'd have call-in shows for trivia or what have you, and they would go, "Oh, it's Teenage Wasteland by the Who." Sorry, Bubba O'Reilly.
I think though this leads additional credence to the idea that guys, naming conventions are a thing. Could we just come up with, it's like, why do we have names that are that confusing that people could legitimately get it messed up? Because Teenage Wasteland, I think, is part of the song name, but it's
it's the chorus.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's everybody goes with the chorus. It's like Bob O'Reilly, nobody really remembers that name unless you are a fan of the band and yeah, that's the name of the song. It's the first track.
Yeah, it's an amazing song. one of my favorites. But the Guess Who, yeah, one's the Who, one's the Guess Who.
Now, is there a story why they would pick a name? So, like, the
They're
Guess Who went
Canadian American.
no, but well, the Guess Who is
Canadian, and Who is American. Well, actually, they're English.
yeah, I was gonna say the Guess
mistake.
the Who is
But
English.
most of their stuff was, yeah, Americanized. Sorry. We kind of forget, the Bee Gees are really Australian, and we forget, but we all think they're, because the hits really, because of the North America, really, the United States.
Oh, it's interesting. Apparently, so their active years did cross over. They did have some crossover time.
Oh yeah,
That's confusing branding. Were they trying to fool somebody and go, wait a minute, I thought these were the English guys.
I think the Who and the Guess Who, yeah.
Like that could be like a ploy. Be like, yeah, it's the band with the and the Who in the name.
Yeah.
Which one?
Guess. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't think if you know music, you have no problem. If you don't know that type of music, you may have a problem, sure. But two distinctly different bands for sure. There was another one like that. What was that? Well, it's like this. Hey, in Canada, we do that stuff. Ottawa Rough Riders. We got two Rough Riders.
There's a space, Bobby. There's a space.
You keep saying it.
Two names and one name. Two names and one name.
You don't say the space when you say it.
You have to say a dramatic pause. Rough Riders.
Yeah. We'll listen to the next time they start screaming at the games, and we'll see if it's
well, the one that's left is one word.
Well, yeah,
so like
right.
the one that's left is one word, so it's redundant.
Go back to the old videos, yeah.
Go back to the tapes. Back to the tapes.
Or then we have to listen to Rough Riders, which was anyways.
Yeah, so here we go. Do you guys know anything about the Las Vegas card show? I wish I was there. That's what I know about the Las Vegas card. I've seen the post, man. I'm there. Let's do it.
And have we come up with the Brian Gray thing yet? I seen him on something else, but I didn't see that talk.
Are you talking about the video?
Yeah, you remember the who was it? Brad said that Brian Gray said something at the Vegas thing.
Yeah, his speech. Yeah, because the
has it been? Have we found it yet?
I haven't heard about it. Presumably, if somebody's going to do it, it feels like it's going to end up being Beckett, because I think they run that. I think they run that particular trade show, so I would suspect they have the footage. So it'd probably be theirs to play back. I wouldn't be surprised if they would put it on their. Now, mind you, knowing Beckett, it's probably been there for like days or weeks, and it's like they didn't tell anybody. It's like, oh yeah, we had it like 3 months ago.
And it's on our.
Could you have let us know? We would like to watch it.
Find it on our site.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I won't listen.
All right, guys, I found it. 12 clicks and I got it.
Yeah.
And then I had to sign in 3 times and give DNA. Okay.
No, that's PSA DNA.
That'll be the next stage for Beckett.
Yeah.
So you guys know. So overall, not much exposure. I've seen it on social media. I think, now mind you, in fairness, I follow the promoters, so I've seen it. I would say yes, not much exposure in general terms. I don't think too many people are talking about it. But part of the reason is because it's a card show in Las Vegas. Aside from the venue, which obviously I would enjoy, what's the difference?
There's no
card show in Dallas, card show in Vegas, card show in Philadelphia, whatever.
LA, whatever.
Yeah, it's just another show. Again, for those of us who like the locale and the weather, interesting. For the general populace, it's just another card show. Nothing particularly special about it. So these third-party graders can't sustain 30-plus bulk weight for long. It's simply not a realistic price point moving into a more normalized market. They'll lose so much market share. I get your point, but the only reason it's like that is because of already previous demand. So it's not about sustaining it. Right now that $30 bulk rate only exists because if they go lower, too many people submit. It's supply and demand economics. If nobody submits at that rate, then you lower the price. If you have it at $30 and lots of people are submitting, you don't lower the price. As a matter of fact, HGA, which I'll get to in a minute, raised the price. So there you go. Yeah, I honestly thought the Guess Who and the Who were the same. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Bobby, it's not as common music knowledge as you think. It really isn't. If you were in the era, yeah, sure.
Well, I think the Who, everybody should know the Who.
With should and do are two different things.
They had more songs in movies probably than most any other band. They're Zeppelin. They're right up
there.
There
are so many. There are so many bands that can say stuff like that. Though it's like, oh yeah, that song. Who did it? I don't know.
It's the Who.
Who? Question
There you
mark.
got it.
But the problem is if I say who question mark, which one is it?
Who's on first?
Exactly.
Yep.
Yep. You won't get fooled again. Song by the Who?
Yep.
Question mark. Musical version of Rough Riders. Yep. Bobby GMA. There you go. Nice. Paul was enjoying the GMA. They have a fan. They have a nice label. Doesn't mean anything, but and listen, HJ has built its reputation in nice labels, Bobby. GMA heck can have nice labels. Okay, so here we go. Seen the Who seen the Who at the 2011 at the Super Bowl and thought they were Canadian. See?
Brad, I thought you were older.
Sorry, y'all. It is what it is.
I don't know. You put Zeppelin and the Who right up here. Like, honestly, probably top two bands in that time period.
I believe that.
Well, yeah.
So Yannick, I saw something about it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, just you guys chatting with there. Pretty sure there's one planned for November. For the Las Vegas one, yeah, they're doing it semi-regularly, which is good.
I think it's going to grow.
I'm glad. I'm glad to hear it. Like, I'm waiting and I'm hoping that when we keep going, the opportunity presents itself. I'd love to go. I'd love to check it out. Like I said, I'll visit a day and then spend the rest of the time in Vegas proper. But I will make an appearance, just for the content. Yeah, I'll buy a card. I'll take that. $5, cool. Give me that. Making plays. All right, to the casino.
Yeah.
It's like, but you were, I was at the show, man. I bought a card. See? Bought a card. Shut up. Yeah, 2011 Half Moon Show. Yep.
You'll be buying Eric. 52 cards the other way.
Yeah. Much more exciting cards, believe me. Yeah. Who are you? There you go. The Baseball Oracle. Correct. Yeah. Harlan, I'm only 50, and the Who are a top 10 band all time in the world.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you, Baz. I don't know what to tell you. I think 50 is the minimum. Brad's not quite there, and I'm not there. So 50 minimum.
He's close.
Yeah. But not 50. You got to hit 50 at the minimum. We talked about this. Minimum. That's a starting point. Saw the Who twice before John Estelle died, and Roger could still sing. There you go.
And Roger could still sing. He was an actor too. He was in a couple of movies too.
Yeah, I'm with Bobby. Who and the Who, the Guess Who, and who's on first?
That was me. He's repeating me. I'm tired. Stop copying me.
I know, right?
Yeah, Nick.
What's funny, it's not related to it, but there was a band, and I might have an LP for them, because it was so random that I got it, and I believe I'm just double checking just to make sure I quoted it correctly. I think the band's name was actually Y. Like what? Y question mark. That was the name of the band. I just want to make sure it's the right one that I'm thinking of.
Like the letter Y, or WHY.
WHY question mark.
Oh.
Yeah. So I believe that is correct. I just want to make sure. I will
fact
check myself.
Were they one hit wonder? Or?
Well, I think they had a couple of albums. It wasn't just but I happened to come across that one when I was at the record store in Toronto, Sonic Boom, because I was there just looking around. I grabbed a couple of things while I was there, but then I randomly walked by a shelf, and then I saw this album that had like a weird cover, and it said Y on it, and I was like, and it was really inexpensive, and I was like, why not? Exactly. I was like, why not?
Stole your thunder. Sorry.
Yeah, but I thought it was all right. Wasn't anything special, but I thought I enjoyed it. I got a kick out of it. So I was like, all right, cool. Let me see here. I think that is right. This should be the right one. So I will find it. Okay. So,
squeeze box. Mama wears a squeeze box. She wears on her chest. Daddy gets home. He never gets no rest.
Look at you. There you go. 4x4 Rubicon. Good evening. Hello, guys. Huge Zeppelin fan. Got a chance to see Jimmy Page and Rob Plant twice in the 90s when they toured. What a concert. Nice. The Y was short form for a band. Yes. Okay.
They did YYZ. That was their. Oh, okay. Yeah.
There you go. So let me see here. I'm just keeping up on the comments while we're doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So
They're Fast and Furious.
No, once you get into the music topics, people get into it.
Well, it's so relative, It's on music. It's in movies. It's everywhere.
Plus, people can enjoy different genres, different things. It's just a matter of what they like. But there's a lot of opportunities there for that stuff, for sure. See if I can find it here. Yeah, I think this is the right band. Now I just want to see if I can find the album in question. Okay, so quickly I'll add this comment here. I was at Walmart last week and they were selling records and record players. Thought that was cool. Yeah, there's been a renaissance in it. The kids like the novelty of having a record player. Now, mind you, that also means they're buying a lot of record players that are like kind of crummy that will destroy those records in short order because they're inexpensive. They got the little suitcase ones.
Yeah.
They're not actually very good because
Portable.
because the needle pushes down on it too much and it actually scratches the thing to hell. So hopefully if they do decide to stick with it, they learn that it's like, actually, you might want to get a slightly better record player than that one. It will get the job done, but not for very long. It won't sound very good after that. Okay, so it is, yeah, so it is the right band. So it was an EP and it was called Sod in the Seed. And it was, so it was very inexpensive. It was actually not bad. I thought it was pretty good. It was kind of weird because they combined a little bit of a rap element into it, like midway through, but then also like went back and forth between a couple of genres. They mixed some genres, but literally the band was called Why. So I was like, why not?
Fine.
Yeah.
Grunge, rap.
They stuck with their gimmick. Listen, they're called Why, sir. They're in the indie rock genre, which means they can just make it up.
The indie, yeah, exactly.
They're indie rock. They're not a big band. They're called Why. Well, a lot of people agreed. Why?
So that Kurt Cobain came in and screwed everything up.
Yeah, it would have been all fine if it had been for those meddling kids. Yeah,
that was from a movie.
Yeah, Vinyl's been back since 2012 or so. I feel like it was a little earlier than that, but that sounds about right because I know it's been a little while.
Yeah, Wax came back. Actually, Vinyl used to be called Wax before Wax was called Wax.
Mm-hmm.
How's that? There you go.
So Rolling Stones twice in the 90s. There you go.
That was a line from The Wrestler. That was a great movie.
Which one, sorry?
The Wrestler?
Oh, with Mickey Rourke?
Mickey Rourke, yeah.
It was a good movie.
He said that was one of his lines.
Oh, okay.
And he was good in Iron Man 2 as well. I loved him. I thought he played a good role. That was perfect for him. Disgruntled Russian or whatever.
Well, I think that's what you have to do with Mickey Rourke now. You have to find like a role that fits. Like he's not gonna adjust to the role. Yeah. He's not gonna adjust to the role. Rouge. Just find the character. It's like, build the character and say Mickey Rourke.
Yeah. That's for sure.
Yeah, Wrestler's a great movie. That's right. Perfect. All right, so I think now we're good. So we can always go back to the music talk because it's an evergreen topic. We can always get back to it. But first, before we do, I need a minute. I need to make fun of HGA for a moment. Oh. The weekly segment, what stupid crap did HGA do this week? So this week, more fake cards. Who's ready for more fake cards? Yay! Absolutely, of course. But this time, they dared to mess with the 90s basketball. Uh-oh. That's going to get the kids up in arms. So this is Michael Jordan Precious Metal Gems. Now, Card Porn covered this already. Our good friend Card Porn, who likes to cover all this stuff. Now, apparently there was an issue where also Beckett had been fooled by the same fake. So the same fake was originally in a Beckett holder. At some point, either they tried to review it or whatever, Beckett realized what they had done and actually marked it as a fake. But then they cracked it out and sent it to HGA because obviously if you've got a fake, you send it to HGA. Who's the doctor you go see? You go see HGA, obviously.
Yeah.
Nothing suspicious about a very expensive Michael Jordan card being in an HGA holder. Nothing at all. So, of course, the additional revelation that it had once been in a BGS holder was immediately the perfect scenario for the HGA apologists to be like, but see, the other... It's like, guys, nobody said the third-party graders are perfect. Nobody said none of them ever screw up.
They did it first.
Yeah, the point is per capita HGA screws up more frequently, with more regularity, with more consistency than anybody else so far. And I was
don't want to do it per capita there because if you talk about how many Beckett is graded and they...
Yeah. Anyways. But the interesting thing is this. It's that, look, for better or worse, BGS has at least been around long enough where they've got enough good cards that have been okay over time to offset where they will screw up. PSA is also screwed up. Like SGC is screwed up. They have all screwed up. But on a percentage basis, the three graders that have established a reputation over time, their percentages are much lower. They don't make it a regular occurrence to do it. Now, the idea is, well, we're in the social media age, so every screw up gets a... That is true. But HGA also has nothing to indicate that they're actually any good at this, other than people just want to send it to them. And I was like, they haven't proven to me. It's the opposite. You haven't proven to me you're good. It's not, innocent until proven guilty. Is that actually, I don't know if you're any good at this until you prove to me you're good at this over with some consistency. And right now you're telling me the opposite. So it's been kind of entertaining to be, because like I said, as soon as you invoke one of the other ones, it's like, no, that isn't how this works.
Nope.
Yep. HA stands for Has Good Authenticators. Facts. Favorite Rick and Morty movies are Harley Davidson and Marlboro Man. There you go.
That was good. I like Barfly. That was one of my first Mickey Rourke, and he was a totally different person. You look at him in that one, that was 1980s, and then you look as he got older, totally different dude.
Yeah, and Eric is hitting the nail on the head with this. I don't put much stock in somebody's counterpoint to this as soon as they say, "What about?" And I'm like, that's not the matter at hand. The matter at hand is the third-party grader that we're concerned with at the moment. What the other third-party graders did, we've said it a million times, PSA's first card, T206 Honus Wagner, a very famous copy, PSA 8, it's trimmed. It's been admitted trimmed. Everybody knows it's trimmed. And everybody who's been paying attention knows it's trimmed.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that PSA has graded all trimmed cards through all time, but that means they're not perfect either. And they understood the money that was to be made from the publicity of grading a very high-end T206 Honus Wagner. And they said, well, we don't know we're going to be here in 30. They did not know that they were going to be there 30 years later and still have to answer for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they really haven't answered for it because they've also graded 10 million cards since then. So by sheer volume, it's like, it is what it is. HGA is in no position to get to 10 million cards at the rate they're going.
No, for sure. And Eric, you have children, so yeah, but works a lot more often for you than.
Yeah, but that's the thing. For an argument about the companies, you don't want that. Like you don't want to play that game at all.
Homie don't want to play. No,
homie don't play that. Yeah, and here's the HGA version, same card. So that was the first of the two posts. That was the initiator.
Being used to wash fakes. Come on.
Well, that's a different way of phrasing though what I said. What I said when we talked about the HGA previous, I said if you're a scammer, HGA has just said open season, send me all you got.
That's a clickbait title. So, anyways, funny.
That's not a clickbait title. That is a factual title. It is being used to wash fakes because scammers are going to send. That wasn't an allegation on my point. I'm saying if you're a scammer, you send it to them.
Oh, we said that the other last.
Few times, it's not a matter of if. It's a matter of how many are you going to send. Send all you got. The trimmed, the altered, the fake. Send them all.
Yeah.
Because even if 10% get through, doesn't matter. That's all you're. Oh, but they caught 90%. Yeah. How many do you think they sent in?
Yeah.
A lot.
And how many people are sitting not knowing?
Yeah, it's a volume game. The point is, though, for a company like that that's getting going, that precious metal gem, I don't know what the going rate is on that, but I know on Michael Jordan, precious metal gems from 97, that's a 5-figure card, maybe a 6-figure card. Like, that's a very expensive card. I wouldn't trust like a random, third-party grader that has no reputation. You're paying a lot of money for that. Like, no. Because if you catch PSA with something like that, you can at least push them back on the wall and then they'll be forced to pay you out.
Yeah.
So like you've at least got some recourse. They have a reputation to upkeep now. At the beginning, whatever indiscretions they did, they didn't realize they were going to be around 30 years later. Now they're like, okay, well now Nat Turner basically has to stand there and say to people why he's grading fakes in 2021. It doesn't matter what they were doing in 1991. He wasn't around. But in 2021, he's got to answer for it. So they're going to be a lot more careful with stuff like that. If they're not sure, they'll send it back to you with the little slip on it. Their stuff will get through. The point is that something like an HJ, they will send you the volume. They will try you first now. Now you're the first line that they'll try first. They won't waste their money on the other guys.
No.
Because they think you got a better chance.
And that doesn't look good for HDA in a lot of ways.
It doesn't. Because now they've become the epicenter of like, oh yeah, try us. Oh, sure. We're happy to. Like I said, a card like that should immediately raise alarm bells. Forget about everything else.
They have the highest standards in the industry. Come on.
Yeah, and they're AI as well. Yeah,
self-fulfilled. Yeah.
Yes. And they're AI, yeah. But here's the thing, though. Wouldn't you, from a common sense standpoint, if you're this company and you know that, it's going to be tough going early on, and you get a card that could be a 5-figure or a 6-figure card, Would you not be suspicious that somebody decided to send it to you instead of sending it to one of the other guys? Because at that price point, oh, but what about PSA upcharges? If it's a $50,000 card, do you care? Because you're gonna have to pay good money to get it graded anyway for the insurance and all the costs that are going to be associated to it.
It is interesting because this happens. Used to happen to me at the show when I had a booth and what have you, and it's sort of a reverse. A lot of guys, other dealers, wouldn't come to me and ask me what something is because they already had a story built on what it is, what it was.
Mhm.
So there was times that, why didn't they come see me and ask me? I could have told them the truth, but they already got the story from the guy they bought it from, and it sounded a lot maybe better than possibly the truth.
Mhm.
And then they come over and somebody regales the story to me, and then I say, "Really? Who told you that?" And you go, "I went, come on, guys." So you always trying to avoid knowing the truth. Sometimes it's better to avoid the truth than not deal with because if you know at that point, then you have to sort of be honest with yourself, I would think. I am, but maybe I don't know.
The old idea is that ignorance is bliss. Some people don't want to know.
Oh, ignorance is bliss. Trust me.
Yeah, they would much rather just pretend. Oh, maybe it's just maybe it looks a little off.
It's a salesman sample. Come on, what are you kidding?
Yeah.
Guy's
So
dad worked
there's a
there.
good comment here from Hockey Guy, and I'll get to it in 2 seconds here.
Sure.
So let me read this one first. In my opinion, with the huge run up in card prices, I'm fearing this is just the beginning. You shouldn't fear it is the beginning. With new printing technology, I think this is going to really hurt the hobby long term. Yes and no. Now,
That's
if
a
you're
good
saying
prediction.
but here's the thing.
Yeah, no.
No, but it depends on one thing. Remember, I make a distinction. If you're saying the hobby, no, it doesn't hurt long term because it doesn't matter. If you're saying the hobby economy, yes. They're two different things. They're two distinct concepts. If you feel like collecting, you're going to collect either way. It doesn't really make a difference. Because you already know if you put in the time and actually are interested in the thing, you're probably going to, you yourself will become a subject matter expert to the point that you will have the expertise because you've done your own research and study to be able to ascertain the things that you're looking for. Because that's where I'm going to get into Hockey Guy's comment because he's correct. Hockey Guy's saying something very correct here. And I'll get to it in 2 seconds. But if you've got that expertise, you're going to be able to pick out a lot of these common fakes and things like that. So it's not going to be an issue for you. And you're not going to trust random third-party companies that have no background in the hobby that are saying, yeah, it's fine. No, I don't really trust you. I got to look at that myself. You're going to put your own eyes to it if you care about that stuff that much. Now, if it's a hobby economy and you're just looking to flip cards and you just want to get out of your hands as quickly as possible, then yeah, that's going to hurt it because the trust factor, as soon as the trust factor goes on third-party grading, that immediately hurts liquidity because some stuff is really hard to sell online only without that third-party buffer. I've used the term. It's a lubricant to sales. Why? Because a lot of this stuff, especially when you get really expensive stuff, it doesn't matter how good your scan is.
It's almost not good a necessity now.
It is not. Yeah, especially but think and go into vintage. Like, are you going to buy a 1952 Topps Mickey Mantle on the internet with scans ungraded?
No.
You better be damn sure whoever you're buying from has a sterling reputation, has been around a long time, has handled a billion of those.
eBay has the buyback policy anyway, so you get money back.
Yeah. I think it's, if enough people end up in that problem with that thing, it's going to be really problematic. They'll shut that thing down.
Oh, yeah.
So, but that's the point is that now you put it in a PSA 5 holder, it becomes a lot easier to sell that same card. It could be the identical card, but why? Because at least that gives you an extra layer. You can go after eBay or you can go to PSA and say, hey, you guys put it in here. You said it was good.
What's going on? What if it was an HGA holder?
At the moment, Tyler says he's going to do a similar guarantee. The problem is if you get cards that are potentially that expensive in that 5-figure and 6-figure, you can't afford to be paying people back for that. Not for very long. You will run out of money and your game will end.
Yes.
It's not going to work for them. So I understand Rubicon's point. The only distinction I make is being hobby. Collectors are going to collect. The only thing that'll kill the hobby is when collectors don't care anymore and they're done, or they collect something else, or they move to digital, or whatever the case is, or they die out of old age. Those are the things that would kill the hobby. Hobby economy is a lot more tenuous. There's a lot more things that can kill that.
I think you said hurt over kill, but anyways, yeah, it can hurt the hobby. There can be some effect, and it's always affected, but it's a up and down. It's always been that way.
Yeah.
Economy of the hobby, yeah,
The,
90,
the economy
10,
can get really
big.
the damage can be a lot more sustained and long lasting.
Well, one reflects the other kind of anyways, right?
To a certain degree.
One supports the other, really.
Yeah,
If there
you
was
do
no
need,
money in the cards, would anybody get into cards to the extent they did last 2 years ago?
well, that's always been the
Good
fundamental
Jordan
question.
movie. Bye
Yeah,
bye. Like,
that's been the fundamental question. And
that is the question.
this is always the thing I pose back. It's like, would you care if they weren't worth anything?
No, they wouldn't,
Yeah.
obviously.
So and that's usually the answer if they really look at themselves seriously and in the mirror and like, no, be honest with yourselves. The answer is probably no. You probably wouldn't.
It's sort of like kids who jump on your sofa. They're teenagers. They come in, they take the big leap onto the couch. They don't care. Now my son's 30. I'm going to go into his place and leap on his couch, and then we'll see, because he bought that couch, if he cares. Vested interest is everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good thing to teach kids.
That'll be the couch.
Buy it themselves. Let them. Once they have a vested interest in something, they care more about it. If they don't, pro set, right?
That is true. And
Well,
I like the pro set reference.
Got to reiterate that because of the new pro set.
Mm-hmm.
But old pro set.
but all pro sets.
Listen, I was given a little bit of a kick there, but
yeah, it's like all pro sets. Listen, I'm willing to say all pro sets are created equal. New, old, they're all equal. It's like, but Carlos, you think they're shit? They're all equal. All equal to me. All pro sets are equal. So here you go. Pretty sure forum posts exist showing how to spot those fakes. And that's the comment that I wanted to grab from Hockey Guy. That's very true. The information is out there because the Jordan in this case has certain telltale signs of a certain type of fake that is actually common. So that was my point about HGA. Forget about whether you've got the expertise or not. You could do a Google search on forum posts. You should have been immediately suspicious that someone would send you a card of that potential value to you. You may think really highly of yourselves, but at least question it. Put yourself in the other shoes. Like, wouldn't you send this to PSA? Wouldn't you send it to SGC or BGS, first? Why would you come here first?
Because they're the best.
Yes. And then you wake up from reality and you say, let's double check this a little more closely. Let's take a really close look at this. Because there are forum posts in there that'll tell you there's certain telltale signs to look for, and you would have been able to identify it and it would have made your life easier. There's no reason to make that mistake, because now if you're HGA, forget about everything else. Even if they tried their best and they still just got it wrong, it still looks bad for them. Yeah. It wasn't like they didn't try. It's like, guys, Google search would have gotten you further along if you had just done some basic research. You got to do some research.
Does HGA have a service level of dollar value comparative to PSA?
From what I remember, I think it's flat.
I think it's flat, and that's scary because that would bring it to some different eyes, let's say, at HGA. If it is, this is okay, well, let's give it to our whoever. Yeah.
Well, part of that, to be honest, part of that is the other companies want to make more money. Of course, that's like their biggest reason. But you know what else it does? But what else it does though is that if you
only reason was money. Sorry, yes.
No, it's not the only reason. There is a practical reason too, because if you're going to try to submit a fake, you're taking a gamble on whether they catch it or not. If it's a $50 gamble, it's a lot easier to do than a $5,000 gamble, because if you miss, they're still going to charge you the $5,000.
You got it.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, they're making more money, but they're also discouraging you from trying to take a shot at if you're sending in a Jordan rookie and having to pay what the potential price is on a Jordan rookie, and you're sending in a fake, knowing it's a fake, it's a very expensive gamble at PSA compared to an HGA.
It actually shorted the breakout return ratio that I was predicting. It was, because it was $8, $10, $20, whatever it was, $100. People sending in stuff like crazy.
Yeah.
If I get a 9, great. Hey, I'm rocking. Now it's like, well, I don't want to crack it out because I don't want to spend another $3,200 to them and to get it back. Like, remember, people used to crack it out and resend it. Now I think that's slowed down. So the pop report's going to never correct itself, but it'll, at least going forward, you can look at a little bit more or less effect from how many cards are really in there.
Yeah. So it kind of meets both purposes. For PSA, it makes them more money, of course, but it also creates a deterrent. Like, make sure that you better be damn sure it's real, because we're still going to charge you. Like, you're still going to pay the freight, so you better be right. Whereas these other guys, it's like, it's a flat fee. Send them 10.
Yeah.
See, I'm going to get through.
Well,
Who cares?
they've been doing that everywhere for
Yeah.
so many years.
Yeah, exactly. So now it doesn't hurt. Now it doesn't hurt. Give it a try.
Cheaper by the dozen. Keep sending them.
P.T. Barnum. There you go.
Sucker born every, yeah.
Yep. So I need to start putting a security band in the cars like dollar bills. Don't think that someone would think. Mike Baker. We could put the security band around the holder.
That'd be interesting.
I like where you're going with this, Eric. See? That's why he's the baseball oracle. He knows these things. These are facts.
Huh?
Yep. So now we're all caught up. Beautiful. And I got to make fun of my HGA. Got my segment in. My weekly fix, you know?
Yeah.
Thank goodness HGA is, you know, making sure to be consistent on that. Like I said, in these dark hobby times, at least we have HGA consistently churning out failure.
Consistency is everything.
Well, back in the day, it was ComC. I used to be able to rely on them every single time to be able to be like, hey, guys, what stupid thing are we going to do this week? Now these days, ComC's like, I don't know if they went out to lunch.
It's old news.
Gone fishing. You know, Tim went gone fishing. I don't know what happened.
It's no fun picking on them anymore.
Well, they haven't even done anything interesting enough to warrant
I know.
it. Like, it's not worth it. Forget it. Yeah. Right back at you, buddy. Love it. All right, just put a sealed band of ink around graded cards. If you crack the slag, the ink gets everywhere. Yeah, you could try different security things. The ink thing would be kind of tricky.
Cards, ink.
No, but here's the thing. That would discourage the crackouts unless you did it like through an authorized fashion. And what you could do, now you'd have to advertise the hell out of that, because as soon as somebody cracks it open and damages it, they would try to pin it on you. But you could do it. What you could have done, though, if it became clear that you're doing it as a security feature and be like, we'll crack it out for you and give it back to you, you could do that as a security feature to prevent people from cracking something out to try to resubmit. Because then what you could do, here's where I would probably use it if it was me. I would use it on a slab for fake. They send you in a fake, I would slab it as fake, with like a label that clearly says fake on it, and then put a security feature like that on there to make it very difficult to get the card out. So you basically are trying to trap the card inside. Or you take the card and confiscate it, but the second one's harder. The first one's easier because it's like, it's a fake. We're putting it in there.
I think they should have sort of a foil around where the seal is, and if that seal is compromised, then that the foil separates. You can't get the foil back.
Yeah,
you can never put it back because it'll break or be compromised to some degree. So, and foil's very, foily.
Yeah, I think regardless of the point is that I think we'd like to see more innovation in security features, and I think we're going to get that more as we go along. But basically, you want it so that we don't compromise too much stuff. You want that holder to be as tamper-proof as possible. Whatever you can do to make it a little more tamper-proof, even if you can't get it perfect in the first try, just keep advancing it. A version 2, version 3, just keep working on it.
Yeah, and the more cards went for more money, there's more people just trying to send stuff in and get things. So they're at the all-time high, I think, because with the height of the hobby, that's the all-time high you're going to get crime. Yeah. Right.
I think the starting point right now is the policy now for like a PSA to take the scans. I think the scans is a good first step. Yeah, because now at least for net new, it prevents certain types of trimming and certain types of alterations, because you can look at what the old one looked like and go, wait a minute, something has changed. What the heck has happened here? Yeah, and you can ask that question. So I think that could be a good way to at least start off with something. So die pack on slabs for bank robbers. Yep, exactly.
Oh yeah.
Thumbs up. Foiled again. That's right, hockey guy.
Thank you.
So 39 play balls ever use a dark navy blueprint on the back bio. I used to know the 39 play balls a little bit better. I don't remember. If anybody in the chat has a good recollection on this, I used to do a little bit of research on the play ball cards because I was looking into them a little bit from a collecting standpoint. I don't remember. I know that some of those years have some variations. I don't know if that's one of them, though. I'm genuinely not sure. I don't want to give you a bad answer on that, but I'm not sure.
Bathroom break. Be back.
Yep. Brad, the imaging PSA is now using high dollar cards will really help limit regrades. I agree. Yep. That's why I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good first step. It's a step in the right direction to do it. A little bit more. We can go from there. Okay. Yep. I see your question. What cards are you currently interested in? New cards. So Bobby's not a card guy, so I don't think you're going to get too much out of him for that. For me, working on the same projects I was working on before. I alluded to in my last audio/video thing that I'm working on a new project, and so what I'll say about it is that I'm looking at a lot of the late mid '90s baseball because a lot of that has some interesting stuff in it. I'm a big baseball fan, first and foremost, anyway. So for me, stuff that has Ken Griffey Jr. in it and stuff that has Albert Bell and a lot of those '90s sluggers that I liked following at that time is always fun for me. I did a set that I finished recently that was in that theme, but I started looking for other sets that kind of fell under that. And the one that I've settled in for now, that I've started grabbing some cards for, is the '96 Topps Finest Gold Refractors. So I wanted to pick something a little more narrow. I didn't want to do the whole set or anything like that, but the Gold Refractors is the rarest version. I think each one was 1 in 288 packs at the time, so they were really tough to come by. There's some regular guys in it as well that are not as expensive, but something like the Griffey, it goes for a pretty penny. Barry Bonds is in it and a lot of really good ones. So there's a lot of those. So from that perspective, that's a new card project. The other ones are ongoing, Medano cards and certain things like that as well. But that's a newer project that I've been looking at. That would be my main answer for now. So they have an image digital fingerprint of all hand cards. Yeah. So that is what they're looking at with, I think, the Geniment company they picked up, the digital fingerprints. We're going to see about that. Yeah, the 1 out of 0 parallels. Yeah. I with the Medano, I'm trying to stick. Playing days is the primary focus. Stuff in the 90s. That checklist is really dwindling, starting to really get down. That's a big part of it. And I think the part that right now is probably the most interesting for me, for anything new, is that I am looking for rare pieces, stuff that's more interesting. That was what constituted. So I showed it earlier. This is the out of 10 version of this, but it's got a paint pen. It's got a nice design on it. These are a little tougher to come by. This one's late. It's just 2008, but it's got a lot of other elements I like. Plus, it is still a rare card. It's still a playing days card. It's got game used material. It's got an autograph with a paint pen on it. It's attractive. So I'm looking at a little bit different. That's basically what I try to go with. Stuff that stands out a little bit more. Do you have a Grail card that would not sell? My 53 Topps Mickey Mantle. That one's probably, if it was just one card, that would probably be the main one. If I included another card or two, there'd be a couple of Medanos that would be right up there with that as well. But the main one would be that Mantle, just because that was always a Grail card for me. So when I got a chance to get my hands on one, I was a big fan of that. So that's always kind of fun for me. Stuff like that is basically what I look for. Let's see here. Yep. No, thank you, Eric. I try to be, I'm being a little bit pickier these days because there's a lot of stuff I already got, but there's also a lot of stuff that just isn't that interesting to me, even though it's out there. It's not that it's not available. It's either not priced at a price that I'm happy with, or it's something that just I don't get that excited about. So at this point, it's like I'm not just going to spend money for the sake of spending money. It's got to be exciting to me. It's got to be interesting. If it is, then then I'll go after it. If not, I'm willing to let it go at this stage. Yeah, 98.99 Black Diamond Quad. Yes. Yep, I got that one. Bobby's not a card guy. Yeah, he's kind of memorabilia. Yeah, here we go. Paul's got it. Knickknacks and trinkets. So yeah, if you like random hockey memorabilia stuff, I think that's more Bobby's bag. For him, the big thing is rarity. It's rare. As long as it's rare and it's something a little bit more different that most people can't have, that's what he gets excited about. That kind of stuff. But mostly items. He will grab the odd card here and there, but it's got to be like obscure, some weird food issue or something like that. But mostly it's items, pucks or bobbleheads or posters or, a coaster. You just have to think like items. Knickknacks and trinkets. Basically, that's what you're looking at. But yeah, that would be the way. A lot of that, one thing I'll add here as well, Hockey Guy, is that a lot of that late 90s stuff, I've been able to get it over time, especially the last year and a half. I've been able to find a lot of that stuff really recently. Oh, yeah, I think I saw that on the Facebook thing. I think you had a Seals, a bag. Yeah, the Oakland Seals bag behind you.
Oh, yes.
A little bit of backstory on that?
Yeah, it was just a trade. But I acquired the, let me grab it here. Okay.
While you're doing that, I will get a refill and I'll be right back.
All right. I have the goalie mask for my Halloween. It's my Hannibal Lecter mask and a power puck too. There you go, guys. Yes, this bag is an Oakland Seal bag. It's an original from, I think it's the first year. I think they would have went with the logo. But what people don't realize that California, the Oakland Seals, when they started in '67, the expansion started. They came in as the California Seals. At that time, they lasted about halfway through the season, not even. And then they changed to the Oakland Seals. I think they moved arenas too. So the Oakland Seals and the California Seals share the first year. Then in 68, 9, and 69, 70, they were still the Oakland Seals. Then they officially changed to the California Golden Seals after that, right through to 76 when when the Barons took them over. Anyways, this is an old bag, and that's all it is. It's kind of cool. It's neat. It's different, and it's something I've never had before. And there's no survivor of the Oakland. I've seen a couple of California bags, but I have not seen an Oakland Seals bag. And you have a short time window, like 2.5 years. So very, very rare bag. And it's their colors too. It's the green and the dark blue. Actually, on the inside, you can see how really deep the green is compared to the outside. So you can't really see it that well. But anyways, that's one of my acquisitions. That's my knick-knack of the day. What's it worth? Wouldn't you like to know?
Knick-knack of the day could be its own segment. Love it.
Yep, it's a nice piece.
There you go.
And my mask. See, masks are really interesting. See, this mask generally, Winwell made them, and this other company did. It's $100 mask. If it has the original sticker, it's about $175 mask. Amazing how that different makes. Just having that sticker on the top there.
Yep. So here, Hage, I had a question. What's the 15 mean?
That was the number 15. Anybody know who number 15 was for the Oakland Seals? 68 O-Peachy.
There you go. Little Google search, I think, will get you there.
Billy Harris.
Okay.
Beat you to it. Trying to make believe.
I would hope you would have already done the research on it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Played for the Leafs, coach of the Toros. Billy Harris, Dave Keon hockey camp. Billy Harris has been around.
All right. Sounds good.
Did a lot of stuff
So
back in the day. And 15. If it is that first year, which I do think it was, because I think they would have went to an emblem, because I do see the later ones do have the California Seals
How
logo.
many years were they Oakland?
2.5.
Okay, so it was
the first year, you missed it. The first year they started, they were California Seals only 2 months in.
Okay.
And then they changed to the Oakland Seals. And a lot of people don't know that. And then for 2 years, they're Oakland Seals, and then they officially are the California Seals to 76.
Okay.
But the logo is, there's a logo. It goes a whole circle, and that's Oakland. That circle goes only around to a C, then it's California. So you can notice on the logo the different years, if it's an Oakland or a California. But otherwise, it's the same otherwise. So that's a good telltale sign. These are all these little finite details that help you determine what something is, sort of like HCA does with cards.
So were they bigger fans of the Who or the Guess Who? Probably
the Guess Who. Because they didn't know. They were California, they were Oakland. Guess Who?
Interesting. This is important. This is important.
I would have to probably say the Who because they're American, right? But
yeah, these are the questions that have to be asked, Bobby. These are the questions that have to be asked.
And those are the answers that I have.
There you go. So I did see your comment here, Hockey Guys. I just put it on here. So that was listening to Z Goals. Yeah, I used to keep track of them a little more closely, but I did acquire like I said, part of the reason that I'm a little slower now in picking up stuff is that a lot of the Z Golds I took care of it pretty early on. Sorry, a lot of the Zenith stuff I took care of pretty early on. So that was from back in August. I put the whole thing together. So that's the rainbow for that Zenith set. Base card, Z Silver, Z Gold, the large 5x7, the Silver Impulse, and the Gold Impulse. The Gold Impulse and the Z Golds are both out of 100. You needed to open up the big one to get the small one. So that Z Gold at the bottom there is the most difficult piece. That Gold Impulse wasn't easy either. The other ones are not so bad. The top 4 are fine. The 2 bottom ones, though, those eluded me for over 20 years each.
I gotta find a box of those.
Yeah. They were fun. I actually enjoyed opening them, to be honest. They were actually a fun product to open, but
I did. Oh, back
yeah,
in the day when it was out.
yeah. But it was one of those things. It's like it was an interesting idea, not practical, but interesting, but not practical at all.
I think it was great. I think it was really good because it gave you incentive to keep it closed,
Yes.
but it also gave you desire to open it. And if you opened it, you knew you ruined the outside card, but what was inside? And that's the big question. It's like a wax pack. You know, the mystique, the wax pack prices are at the point where they're past the point of opening. You won't get back whatever you try to send in, even if you get 9s and 10s, you can't get back the value on the cards on the pack. So the pack has its own intrinsic value, and the cards obviously have their actual value. And we're at that point where wax has exceeded the cards that are in it. Where actually the driving force prior to that was the cards drove the wax prices up. Now we've seen that shift. Kind of interesting.
I agree, but that's what wreaked havoc for a lot of the '90s collectors. Is that there were some folks who put together sets of the sealed ones, and potentially they could have been sitting on a bunch of those golds. And there's only a print run of 100 for the players, so it's like a bunch of them are probably sitting in sealed large versions
That'll
that are
never be
sitting in a
opened.
player's collection who has intentionally chosen to leave them sealed, never to see the light of day. So are there 100? Probably not. How many are there? No idea.
Did someone tear one open and tear it?
Yeah, exactly. And that's possible too. Somebody could have done it wrong and damaged the card on the inside, therefore destroying it and guaranteeing that you got one less in the
It's
population.
not like it came with big instructions or anything, right?
Yeah. After a while, I think a lot of us developed our own techniques, but not everybody was. Some people literally just went and tore it. And I was like, there are ways, guys, with an X-Acto knife, you can actually keep the big card at least in usable condition. And
Yeah.
and people still put together sets of the opened ones.
Why
If
not?
you didn't destroy it, they
Yeah.
were like, if it's still in that, they wouldn't pay you full price, but
The
they're like,
front's
no,
good, but the back's gone.
yeah, I'll give you. Yeah, you could do a small incision to still get the card out. That was if you actually cared enough to try to preserve it, and you could still get a couple of bucks for it. So,
Yeah.
so there was an incentive to at least try to keep it intact. What was our favorite chicken sandwich?
That's another show. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. PSA of knickknacks and oddities. There you go. Topps
Yeah.
has a new Dare to Tear set. Yeah, Topps has been doing some tear cards for a bit. I feel like they've had a couple of years with the tear cards.
Those are those ones that you open up and inside a
Yeah,
little
they basically
window.
have like a perforated window. It's
Yeah.
not the same though. Like there's
like
an added
that,
element of
but-
danger. There's an added element of danger to it.
Yeah, I like danger because that's the risk factor that increases, and it actually makes things more desirable and more value. Yeah.
Yeah. No, exactly. I think it was interesting is that I actually have a Medano card where somebody did that and tore the back, but the Medano card was out of 15 and they tore it. And on the inside of it, I don't remember. They kept the card inside because they were so disappointed. It was just like a generic player on the inside. I was like, so you tore open a card out of 15 to get like an autograph of a player that's worth a couple of bucks at most. It's like, good job by you.
Nothing ventured.
Yeah. Well, but that's where I would bet you if I was them and I was hand packing the inside cards, I would put a very interesting card inside of the Gold Impulse Gretzky and be like, so are you going to tear it? Because the Gretzky in and of itself has pretty good value for the Gold Impulse 100. So, but it's like, what if you put the Z Gold Gretzky inside? That's what I would do just to mess with people.
Well, here's a good question. Do you think that there was a packaging process or an itinerary that they would have if this one and this one and this one and this one?
I would think that
Or
they would
was
have.
it totally random?
I would think it was randomized, but here's what I'll say. I found it interesting.
I wouldn't. I'd be really.
Yeah, no, I'd mess with it.
nefarious
I'd
about-
really no, like I'm not joking. I would intentionally put one of the Z Gold Gretzky's inside of like a Gold Impulse Wah or a Gold Impulse Gretzky and be
'Cause
like,
you're not
I
gonna
dare you to
open
open it. The card inside is super valuable. The card on the outside is pretty valuable, but you
And
don't
at this
know.
point, we'd be only sitting with 2 Z golds out of the 100 because nobody's going to open up the WA, nobody's going to open the Gretzky because
Exactly.
Carlos put them all in the right.
Yeah, it's like you'd have to get it. Yeah, it's like just to mess with people. Absolutely.
Yeah, you like to mess.
Yeah, I think people tried that. I have a couple that are still sealed. I'll see if I can get a strong flashlight and give it a try. But I think people tried that. I don't think it worked.
X-ray?
I feel like somebody tried that too. I just don't remember because I know people were trying for the very purpose we're talking about. People were trying to figure this out.
Honus Wagner.
Yeah, they just wanted to know if they could figure out a way of being like, is there a way that we can, get inside? I just don't know if the way that they did the coding on it prevented it, or if there was some issue. Like, I don't remember, but I feel like people would have tried that.
I think
People,
people were doing that with wax packs, and they were doing it with old tobacco packages to see if there was a card in there. Because was there Honus Wagner's? Is it worth opening this? I remember on Gary V's show, I think he was with Vintage Breaks, and Leighton Sheldon was on there, and they were both coming together. And he says, "Gary, I want you to open these old tobacco packs." And potentially they could have a flower card, or they could have a T206 Wagner. It could have been anything in certain packs. And he opened them, and there was nothing in any of them, anyways. Not even a nothing card. Anybody who, if you feel those packs, because they're soft packs, you can feel if there's a card in there. And I've had numerous old tobacco packs. You can tell, but I'm sure you try to see through here. That T206 closed with the potential. The potential was T206 Wagner. How much would that? How much does that unopened go for? What do you pay for something like that?
It'd be really tough because the Wagner itself is already super expensive. So it's one of those things where it's like,
what's a body or a pack worth? Like, how do you equate that? Not that many cards in the set, but there's only 4 cards in the pack. Nice. Is it worth opening, or what do you pay for the pack? 10 grand, and then you get, I don't know, tough call.
Yep.
Or you get 4 commons that are 9s, and you get $180.
Well, I think so you're talking about for the Bobby Orr rookie.
If it was, throwing that one out there.
Was it 4 cards?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess with a small set size, that
5 cents, 4 cards, 1 piece to gum.
Yeah, with a small set size, that makes sense. So here, Eric says, Gary Cheever just announced his first NFT. The world has come to an end. I don't want to play anymore. It's like, so you know what that means? Soon to be NFT Oracle. I like it. I like it.
I don't know where this NFT world's going, but it doesn't concern me anyways.
It's going where all these things go. It'll be a gold rush. There'll be certain ones that will retain something because something's been attached to them.
Yep.
And then other ones will fall by the wayside.
I think the ones that people are attaching things to them, I think that's a smart thing. But it's still an investment anyways. But it's kind of fun and
yeah. If you can link something that someone would value in and of itself, and this is your means of doing it, why not? What's the difference? It's fine. It's like, you got to remember, I think people still believe that the NFT is this foreign concept. NFT is just a technology. It's a way of doing it. We do this with, like, right now people have gotten into this renaissance. Right now you've got the social media folks. They talk about, collect tickets, because you can PSA grade tickets, right? So they got like, these tickets. And today, if you want a ticket and you get a Ticketmaster, you're getting a digital ticket.
Yeah, by the way, it's gone. Yeah.
Yeah. But what happens is, all we did was take the same idea and digitize it. It's a technology. The ticket is a ticket. However, a physical ticket, well, then you've at least got something you can put in a frame, something you can put in a holder, whatever. So that has value to you. But from a utility perspective, both are the same. It's just what you do after that changes, because the digital ticket is gone. Basically, you really can't do anything. You can print it out. That's about all you can do with it. The other one was a physical item that can get damaged, and then that's it.
Oh, no, you just stepped over the line. This is great. You didn't know it. NFT tickets.
I would be surprised if they're not already doing it.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Because again, all you're doing is you're just using a technology to associate, because that would be a way of preventing fakes, because then you could attach it to that information, use that little code, attach it to an NFT, and there you go. And you know what you could do if you wanted to make it an experience for concerts and stuff? Use the NFT, have it associated to the ticket, take some footage from the concert or whatever, attach it so that you can use your NFT to unlock it and get clips from the concert. Or there you go. Attach it to the concert. Again, NFT is technology. What you do with it is the part that you got to figure that out. But this is just a piece of technology.
Yeah, Charlie Finley, he was a really good owner. He may have been the first. I think the Leafs were the last. I think it started in '74, putting the names on the back of the jerseys. And not everybody did it at once. It was every team. So Oakland might have been the first, or actually California. It wouldn't be Oakland because they didn't do it in the 60s. I think it was 74, 75 when it first started, and they'd be California Seals at that time. So who knows? That's a very
So
good
what year did the
question. That's
Leafs
a great.
put the names on the tickets on the back of the jerseys?
I think it was 78, 79. I think
Okay.
because Harold Ballard didn't want to pay for putting the names
I was
on
about to
the-
say that there was practical reasons why, and he goes, "None of you have identities.
That's it.
You're all numbers to me.
hmm
We can reuse the jerseys for years."
So that's a great trivia question.
Rick.
I can't remember his name. I can't remember. People have two names. I'm just Bobby Burrell. Why does everyone? This guy's this and plus his name. Anyways,
It's part of his intro.
Sorry,
He's Rick
Rick.
from Vintage Oddball Cards.
yeah, and there's 50 different other people I'm listening to.
Yep.
Anyways, regardless of that, that'd be a great trivia question to see if who was the first team that in the NHL who had names on the back of the jerseys. I think that's
fair.
a great question.
So this was pertaining to the idea about using the strong flashlight on the. He says he did it on his and it works. Okay. So when you use the strong flashlight, were you able to make out? Were you able to identify the specific player on the card, or what about it did you identify? I'm assuming that based on this description, because then obviously, like I said, I'd be surprised then if other people wouldn't have tried it, because if it worked that effectively, also how strong a flashlight are we talking? I'd just be curious.
It's usually halogen that works the best.
Because it is cardboard on cardboard. I could see that being doable. I'd just be curious, like how strong an image would you see on the other side? How clear is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. A little information. That's good to know. Battle was too cheap. I agree. Found the card number. Okay. Well, card number is good, but I'd be curious about. So finding the card number is helpful, but can you make out if it's a base card? Like, so if it was a Z gold, that'd be the foil. Would you be able to see the foil? Can you make out the name? Because you'd want to see the foil. Because if you can see the foil, you can make out the Z silver or the Z gold. That's the piece you care about. Because just the name or the number, yeah, that's good to know. If it's one of the regular inserts, that could be helpful. But you'd have to be able to see that Z gold or Z silver piece of that foil. If you can see that, that's what you'd want to be able to see.
Yeah. Max Milk in 73, they did the same thing. These little Max Milk stickers.
Okay.
They did 30 different stickers, various players, Bobby Orr and Siller and what have you. But they put them in these packs, and you can't see. There's actually some black lining in here, so you can't see through it. But if I hold it up to my halogen light that I have right here, any other light, because a guy, when I sold him one, he goes, "Well, how do you know?" I said, "Well, I put the sticker of the name in the plastic bag in this." And he goes, "Well, no, but what if I take it out?" "Well, open it." And he goes, "Well, I can't see through the light." I said, "No, you have to get another light." He goes, I've used 5 lights. I can't see through it." I said, "Well, make sure it's a halogen and you can see through it." And he finally did. Anyways. And he opened it anyways. He said, I don't want to keep it closed. That's fine. So they made a lot of sales. They did this for Max Milk, for Becker's Milk. They did these NHL logos, very similar, 3-inch, same thing. And my brother, we have our bunk beds, and we have a Montreal and a Minnesota North Star. It's like after you bought one, like, what do you go back and we're trying to get the Leafs, and how do you get the Leafs? Because you can't. So just like, where's the Gretzky?
I think that's fair.
In the Gretzky, if Carlos packed.
Yeah, exactly. No, listen, I would totally do that. That'd be awesome. It's like I want you to make a choice. Is it worth it? Do you want to check?
We do a movie about that.
Yeah, well, at least challenge folks a little bit. Make them think about it. Make them think about it a little bit. Why not?
Choices.
It's part of the fun. Listen, it's part of the fun. Life can't be too easy. Make decisions. Live with the consequences. Deal with it.
Yes, sir. Anybody answer that question yet?
Which one?
Did anybody look up which team, the NHL?
Oh, which one was the first one?
Yeah, they can pretty much Google it. I think that might be harder information to find than anything.
Yeah, I think you'd have to find. I think you'd have to find some, probably like a blog or something that decided to do their own research into.
Oakland. Well, Oakland. They were the first team in Bauer in 1969-70. They were the first team that went with Bauer, and they went with the pure white skates. They had white skates for almost, I guess, over half a season. And Bauer was color coordinating skates. I think St. Louis got the first skates, and they used them in the playoffs, and then it didn't continue the next year because the ruling had to be that they all had to use the colored skates because Bauer became the official NHL sponsor of skates. So they came in with a program that they wanted to color coordinate all the skates for all the teams. If all the teams didn't do it as the National Ice Clarence Campbell wanted, then the process wouldn't. It didn't work.
Right.
But still a sponsor, regardless, nonetheless. So the Seals went with pure white skates, and those things are hard to find and very expensive if anybody ever finds them. I think one pair has been found.
Okay, nice.
Little piece of history. We're on California and Oakland, so
Fair.
Rick.
I do agree with you. Hockey guy. I wouldn't just do that for them. I'd do it for a whole bunch of rivalries. At that point, it's like, no, look, if you're going to hand pack it, just mess with people.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you want to, it's like, what do you get inside the Boston Bruins ones if you rip it open? Montreal Canadiens. What do you get inside of Montreal?
Yeah.
Boston Bruins.
That's it. That's
like
predictable.
Yeah.
Or Toronto.
It's like whatever would bother you the most, that's what you're getting. That's
Toronto,
how
Montreal, Toronto, Boston.
Yeah, it's like
and St. Louis, Chicago, and the haters.
There's
Chicago.
lots of haters. There's lots of haters.
Just going back to the old days, yeah. I'm just trying to figure.
Yeah, no, I
because
get
there was
you.
lots of haters. Toronto was pretty good for the most part because they were not a threat. So
that is true.
It's usually the top threats.
Yeah, I think especially at this point, it's one of those things. No, it's fun though that a lot of the fan bases still keep up the rivalries though. So good on them.
Rangers, Islanders, yeah.
Yeah, Colorado and Detroit, especially in the '90s, those were very heated rivalries, especially at that time because they were competing against each other all the time. That Western Conference was absolutely was a dogfight at that time, especially. That was the time that was the most interesting to me. I enjoyed watching those series. It was a lot of fun series, hard hitting. They really went after each other, and they were good. Those teams were really good.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of Hall of Famers. Those teams were stacked.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
So it made for a lot of fun. So what I'll open it up is that, like I said, I already made fun of my HGA. We talked about the upper deck topic a little bit because it will affect the expo. So let me propose, and we can start with this and then kind of branch it off in anything we like. So I'll leave it kind of open to you guys in the chat for whatever direction you want to go with this. I did mention with the upper deck thing that it was going to have a bit of an impact on the expo, and we'll be kind of curious to see what that looks like. I know Yannick's going to be going to the expo for the first time, so that's going to be kind of interesting.
Eric too.
Yeah, I think Eric is going to be doing that, so that's going to be a thing.
Which is Sanderson Orr.
Yep, Sanderson Orr. The baseball oracle. So
yes. That's the third one.
Refer to him by his proper name. His
baseball oracle.
Yeah, the baseball oracle. That's his given name. He's Mr. Baseball Oracle.
Mr. now.
Mr. Baseball. Oh, we must
have reverence and respect.
With reverence and respect, Bobby. Reverence and respect. So quickly, I'll reiterate. Upper Deck has canceled Ice and has canceled Trilogy, and they've delayed Series 1. So the reason why that impacts the expo is that normally the expo is the ground in which, even if they don't release it right then, it's right around that time. A little bit before, but basically usually the product is available to dealers at the expo so that they can do promos and things related to it. But that's been delayed to December. So now that won't be available. Other products have also been affected and delayed. I mentioned the AEW product, which is going to be their new IP they're doing. Well, that got delayed from November to December. That could have been something that they might have been able to do at the expo, but they can't do it now because not available.
Is Upper Deck still coming to the expo in the corporate?
They probably do. They're going
to get reamed. You know that.
Oh, but it's one of those things. Like they've now set it weeks in advance, so it's not like nobody knows. The word's going to circulate. Yeah. Well, because apparently the issue was logistics, right? So it's a supply chain issue. And I'm sure they would be, because for them also it's going to mess with if they had their promos or whatever ready to go. Now they have to kind of reverse course and change it, right?
Uh-huh.
So now they're going to have to figure something else to do. So that's where Brad made the suggestion that maybe they'll look at, using that other product that's been out for a bit, but it's been out for a bit and it's not exactly a hot product. No. So it's like, you're basically just trying to find a way to get it off dealers' tables and get them to buy something that otherwise they don't want.
No one's going to be around the Upper Deck booth.
Yeah. Like UD Extended is like, it's like, what can we do? Can we get Brian Gray to say something salacious? Hey, Brian, Can you come over here? He's like, isn't he the Leaf guy? He's like, yeah. He's like, I don't care. Somebody will let me talk. Give this man a microphone. At least he can entertain us, amuse us.
Has he ever been to the expo?
Right?
I don't know. I haven't really ever seen
Well,
him.
Leaf's definitely been a number of times. I don't know if Brian himself would have come up. Maybe
Mm,
possible, I suppose.
interesting.
I like the comparison. I like to think I have a better haircut. Like, the scarf though works into it though. I could always do the "I'm better than you know it." You know, you could always try that.
Oh, just putting it on is that.
Yeah, I think putting on I don't think he owns the rights to putting on a scarf.
It's sort of like a Frasier thing.
Yeah,
One
I
of my
did.
favorite shows.
I was funny because I was actually going to wear. I have the hoodie on the chair here, and I was going to wear it, but it's actually not too bad right now. And I'm wearing a sweater anyway, so it's fine. So I figured, that's enough. That's good enough.
Hoodie with a squid mask.
Dare we dream?
You got to watch the Squid Games.
Is it Netflix?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Do you know that? Do you have it?
I almost never keep Netflix on unless there's like a specific thing. I'll usually binge watch something. So when the Jordan documentary came out, I put it on for the month to watch it. I basically watched
I
it.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can use. I hate Prime. It's such a pain in the ass.
Well, that's where I got my DVD.
Prime Plus.
My Blu-ray Plus.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
I got my Prime. So Prime I've got. That one, if it's on Prime, I'm good.
Yeah.
Actually, it's funny. I haven't checked it out yet, but they've got that series they do on Prime where what's the name of the stupid thing? It's like where they do the behind the scenes with the sports team. What's the damn name of the thing? Prime Video. I'll find it. They did the Leafs though this time around. I believe for
Really?
it. Yeah, the name escapes me right now. I'm going to find it right now because they've done a whole series of them for different teams and different sports and stuff. But they've decided to do it for the Maple Leafs this time. Let's see if I can find it.
So they're doing
All or Nothing. Yes, it's All or Nothing. So Amazon's been doing this for a couple of seasons now with different teams and different sports or whatever. But it's All or Nothing. So this year it's All or Nothing. Toronto Maple Leafs. And
good time. Good time for them to do that.
So it's like behind the scenes, and they follow the team for the season or whatever, and they'll do like human interest stories on all the different players and stuff. Like it's a whole documentary series where they'll follow them around for like at least a chunk of the season. The trials and tribulations, and the Leafs win, and the Leafs lose, and then sports radio. They suck. They're great. They suck. They're great.
Oh, there's one guy, Mike Wilson. He was a large collector. He followed the team. He went to every single game. I think it was in 2018, before all the the COVID and what have you. But he followed them all around to every game they played, and then he would go meet people and collectors, and in between the breaks and what have you. So it's kind of interesting story, Mike Wilson. Anyways.
Okay, there you go. But yeah, if anybody's a fan of stuff like that, like if you have Prime already, I wouldn't recommend going out of your way to get it for that. I already use it, so for me, it's it's a value add. It's a built-in value add.
Yeah, because you have the Prime, the upper service, right?
Exactly. Yeah,
and you get it free.
Yeah, and for me, it's already built into it. When I use Twitch, if I want to support one of the folks on Twitch, I get a free subscription. So I don't have to pay for it. I can just activate it, and then they get a little kickback. So if I want to support someone, it's like that's an easy way for me to. Again, it's a value add for me. Don't have to pay any extra, and I get my quick shipping. So for me, that's what I use it for. So it's another opportunity. I feel like this should be like my secondary theme. Like I want to do it. It's like I really need to have something else to do on Friday nights. I kind of want that to be like the theme of the channel. Me too, Eric. Me too. But what the hell? I'm here, and the baseball oracle's here, so we're having fun. Love it.
Yeah.
Looking at AEW won't have any redemptions. It probably is a good thing, but I think it helped a lot that they didn't go crazy with because they kept the autographs to a minimum on the product, which I mentioned a little bit earlier. Is that it also means they probably don't need redemptions. So like they made their lives easier. It's like, all right, we already produced all the inserts, we designed the checklist, we have all the product available. We don't have so many autographs that we needed anybody to do redemptions, so we're clean. That's the upside. The downside is I'll be curious what the secondary market will be once people realize, wait a minute, so I don't get an autograph per box? Oh no. So maybe I'll be able to get a box on the cheap. You never know. Like if they get frustrated, they're like, look, for like 50 or 60 bucks, I'll open a couple of boxes. Sure. But like at 100 plus,
I don't know.
20, 100, not so much.
That's too much of a gamble for the price point.
It's one of those things, like I think unless you get the absolute top people that people are going to be excited about, it is because I don't know where the value is going to come from. They've got some decent looking inserts, but again, I can go to eBay for that. So I feel like it's still going to be like a singles purchasing type of product.
You're better off. Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's your bang for your buck is going to be go to eBay, find the singles you want, the little subsets you want to work on, do that.
Works for the breakers, I guess.
Yeah, I think it'll be a fun product for breakers, for fans, because then they can do like different wrestlers or different whatever and mix it
Yeah.
up that way. You could
Hmm.
have some fun with it for sure. I think it's going to be tricky. I know that Upper Deck is looking at, because Billy mentioned a little bit about this. This is their first foray into it. My understanding is they're thinking about doing other potential products, so they could always have a high end product. You never know; they could have like an exquisite or something like that, where then they load it up with more stuff. Where then that's what people are more traditional. So this will be closer to like a flagship type of product, really basic to start off with. If people like it, I'm sure they'll mess around with the formula and do a little better next time.
Hmm.
But as a starting point, it's fine. So we'll see. Um, Now, the other thing I was going to say, guys, in the same vein, is that so we've got that. So I know about those handful of folks. Is anybody else here going to be venturing off to the expo? If so, if so, is there anything that you're looking forward to or interested in, or you have any trepidations about? Like any combination of it, it can really go the whole spectrum. Is there anything that you'd like to see or hoping to see or whatever the case may be? So that's one subject I'll leave kind of open ended for you guys to play with a little bit. I did leave the link is still attached, so if you guys want to come on, I'm not going to hesitate to call it a night a little early if we're just kind of quiet, because like I said, I'm not going to force anything. We had some topics to talk about. I can have some fun. I can show some cards, but it's just a matter of what you guys want to do. It's really open ended from that perspective.
I would say show up at the expo early. Um, it's going to be in a new building, so you're going to have to find out where you have to park, where you have to go. It shouldn't be that difficult, but anything new is always a little bit more challenging. Uh, See if there's any limitations to the rooms, or to the room itself. I don't know how many people they're allowed in there, but it should be a substantial number. I think wasn't Rob Ford supposed to announce something today? Uh,
There is,
oh, restaurants. I think it was restaurants only.
yeah.
Yeah, but we're at full capacity at
Which,
this
by the
point.
way, is a relevant point too, because but look, for me, going to the show is going to be fine and all, but I'm going to minimize the amount of time I'm on the floor, to be honest, because really I don't need to wander the hallways that much. Um, so I'll pop in, at the crack of noon as I normally do. So, but that doesn't mean I won't pop by, say hello to some folks and whatever, but I don't need the whole time for that. But what's going to be interesting is then a lot of the festivities traditionally are, okay, after the show's over, hey, let's go get some dinner, whatever, hang out and chat and that. That's the part that I would be interested in to see how that plays out. Because for a lot of folks, it'll be the first time in a while that they get a chance to do that. How does that going to look? How's that going to feel? Because normally these restaurants do a pretty good business, with the convention happening there. It'll be interesting to see how it's, because you can't really pack it to the gills.
No, I don't know what's going to happen there.
That's
But
what
I
I'm curious
think
about.
I thought Rob Ford was announcing something today. I think my wife said something like
I
that.
think there was a discussion point about something. Yeah, I have to
Because
take a look.
they didn't open up the restaurants fully, but at the hockey game, they had 25,000 people there. So it's like, okay, well, restaurant, what's the
I don't
difference?
know. Yeah, I'm not
25,000
sure.
people breathing. Come on. Anyways, so that will be a big determination. Carlos is right. Look into, if you're going to go out and eat, maybe best book it now.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I'm doing for dinner. I got like 40 people to go to dinner with, so we can pick and choose whichever. I think I'm going to make a reservation at Chop. I'm going to call them this week.
I think it might
they're
be
a little far away, but not too far.
Yeah, I think it might be wise. Yeah, I think in that vein, it might be wise to do to do any bookings or anything early, to give yourself the best opportunity to be able to get your first choice, to be able to go where you want to go, and have your table ready and be able to do whatever arrangements you need to do so everybody can get there comfortably and not have to deal with a lot of extra hassle and everything. Getting in line to wait for tables and stuff like that. That's not a game I'd want to play.
No, Zets is always good because you can just go in, get your stuff, get out.
Yeah.
They serve so fast, those guys.
Yeah. That's why I say for me, I'm still going. I want to pop in. It's funny because I find myself, and this is just my approach to it right now. I find myself almost going to the show just to kind of see it, because it's been the first time in 2 years, to see what it looks like and feels like. It's going to be different.
It's going to be completely different in a new
yeah.
building, so that's
Yeah,
going to be a given. But
but there's going to be the other factors are going to play into it as well. How everybody else responds to it, like as
the
an observer.
dealers, the player people ratio,
How do
different,
they
for sure.
how did they respond? How do they deal with it?
Sure.
So, like from the content perspective, the content gods are beckoning. They say, Carlos, you must go and bear witness to these events and document some of that.
Come forth and bring
Yeah, that's
Why
what
not?
listen, like a lot of my card budget already got blown. Like I've been buying stuff the whole way. So because because it was like I don't need to wait for you guys. I'm finding the stuff. If I see something I want, I'm buying it already. I'm not waiting for you. Um, I will try to bring a little bit of money, but I'm not. To be honest, probably my biggest purchases in the last couple of months have already been made. So for me, it's just maybe I find a thing or two here and there, some stuff for fun. That's why I say the AEW thing would have been fun because I would have grabbed like 3 or 4 packs. It would have been small things just for fun, just to break a couple of cards.
Yeah, I don't go for people used to bring a lot of stuff when the internet wasn't so big, but since the internet keeps getting bigger and Facebook and all these other places and venues and the COVID, most everybody's been selling everything online, so it's not like people are saving stuff up for
Yeah,
the show. And I
exactly.
think that's where the lack of surprise that I will have in my what I'm looking for. But hey, you never know what you're going to find, and it's more of a social event and whatever else, so I'm going to have fun either way. I got my son's wedding that weekend, but I mean, you know at
That's
least
really
I'll
good.
have fun Thursday, Friday, I guess, and then I'll
Yeah,
have fun at the wedding.
I think that's where my expectations are going to be. I'm going to see though. What I'm hoping is that I'm hoping that I get the opportunity to at least try to capture a little bit of what's going on there. I'll have my stuff. That's why I say my focus is probably going to be on. Let me capture a little bit of this. I'll bring my camera along and kind of
Are you
walk
going
around a little bit.
Thursday? Because Thursday's 4 hours, right?
That's my. I've got the hotel for Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night.
Okay.
I'm gonna casually make my way out of there on Sunday. I'm not gonna bother to go in on Sunday. I'm fine. Um, but I'm gonna pick and choose my timing. It's gonna be that's why I say like by giving myself the 3 days, it means that if we hang out a little bit later, that's fine. I'll pop into the show those 3 days. I want to pop in on Thursday and look at it because it's new, because there hasn't been a Thursday before. That's why I say it's part of the experience of this hasn't been done before. So I'd be still curious to see what it looks like.
And only 4 hours, so
Yeah, so like it's not a big deal. It's not a big ask. So I'd be interested. I'd be interested.
yeah. Eric, I haven't found your Eddie Sargent yet, and I've shopped my friends around, and I used to see those around all the time, and the show's always a good place, but I don't know about this time around. But we still got how many days? 20, 22.
Mhm. So let me ask Jeff a question here, so Bobby can speak to this maybe a little bit better than I can, because like I said, in the spirit of I follow the lead of the baseball article. I don't even pay attention to hockey. I collect the hockey player, but he's been retired for 10 years, so I don't pay
Mm.
attention to current game. But when it comes to attendance, though, my question, Jeff, would be: are you saying attendance in the building or tickets sold? Because that's always the thing with the Leafs. It's like tickets sold, they sell all the tickets.
I've been
That's
sold out since
how many
1950.
people? Yeah, how many people physically attend? Well, we can have a discussion about that. That's a different topic entirely. I'm just curious which one you're referring to, which one you're curious about, because I feel like the tickets are sold anyway.
Yep.
Doesn't really matter. Yeah,
There's no seats coming up ever, and they
yeah,
haven't since 1954. The Maple Leaf Garden's been sold out every game.
yeah. Sounds about right. Yeah,
Tickets have been sold. So
yeah.
there
But
is
butts
that
in the
extra
seats is always
standing.
yeah. Butts in the seats is always a different discussion.
So out of 25,000, you might get 20.
Yeah, yeah.
There's never really full unless you get into playoff games. Then people are usually there. But then there's some empty seats, and you're in great seats, and you see
Oh,
those.
okay. So Jeff, if you're
What?
talking butts and seats, then you're discussing a phenomenon that's been going on since forever, since corporations bought all the seats.
It's corporate, And
Yeah,
I go,
yeah.
can you use these tickets? Yeah, maybe I'll go. Maybe I won't. It's
Yeah.
like,
So then Jeff, now it's easier. I can answer your question. Have the Leafs game been full crowds? Never. Not maybe in the playoffs. That's
playoffs.
about it. Playoffs. That's about it.
Playoffs for sure.
Otherwise, no. That's why the clarification was useful. So thank you for clarifying.
I
But
think in more recent years, in the last maybe let's say 5 years prior to COVID, I think they were really getting good capacity because of the ticket price being so high. There's not a lot of people missing games.
yeah,
And
for
when
sure.
I went to a couple games, the only two games I've been, it was pretty packed.
Okay.
I didn't see too many empty seats.
Yeah.
So people aren't really missing games like they used to,
Yeah.
and because of the price point, like my
Yeah.
tickets
I was
were
gonna
like
say they're
four
not cheap
hundred
seats.
dollars
Yeah, they're not cheap seats. Not at all.
each. So it was like I can't play $400. Thank God they were gifted to me, but I mean, wow, it's too
Yeah.
much money. It's $400. Stuff I can buy, the collectibles, or see one game that they
Knickknacks and
might get their
trinkets.
ass
Knickknacks and
kicked.
trinkets.
Yeah,
Bobby can buy his weight in knickknacks and trinkets.
I can buy a few more bags. Maybe
Live,
not.
live the dream. So there you go. Anything else you're looking for, Eric, or just the decal edge? Anything else? Or the
That
decal
won't
card?
be hard to find. That should be pretty
I would
easy.
think so. Yeah, especially Nor.
Vintage guys. Yeah.
Yeah, especially Nor. Okay, so John, good evening. John supports cards and collectibles. Did you guys hear the YouTuber Jabs family? I am familiar with them. Broke up a 51 set live. Interesting. So let me ask a question. So I'll give my thoughts in a second, but I'd be curious. Maybe you can elaborate on this piece. I'd be curious a little bit. Made me sick to my stomach to watch an antique and classic set dismantled. So when you say dismantled, what are you referring to? You mean like selling off individual cards? Is that what
I
you're
think
referring?
so.
I'm assuming that's what you mean, but I want to clarify again. Clarify. So what specifically? I understand the idea of having. I understand the romantic idea of having the set together. But if you bought the set, you can do whatever the hell you want with it. And it also gives somebody else the chance. It also gives somebody else the chance to get some singles. Maybe they're building their own set. So like, it may not necessarily be. That's why I say I want you to clarify what we're talking about here.
Was it high grade? Was it?
Yeah. Is there anything specific about the set, or is it just the fact that it was a set and it's being broken up? Is that what you're concerned about? Just if you could offer a little clarification, I'd be curious.
51 Bowman's not a tough set.
It's gotten a little expensive, but you're right. It's available. It is available, but it is a tougher like. I gave up on the idea of doing a 51 Bowman years ago just because the price point of like the maze has really gone up. The mantle is a 5-figure card in any condition basically now.
The commons are pretty reasonable though.
The common, yeah. But if you're doing the set, you're not worried about the commons. You're not you can buy those, you can buy a stack of those. It's not a big deal. It's once you get into the nitty-gritty and you're down to the big cards, it's like, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been a Bruins game in years to a high price. Understandable. Completely fair. So the Seal Eddie Sargent, that's what you're referring to. Sargent or Panel are the decal biggest ones right now. Okay, that's fair.
Might find one there.
Yeah.
You just never know.
At least you've got a shot. At least you've got a shot.
The problem with the seal panel is that usually when they come in full sets, so everybody wants the ore, right? So they never want to break it up. So you might have to buy the whole set, sell the other off, keep the ore. That might be your only possibility of really getting one.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so here we go. Here's the clarification. Most high grade. Okay, that's a nice set then. Principle behind it, breaking up a classic set. Okay, so I get what you're saying.
To make money.
Well, Jab's family is all about the money. That part I know. I'm familiar with Jab's family. They're pretty much always about the money. But here's the thing, though. Here would be my counter to you. I understand your point, but depending on who's picking up the cards, just bear something in mind. Again, if somebody else wants to build their own set and they're buying some of those singles, it could be headed in the direction. Sets are made. So maybe this is a broader topic, but I'll bring it up here. And if you guys want to play with it down the road, we can. But
sets are made to be broken. There you go.
But it is because we only live so long. You could build the most beautiful set of all time. And I'll use the analogy because I like to bring other hobbies into this. This is what happens in coin collecting all the time. These collectors spend 10, 15 years, whatever, building this amazing type set of certain ones. They'll meticulously get individual pieces. And what'll happen is it'll develop a provenance because if you have a great eye for it and you're really building like an amazing set, you'll get the respect because when it comes time and you break up this set, it was the Bobby Burrell set of whatever, because Bobby Burrell was always getting like an eye for the best of the best in this. He built the best set he could, spent a lifetime on it, and is now breaking it up. But the people that are buying it are also building their own set. So they're trying to build their own version of that. It's normal. It's actually conventionally done that way. So in some ways, the breaking up process is part of the cycle. And this would go on for generation after generation. Great sets would be built and then broken. Other great sets would be built off of that. Built and broken, built and broken.
It's really funny. We go back to when I was talking, I don't know, 6 months ago maybe, about the price setting. We were trying to price set a Gretzky set. And, Gretzky's like such a lion's share of the set, but each individually card, and now you grade them. The set books for, let's say, $5,000. And why is it book price? If you went through it, why does it only go for half of the basic price of what every individual card adds up to? Mm-hmm. And that's the question that we always in there. Well, it's a discount because it's a set. It's no longer like that. It's actually every individual card cost. If you really take every dollar card that you want from a set and you have to buy it on eBay, it's going to cost you $2 to $3 to send each card. So every card, in essence, is costing you $4 per. There's no discounts left anymore. Oops.
Yep. Just looking something up while we're doing that. So,
Sure.
good evening.
So we're getting into that point of the breaking up a set. If I'm going to sell a set, I don't want to sell a set. I want to sell it individually.
Oh, no, for sure.
You will
Yeah.
make 1/3 more of your
Yeah,
money.
if your goal is to maximize how much money you get from it, selling a set is almost always the worst play. Like if that's your objective, it's almost always the worst idea because no one will ever give you the value that you feel that the set would be worth. You won't get credit for the effort. Like none of that will count into it. It'll be like,
It used to, though. That's the funny part.
yeah. So it's one of those things where like, so conceptually I understand it. Now, John is elaborating and adding a little more. So good evening, Mike, and thank you for adding that information. Yeah. So it's one of those things. Bought the set at the national. Now, here's the thing. I understand the sentiment behind it. You bought the set, you can do whatever the hell you want with it. You really can. Now, this is kind of a funny thing here. 112 buy-in per spot. So broken it up that way instead of like a per card thing. I get it. I guess somebody really wants to do it that way. I don't know why anybody would. I guess they would buy in to try to get the mantle. Like I guess you get an equal chance at the mantle. Like you're buying a lottery ticket. Um, it's kind of a shame that it would be done that way. I get that idea of it, but again, you can do whatever you want with it, and somebody's buying it. So
I
you don't blame the person doing the sale. Blame the people buying the tickets because it's like you don't have to, but I understand why they did.
Well, I got added into a group buy for a 51 set break, a Bowman. So I did get a card. I got added in because I answered a trivia question or whatever it was, and so they gave me an automatic buy-in, and I think the buy-in was pretty close to that. So I ended up with a $15 card. I don't know, Skeeves or whatever his name was. Uh, so it's a smart way because the buy-in, you're buying at 100 and each card, and you do the math on it. Like I got a $15 card, and most people will get the $15 to $30 card at 112 buy-in. If you think about it, it's just gambling.
Yeah, exactly. And
Purely.
from that perspective, I get the idea because some people are thinking to themselves,
But
"Oh man, I'll give it a try."
I could win. I could win. How many cards in that set? 3. How many?
For what 1951?
Yeah.
It's in the 320s, I think,
Yeah, something
because
like that.
because I think the
So
high numbers are in the 300s.
so at $112 a spot, and there's 320 odd cards. Oh, are they graded? Is it the nicest set?
Well, it's a nice set. I just don't know if so maybe John or Mike can elaborate. I'm sure like the Mantle and Maze would be graded. Like it would make sense for the big cards to be graded. I don't know how they would have done it, but I'm pretty confident they would do it that way. So let me just read this here. It's from Robert. SGC graded a bunch of cards from a famous collector, Rothman. Don't know first name. It says Rothman Collection on label. I have a 65 Wilbur Wood. I think the idea was pretty cool to know provenance on the label. Yeah, I think the idea is fine, and I've touched on it. The problem with the sports card hobby, I would say, is that a lot of the cards are available, even in the 50s and stuff like that. They're 60s as well, and football and other sports. There's so much availability for some cases that even if you say provenance, unless they're like a particularly notable, like at this stage, like a Nat Turner collection might get some cachet, if only because Nat Turner is known in the hobby as a quantity. And he does buy a lot of really high end vintage. So if you get a really high end vintage piece that's from that Nat Turner collection, maybe you can have some provenance. If you get a hobby historical figure in it, you could probably get some provenance. But some of the people don't know who the hobby historical figures are anyway. They're just people who existed and they died, and that's it. Oh, well, they're the one that wrote the book. Yeah, nobody actually reads who wrote that. It's a reference book on the shelf. Grab it. Yeah. Okay, great. Or Beckett. Or Beckett. Yeah, there you go, the Burrell. But it's like it's very small lists in the hobby of collections that would get your name. In those other genres, I use the coin one because the big coin collectors, oh, that's a Morgan dollar from so-and-so's collection. He built the finest known collection of Morgan dollars. So if you're in that genre, in that particular type, you know who the big players are. So, oh, that person has a great eye for it. The ones he gets are the best of the best. Best eye appeal, best everything. So if you get one of those, you're getting the finest known of that particular one because they spent the money for it.
Yeah. And now we have third parties that take care of all of that.
Yep, pretty much.
So it doesn't really matter if it's the best of best. It's the best of whatever grade you get.
I also don't think that I'll be honest with you. I think there are very few collectors who try that tactic anyway. They're
There
grabbing
was
the
a
highest
few over
label
the
probably.
years.
Yeah, but I think a lot of them are grabbing the highest label. Like the set registry is the closest thing that's left to somebody trying to lay claim to that. But it's whatever it says on the label. It's not like it's the actual finest one. If a PSA 7 is the best known, but the PSA 6 is aesthetically superior, better centered, cleaner design, cleaner register, but the other one's a PSA 7, if you're in the registry, you're grabbing the 7, even though it's
But
aesthetically the inferior card.
Did they not print it on the cards?
Sorry.
Didn't they print the collection it came from on some of the graded cards, like on the labels?
Well, that's what Robert was referring to about that SGC one. He was saying
Yeah.
that they put a name on it.
SGC was, yeah. I've seen them before.
Yeah.
GAI, who did the pack rating,
That's right. Yeah.
they had on the back the $1 million Mr. Mint find
Mhm.
for the wax pack find that and that was put on the back. It wasn't on the. He sent them back in to get them to do that because Mr. Mint, Alan Rosen was who he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here, Soda Lover says people are stupid. It's like you could have stopped at that part of the
People are
sentence.
stupid.
I was good with it. Look, I was good with you. Like, just stop right there. You're fine. We're in agreement. Just another variation of the lotto ticket tax on the poor. It's not a tax on the poor
No.
if it's an individual doing it. That
You have
I
a
get
choice.
I get your. That's why I say, like, if you just stuck to the first statement, you were good. You were good. You nailed it. And then it's like, but an individual can't tax on the poor. It's tax on the gullible. I'll give you that, tax on the gullible.
And people do
Because
win
pe-
lotteries.
Because people support Jab's family, even though his stuff is kind of garbage. Like a lot of the stuff he does is just like, yeah, whatever. But look, people keep supporting it. I would not recommend it, but it's like people keep doing it. And he's got a lot of subscribers, so somebody's watching.
You can burn your set. You can throw it in the garbage bin or dump. Who cares? They're your cards. You can do whatever you want with them. And if anybody criticizes you, too bad. You own them.
Yeah. So there you go, Hobby Champs. Good evening. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Like I said, I try to be devil's advocate a little bit. I genuinely believe if you buy the set, I get the idea, but it's like, guys, you buy the set, do whatever the hell you want with it. I really don't care. It's your business. It's your money, your business. You do whatever you want. So I understand what both of you are saying. It just bothers me a collector. And that's perfectly. So I say two things. They sound contradictory, but they're not. If you buy it, do whatever the hell you want with it. That's their business. But you can feel about it any way you want. That's your feelings. I can't tell you not to feel that way, but I can just say, like, look, they paid for it. If you're saying they didn't pay for it and stole it, well, that's different. But if they paid money and the person sold it to them, it was a legitimate transaction, what happens after? They could literally light it on fire. That could also offend you greatly as a collector. They're allowed. Whatever works, man.
Possession is 9/10 of collecting, guys.
It really is. It really is. So that's from the Burrell. So it did it in 1960, do a 74, 75 one. Only the Maze was graded a 4, Mantle 2.5. Yeah, Mantle 2.5 is a nice card.
Still.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, PSA is a Dimitri Young collection. I believe that is right. Yep, Dimitri Young. Mike getting in the jab on Jab's family. Well played. Yeah, one of them is a 48 Stan Musial, a PSA 10 from Dimitri Young. Yeah, and that's a nice card. 48 Stan Musial. Nice. Very nice.
10, wow.
Yeah. Probably trimmed. Dun, dun, dun. It's really hard to get a 10. If you think 1948 cards, especially, like really hard to get it. Like you're talking real sharp edges, sharp corners. That's a toughie. Not impossible, but really tough.
Yeah.
A lot of things have to go right. Yeah. Breaking a ZX2000 set. Put you down for some spots. There we live the dream. Is it 112? How much? What are you thinking, Mike? What are you thinking? So Mike put together a set of the EX2000 basketball set. So that's got the Kobe Bryant rookie on it. It's got Michael Jordan and a lot of them. The basketball guys go gaga for the set. It's a nice looking set. I like the cards. I think they're really cool. I think Mike put together a nice looking set. Especially that stuff's expensive though. Like I remember when a lot of those EX2000 cards were out. They were cool. They were cool looking cards back then, especially. But it's like, man, you guys are serious. Like because the Kobe Bryant and the Jordan and everything is like those things go for a pretty penny. Especially the parallels that came of it after. But we got to see how much those spots are, Mike. How much are we talking about? How much is it in Bitcoin? What is it in Doge? These are the important questions. What is it in Doge?
Ethereum, I'm really on. But anyways.
No, I agree with you. When Bitcoin went up recently, I sold a little bit of that and bought some Ethereum. I was like, both of them went up, but it's like for me, it's just like, what percentage did you go up? At what
Marginal,
rate?
yes.
At what rate?
Yeah,
Because there's an arbitrage opportunity. Is all I'm saying. There's
there
an
is.
arbitrage opportunity
Mhm.
because they're not going up at exactly the same rate. There's a little bit of a discrepancy. Take advantage of it where you can.
Mhm.
That's not investment advice. Do whatever you want.
That's right.
I'm just saying that.
Hashtag invest.
Yeah, hashtag invest. But no, it's just being logical. Like if you see something is going up exponentially, it's a little weird. You have to figure that out. Like because when something goes to a new high, because I was watching it, it went up to a new high. I was like, okay, that's cool. I'm going to move some of it over here and I'm going to sell some of it. And now it is a couple of percentage points lower, where you can buy it back now.
Yeah.
So it's like you sold it at the higher price, you bought it back at the lower price. You get to keep the difference.
Yeah, they keep saying it's going to keep going up. They're talking whatever.
Oh, it will keep going up.
I won't even.
But it's not a straight line. It's like
never.
this, and then like this, and then like this, and then like this, and then like this. It's been going on like that for about 10 years. Every time it hits a new high, it drops, and then you go up, and then and then up.
Mhm.
And the biggest reason for the new one is because now there's an ETF in the US for it.
Mhm.
That was the current impetus for that one. The Ethereum is going to have an impetus that hasn't kicked in yet. That's the reason why I'm keeping an eye on that one. And the impetus hasn't actually happened for it yet.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah. So it's like, again, do whatever you want. Do your own research. Do your own Google search, for goodness sake. Do it yourself. But
Just
it's
playing around, having some fun.
yeah. But it's something I keep an eye out on. And like anything else, if you are going to play with it, play with money you can afford to lose.
Yes.
Small amounts, because then you're not worried about it. You're not spending there obsessing over day to day. You're not concerned. Live your life. Do other things. Go on. And if it works out for you, wake up one day. Hey, that's great. Good times. Just enjoy. Yep. Hashtag invest. That's right. TBD. Questions. True. Your Sharks are 4-0. Start polishing the cup. There you go. Almost there. If Daps Man. Oh, we haven't had a Daps Man reference in a little bit.
No.
I wonder if Daps is into jabs. Jabs in
Maybe.
general or jabs family? Can you be more specific?
Or jabs from Carlos.
I do a lot of jabs.
You know.
The occasional right cross. If I'm really in a good mood.
Yes. Rarely, but
Yeah, listen, sometimes it's warranted. Sometimes you got to take a little right cross. It's fine.
yeah, I get it.
Habs 0-4. Yeah.
Darn.
Well, the good news is that you're going to get a lot of the memes, and I've seen them. I've seen a bunch of them. Yeah, hockey Twitter is relentless.
It is.
Yeah, it's like I only scan it. Like I barely use Twitter, but it's like, I'll scan occasionally. It's like, yeah, y'all are vicious, and y'all say I'm a troll. Dang, y'all just sit there and find whatever's like. You just sit there and track each other down, needle each other.
Yep. And they live for it.
Oh yes, oh yes. The
They
chirping
lose,
is
I'm
real.
doing a meme, man. I'll tell you, I'm gonna get in there.
The
They
chirping
do it.
is real. The chirping is real. It really is. It really is.
And they think we got nothing better to do with their time.
Yeah, well, I'd argue there's a lot of people who don't have anything better to do with their time.
No.
Yep. All right, guys. So anything else you want to touch on here? We can, if you want to talk a little bit about what's going on in the hockey, you certainly can. I have no idea. Like I really haven't been watching. Have you watched any games at all this season, Bobby?
No.
Really? Not even a little bit of a Leafs game or nothing?
I don't have time. I'm stuck on Prudential for some reason, which is an issue in the 60s that I'm just
in the research
I'm
side?
not
of it, or-
yeah. The research side. There's so much. It lasted 20 years. It's these prints, and then they issued, large prints to start, and then they kind of stopped, and then they went to small prints, but then they reissued the whole run of the, and it's a very difficult thing. And I had all the information there. It was just a matter of going through it, and then I actually went and did a little bit more research and discovered some more. And I keep finding more and more new information. Sort of like what is it? Oh, I'll tell you what it was. So these prints. Here's a Daryl Sittler print.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So it's an actual print. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, these are actual prints. Well, they did larger prints. Actually, the print stays the same. It's just the border size was bigger, and it went.
It's a nice looking
bilingual.
print. It's a nice looking print.
Yeah, the good part about this thing that I have is
It
that
comes with baseball statistics.
oh, there we go. Oh no, actually, it's funny. The baseball stats from the Maple Leaf game has an ad on the other side, so it was an insert.
Oh, okay.
So the first one's Charlie Conacher, then you have
Barbara Ann Scott.
Oh, okay.
So you had all these different stars that were issued, and they did
Nice.
real artwork. So the artwork was done by Prudential. So they employed an array of Canadian artists to do these artworks,
Mhm.
and then they're actually they finished. They did 25, and it's ended in 1980. And so I have the Daryl Sittler. This is from the newspaper, the Toronto Sun, from 1976. But they did a whole write-up on the artist doing his print.
Oh, okay,
And
nice.
Sittler only got added, like he wasn't actually an ambassador. He had a booklet and everything, but he wasn't part of the prints. When he got his 10 points, then they gave him his honorary own one. So
It's a
so
pretty nice. It's a pretty nice print for newspaper print as well. So you said 1976.
it's not. It's actually it's very nice paper. And the first series of these are on nice artwork paper. You know, the
Oh, that's
line
good.
stuff. It's
Okay.
really good quality.
That's good.
So those first ones that I showed you here are really nice line paper. Now there's only 7 available here at this point in time. This is July 62. So and they ran up to 1980. And the last one they did was Bobby Orr.
Mhm.
So I've been just trying to piece this together and put the timelines in, and some are numbered. The older ones are numbered. That only went to number 14, and then they repeated them in bilingual and shrunk the borders. It's just figuring out the years and when everything is done. It's just a real pain in the ass. But I mean, I enjoy it. But this one's taken me a long time, and I don't have. I have the time. I really do. Book come out next spring. At this point, I'm saying I'm going to make sure that I do it right the first time. I don't want to come back and research this again.
Okay.
I'm here now. Let's get it done.
Okay.
And if it takes to spring, I'm missing this expo anyways for the most part, as bringing the book out in the app. So if it happens in May, that's fine too. It'll just be better information. Like good things come to those who wait, kind of thing.
Okay.
So if I'm allowed that extra time to do that much better of a job, it just only helps the hobby that much more.
Okay. Seems reasonable.
So that's where I'm at with that. So I've been stuck on Prudential for 3 days. The write-up is an article. And most of the write-ups are almost articles now.
Mhm.
So I said I was going to put articles in there and go, nah, just read the write-up, because it's like 5, 7, 10, 15 paragraphs sometimes, depending. So, but I'm going to keep the key information at the top. And when you go into the app, you can see it, all the size, the measurements, they're all separated. But then there's the write-up, which is another separate part, and you can just read through that if you really want to know more about the set. But if you want to know, what's the size of that? They're all individually done. I'll have to take you guys through a view sometime,
Nice.
because it's really pretty good how it is.
Sounds good. So like I said, so I'll quickly catch up on a couple of comments.
Sure, go ahead.
So I think so like I said, John, I haven't been paying too close attention, but I did. But like I said, I have ventured into the dark web that is hobby Twitter, and I've enjoyed that. Unfortunately, Seattle is on the wrong side of the
Kraken.
NHL's attempts. Is on the wrong side of the NHL's attempt to make the expansion team viable. They tried, but they haven't built a roster nearly as good as Vegas was able to do in that one.
What do they
random-
get? Like nobody.
I really like. I remember
Name one.
Yeah, I
Or
remember
two.
scanning it and I was like, I think that's going to be like a normal expansion team. It feels like it's going to be like a normal
We're
expansion
back to
season. for them.
67.
Yeah, like good luck with that. Let me know how it turns out.
Mhm.
Yeah, so this one was from a couple minutes back. 5-0 Houston. Okay. Let's see what happens. I'll be curious to see. Paul's keeping track of the Oilers game. Fair enough. The article on the Dimitri Young collection from SCD in 2012. Nice. See, unfortunately, it's a shame for me. You know what I would like? This is separate from anything else. I would love if SCD offered a digital version. I would love to go check out some back issues. Or
Why
something.
haven't they?
Yeah, like they've got so many good articles from the past. I feel like it would be a great repository. I would subscribe to that just to read some of the oral articles. I would. The current SCD, don't care. But if you go back, to the archives, give me an archive. Yeah, I'm interested. Sure.
I'd say 10 years ago and older. They
Yeah.
had great articles, and it was
Yeah.
thick. And
But that's what I mean. Like
thick.
going through some old issues, like it'd make it easy for me. Like
Yeah.
I'll pay you a subscription if you give me accessibility to be able to go back and pull some information from the old issues. That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, there's a few sites that do have some back. Well, some have the full back issues, which is really good, and you can go back and search everything. Keyword search. It was amazing, and I'm saying, why don't most of these do that? And you can make it a pay. It doesn't have to be free.
Yeah,
Um,
I would expect them to charge to digitize it. I would expect
but
them to charge.
small, not like
Yeah,
Worth Point, because they don't even get back half of the any which way. But if you do in your own archives in your own newspaper or your own magazine, you could charge, I don't know, $1 every time you want to search.
yeah. I feel like the window is closed on a lot of that. I think a lot of these companies aren't even thinking about it anymore because because jokes aside, and Beckett wants to try to squeeze every penny out of everything, but the new owners don't seem to understand how. It's like, guys,
Mhm.
give me access to the archive issues. In the same vein, like you could coax a couple of bucks out of me if you would actually offer digitized version of the old Beckett issues, because sometimes I want to go back. A lot of us go. I haven't done it too much lately, but sometimes I'll get on a kick and grab a couple of old issues from eBay. But it gets kind of expensive to have it shipped out and do whatever. If you make it easy so that it's accessible, scan the damn magazines and just offer it so that you can access it that way. And great.
I have all the 2008s.
Yeah. But
That's
if
when
I
I
could, yeah,
wrote for them. So
but
I
if I
kept
could,
them all.
but it's one of those things where if I could access it, so I could put it on my iPad and flip through it and read it, like make it easy. There's so many ways to, you could monetize that. You like money, allegedly, like
Effort is the other part.
yeah, but that's where we're at though. That right now is the key. There in that phase is like effort is like
As time goes on, it gets harder and harder to do these things. Like me with this, what
yeah,
I'm doing. If you don't do it now, tomorrow will come, and then the tomorrows will keep coming, and you'll be looking back going, "We should have done that 5 years ago."
yeah.
Now it's a big mess, and I think they're saying that now. They're going, "Oh, it's just so much. It's just so, it'll be so much in another 5 years when you're gonna have people coming in saying, why didn't you guys do that and digitalize your service, make some money from that?"
To be fair, honestly, if you're going to prioritize something for them, I would update the infrastructure on their database.
That's
It's
another
junk.
issue
That
that they
would
have.
be a bigger priority, but I don't think they want to do that either. So it's like, well, guys, then you're getting what you're getting. You're reducing your own relevancy. You've had innumerable opportunities. Fix the infrastructure. And I could say this thing about the grading arm.
Their
Like, there's
app,
so many things that you're not fixing the infrastructure. Fix the infrastructure.
their website and app, and joining, it would add that. I don't know. I guess it would be value added kind of
They
feature.
have an app,
Like
but it's literal
maybe,
garbage. They have an app, but it's literal garbage.
but at least if you could access some of those
Sure.
things, like you don't need much of an app program to get through old issues. But I'm just saying, another value added thing might make people want to join more your website or your app or whatever it is. Otherwise, they're just kind of business as usual. Like you
Can I
said,
tell you what the most embarrassing thing is about all that? The most embarrassing thing about it.
Beckett.
Yeah, the most embarrassing thing about their inability to do what we just said. The most embarrassing thing is, I've mentioned before on here that I'm a member of the ANA. Okay, these are coin collectors. That skew's real old. Okay,
Hmm?
you know what they have? They have a magazine. You can get a digital version through an app. And by the way, it's
Amazing.
pretty good. It's actually pretty good. It's a full color. You can flip through the magazine digitally on an
I like
iPad.
that.
It works great. It
Yeah,
works fantastic. I get an email when the new issue comes out. I can open it up in the app and download it and just flip through it. It's got all the ads. It's in full color. You flip through, you can read all the articles, zoom in, pinch out.
nice.
It works great. And by the way, you can do back issues
Why not?
going back many years.
That's good.
They're old coin people and they know how to use the computer thing.
Yeah.
What? Apparently they managed to figure it out. Beckett can't.
If you've been doing it for so long, it's easier, I guess. But now jumping back, they don't see the money investing
At some point,
coming out of
though,
it
and the
in
thing
the
is, they don't
future.
charge you any extra for it. It's part of your membership. You get it for free. So what happened is, though, is at some point, someone came in and said, "Hey guys, we should archive this stuff, and as we do new issues, it'll get easier because once we build the infrastructure,
Start.
it'll get easier going." So now for them, it's like, "Oh, the new issue came out. Yep, digitize it. It's already digital. Boom, release."
Yeah.
Everybody can read it in whatever format. You can get a hard copy if you still want to. They offer it. It's an extra charge because it's paper, but you can still do it. But for everybody else, it's like, hey, I can send it directly. Open up the app. It's right there. Download it. You can read it right now.
Yeah.
Easy. Take it on the road with you.
Nice and easy.
Yeah. It's small things. Again, the antiquated old coin people figured that one out. That's what's embarrassing. They managed to figure it out.
But who at Beckett wants to get this dumped on their desk?
Yeah,
Nobody.
exactly. No,
'Cause-
at this stage, I don't think anybody there. Everybody's there like, look, I just want to keep my job. I'm here so I don't get
That's it.
fined.
Yeah,
I'm here so I
exactly.
don't get fined. So Mike had a good question. So it is not a new location; it's a new hall. If that's what you're referring to, Bobby's referenced it before. It's in one of the other halls. we
Yeah.
went to.
It's so that, well, Hall
Ha-
5.
Did
Five
they
is
use?
the-
Did they use that hall before? I think we talked about this. Did they use that hall previously?
Yeah, it was like 7, 8 years ago.
Okay, so yeah, it's been a while.
There was a it was a food a food venue of some sort where they were selling whatever. So we had to move over to the other venue, which is right next door. Actually, there's a little tunnel that kind of you can get over from the hangar, which is number 5, which is where the expo always is. I think this one is going to be number 4. 4, and then it goes 3, 2, and 1 at the front of the building, at the front of the place. So it's right at the back. You can't miss it. Lots of parking. It should be well, the parking. See, that's where the parking will be a tough thing, because everybody who has business in 1 and 2 all kind of park at that front area. The back area where Hall 5 is, where there will be nobody parking, it'll be a little bit of a walk to get around to the front. Maybe about, I don't know, 5 minutes, whatever.
Yeah,
but no big deal.
Absolutely.
So if it's raining or anything is snowing, whatever.
Yep. So in today's market, probably north, because a Hank Aaron rookie is a pretty big card right now. Now, mind you, one important factor, Robert, would be who's selling it. Golden could probably hype it up and get it north of that. There's a couple of other auction houses that are pretty good at it that could probably get you the buyers. Because it's not just who would want it. It's, do you have the buyers that are willing to pay that money? There are some out there for sure, but it's, can the specific auction house draw that specific buyer? If the answer is yes, then absolutely.
Is he in the market for one?
Well, you never know. It'll be right after.
Yeah.
It'll be right after he buys the original master pressings from the Who, the Guess Who, Why,
Maybe.
all the questions. You got to buy the master pressings of all the questions.
Yeah, with these high price sales and the being fire, it's just crazy. Everyone's and we're just warming ourselves from the coals of those fires that sell. It's amazing.
Listen, as long as something
Let that go
burns, I'm
for it.
good. As long as something burns, I'm good, Bobby. As long as something burns.
Yes, but you're just on the coals. You're actually charcoal. It's cooled off. That's the level that most people are at. The fire is the millionaires having fun.
That's okay. As long as they light something on fire. So yeah, how many booths expected? Here's
I
this
think
is
there's-
interesting.
The hall is bigger. So
Yeah, but is there any indication how are the American dealers doing?
we don't know that.
Yeah,
I don't
because
know
I'd be curious. Really, that's a Steve Menzie question.
Poor Steve, and you need him.
Yeah, maybe I should email him
We
back.
should have
By the
him
way,
on
after
have him on the
you
show.
fix my
We can
email,
talk about
after you fix my email, could you take care of this? Yeah, I think it's a good question though. Here would be my thing.
Oh, it's too late. I would text him.
Yeah.
Because he would come on. He's kind of that kind of guy.
Oh no, I from everything
I think it would be great to.
Yeah,
say
I've
a few
I've
words.
chatted with him a couple of times in a couple of the venues that we've had because when they did the virtual expo and stuff, he's chatty. He'll chat with folks. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Especially if you're just asking him like fair questions, just questions. But I would expect it to be a little bit less than normal, only because it's going to be a little trickier. There are some logistic issues. That said, though, I don't think it's going to be like fundamentally less. I think what you'll get is a mixture more skewed towards newer dealers buying booths. Not like dramatically to the point, oh my God, it's 80. No, it's gonna be more, but not like so much more that you won't be able to find in the old dealers. They'll be around.
Well, remember, there's some tenure there, so a lot of those guys. I heard some guys have 5, 6 booths, and those are the vintage guys. I'm sitting there going, "You still have 5 or 6 booths?" I thought they would be a little tighter with the numbers, because they're moving and saying, "Hey, you used to get 5 books. I can't give you a 6th, and we have too many other people." Because I'm understanding that what Steve told me is that he's got 40 people in the queue waiting to get a booth.
Mhm.
So if that means anything, Now,
Now,
all these
was there
new guys.
anything you had a booth previously with some folks? Is there any rules about subletting? If you buy the
Yes.
booth and retain the booth,
No, you don't. But you don't own nothing. You own nothing. You don't even. If he doesn't want you there, you don't go.
Mhm.
You know, he can change your booth. He can do whatever he wants. And I always said that. And I said, well, why are the booths at the front the same price as the booths at the back? Why don't we just say, why don't we trade for the next show and see how they like that? Oh, no. It's like, yeah, well, why don't you tier it a little bit differently? Hey, that's another question and another thing. I don't know. I think the booths are going to be mostly the same guys who set up for the most part. I think you're going to have a few new injections because it might be a little bigger, might be able to accommodate. I don't think the the corporate section will be any bigger.
no, I believe that. But let me pose a different question. Let me phrase the question a little differently. We know because it's been made abundantly clear. If you go to the site, you'll see it. The expectation is that you must provide, your information to show that you're fully vaccinated. That
For
at the
sure.
door, it is expressly stated. Everybody knows this right now. If you don't know
Yeah.
it, just to be clear, you have to bring your thing. Like
Everybody
your,
knows. Yeah.
Yeah. Like they're not hiding it from you. They've made it abundantly clear. Hey guys, these are the rules. These are the laws of the land. Comply and you come in.
Show us,
Otherwise,
Carlos. What is it? Where is it?
well, I actually have it somewhere.
I thought you wanted to show up because you just got your second shot. So
Well, it's a piece of paper, but the thing is, I actually had a little bit of fun with that. Actually, I'll tell a story quickly. So I went there, and I actually went there the first thing. I was going to go in on a Friday and just take care of it. I left work a little bit early. I let my manager know because for the bank, the expectation is by the end of the month you get your stuff done. That was the expectation.
you always
Even
do
though I
it on work time.
Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, of course. It's like you can't deny me.
No.
This is your mandate. We will do it on your time.
It won't be Saturday. No.
Yeah, hell no, absolutely not. So anyway, so so on Friday I went over and I quickly did a scan and I saw like the availability was fine, but I just said okay, I want to do one of the ones so I can walk in because I'm like okay, if I need to make an appointment, I need to make an appointment. So be it. But I'm like if I can walk in, it's better. But I went to a couple of them. First one, they had no organization. There was one pharmacist taking care of everything, including prescriptions, and like a line of 10 people. I'm like,
No.
okay, this isn't going to happen. Forget it. So I'm like, let me go to the other one. So we went a little further down the road. They had walk-ins. Great, perfect, awesome. So I walk in, nobody's there. Awesome. Look, plenty of pharmacists. Okay, pharmacists and pharmacist assistants. Looking good. We're looking good. I walk up and I go, hey, can I have, I want my second shot. And they go, oh, you'll need to make an appointment. I'm like, that defeats the point of walk-in. It literally has a sign that says walk in. I have walked in. I am here with everything that I need. Can I? And so in the end, finally I said, whatever, fine. So it's like, what do you got? So then he said, oh, can you do Monday? It's like, yeah. What time you got? So on Monday, I also took the afternoon off. So on Monday, I did it. It's got to be on company time. It's got to be on company time. It's the principle of the thing. It's the point of the matter. So anyway, so I had an appointment this time. Easy, no problem. Yep, just fill this out. Done. Give me your stuff. Yep, great. Come in. Now, when they went and did it, I did it at one pharmacy the first time, and I did it at a pharmacy the second time. So I did it Rexall in the first one, Shoppers Drug Mart in the second one. Because the Rexall, if I had tried to do Rexall, they want to automatically book it for you, which would have meant for them it would have been December. And I'm like, well, that ain't gonna work. Like we got to get this done a little sooner.
Get the same shots, same brand.
Yeah, same brand, same everything. Just kept it simple, just to make everything
Some
easy.
people mix them up. But
Yeah, you can. You certainly can. But I just said, let me just make this as simple and streamlined, especially since it's available. Like, let me just stick with the same. So I said, fine, great, no problem. Went in, and then we got to punch in the information to fill it all out. Now, the first pharmacist didn't fill in all the information fully. They had the record, but when they went to search for the name, couldn't quite find it. Tried to search for the name in the health card, couldn't quite find it. So then finally I said, I was standing there with him and I said, okay, just punch in the last name. He goes, well, there's going to be a bunch of stuff. There's not going to be that many. So punch it in. There were a decent number, but not like a ton. I said, okay, that's Carlos Sr. and that's my younger brother. And that one's me. Oh, great. Click. Because it's got the name and the birth date and stuff. So you can see exactly what it is. Boom, boom, boom. It has all the information you need, but they hadn't filled in enough information. So I said, so while we're there, he filled in the rest to make it more complete. So when we got the second one, now all the information is proper. But the first time they literally put Carlos Jr. They didn't actually put the legal name on the ID, and I'm like, you have to put what's on the ID.
Yeah.
Like, yes, there's a Carlos Senior, but his name isn't Carlos Senior. You have to put the name on the ID. There's a real name there. It's right on the ID that I gave you. So I said, fine, whatever. So that's the reason they couldn't find it the first time. They tried to punch in my last name and everything, and it
Gotcha.
didn't come up right. So fine. While we're there, let's fix it properly. So I got that taken care of. Fine. Now we're good. So I
But your
got my
paperwork has to be right. Match up with your license or whatever else.
But that's the
card.
number one. But that's the thing. Could you imagine how annoying it is? You go through all the trouble, and then you get and then you screwed up because of a technicality because somebody didn't punch it in right. That's why you make sure punch it in right. Make sure you got it right. Correct name. Correct everything. Match the ID. Everything's got to match the ID. Come on.
Are you? Isn't there something online you can get that gives you a pass?
Yeah. I forgot. So the
I
piece of
haven't
paper.
got it on my phone. But yeah.
Yeah. So the piece of paper. I didn't. I've got it in a pile of stuff here. I'm gonna make sure I
know
have
the
it. As
paper,
well.
but isn't there a phone app or something?
There's a card, and I don't know if there's
It
an app.
bypasses. Then you can just scan it and match your stuff up.
Yeah, you're in the right. You're thinking the right line. So let me see if I can find. Here we go. See, this is the only reason I don't like having to use the technology version of it. So let me see here. Recents. No, not recents. What's wrong with you? Well, what I like is that when Apple decides to show you the information you're looking for, it's like it just decides when. On my iPhone. Thank you. That's what I'm actually looking for. Jeez. Okay. Yeah.
Did you how did you feel after your shot?
Not too bad. So here, this is the thing.
Okay.
So you got the QR code and all that. So that's
The
this
QR, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for. So I have a copy on the phone as well. So I'm going to have a physical copy and this. Like I said, I want to make sure I've got all my I's dotted and my T's crossed. We're not going to leave anything. And it includes the information of both in there. It's all in there. And apparently you can get a card too. So ideally I'll get that just so that I've got everything. So I have it in my wallet, but I've got a digital copy as well. So we're covered.
Yeah. That's
So
good.
so that's fine.
That's what I want to do too.
Yeah, just so, like I said, I don't want any hassles. Let's just make my life easy. I want to be able to go and scan the damn thing. Let's move on with our lives.
Yeah.
So anyway, not too bad. A little sore in the arm for like a day. Not too crazy. Same thing as the first one, actually. A little fatigue for a day or two. Yeah, just tired. And what I did then is I actually did something I rarely do. I slept properly. I slept the proper number of hours. Yes.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. So what I did is I was kind of I was getting run down really early, which it was fine. It was similar to the first time. I was listening to the end of the playoff game. I was listening to the baseball game. I had it on. Once it got to the ninth inning, and I think it was the Astros really got ahead. It was like 9-2 in like the bottom of the ninth. And it's like, okay, I feel comfortable that I've got the result. And it was right around midnight. I'm like, lights off. I was like, great. Yeah. And I don't get up early because unless I have an early meeting. I didn't have a meeting until like 11. So I set my alarm for like 8:30. So I went to bed at midnight and set my alarm for 8:30. So I was like, nice. Okay. For me, that's really good. Out to bed like a light. I had basically a full night's sleep for the first time in probably years.
Yeah.
So you know what? Not a bad thing. It was not a bad thing.
Did you feel refreshed?
A little bit. Like I think one night's sleep is not going to undo about 20 years of bad sleeping habits, but it was good. It was good.
I had a friend who doesn't sleep at all, and he's always awake, and he's a very nervous type, and I think that's a result of him not getting sleep. I don't know. It's like you're a little insomniatic where he is full, and I just go, how do you do it? He goes, I have friends I talk to on the phone, and what do you do? Like from midnight to whatever. Like me, I have 5 hours. I'm good. 6.
I think it's one of those things where if you're on a certain way, you get your mind occupied. You read something, you watch something. I'm trying to get out of the habit of watching things because then it strains your eyes too. And for my business, I spend too much time on the computer. Less eye strain is better. So in that situation, I would read like a physical book because then I'm not adding additional eye strain. I'm reading like a piece of paper. So it's a little easier on the eyes. I'm not pushing them too hard. So I'm trying to get into the habit of doing that a little bit better because that way I'm not pushing my eyes. Because if you're staring at a screen for too long, it does strain your eyes and it does hinder your sleep a little bit as well.
Yeah, it can. That's for sure.
Yeah. So you try to minimize it. Like I said, I'm already spend all day in front of a computer for work. So it's like adding more hours is probably not beneficial.
Yeah. Everyone said that the second dose was worse than the first.
I
I
think
was
it-
just
I thi- I
I'm
think
just
it
getting
can.
a little
Yeah.
social consensus.
Yeah,
about
I think it
them.
can be. I think I was a little more fatigued, but it was marginal. It wasn't too bad. It was one of those things where I went in the middle of the afternoon. I had just been doing my stuff during the day. I went early. I gave myself plenty of time. Just casually walked in, sat down, did everything calmly, did it, and went home. So because I wasn't trying to do anything crazy, just to give myself any time in case I was tired. Because that probably helped because I wasn't straining myself in any way.
My second shot, I felt 20 years younger.
There you
Felt
go.
great, phenomenal.
Yeah.
Actually, I hadn't felt that good in a long time. I was going, wow, this is all right. What is in here?
I was
What'd
gonna
you
say,
give
are
me?
you sure you got the right one?
And even my first shot, nothing really. For the
Yeah,
most
I
part.
think my parents
Sore
were pretty
arm.
much
That's it.
my parents were pretty much nothing other than sore arm.
Yeah.
I think for them it was nothing else.
Yeah.
And like I
Some
said, for
people-
me it was just an excuse to sleep properly. So I was like, that's fine, great,
Perfect.
I'll take it. That's a win.
Yeah.
Sound good to me. You know, sign me up for another one in a couple of months. I could use a night's sleep once in a while. Why not?
Yeah, don't get into the MJ. Just give me a little juice.
Yeah.
You know?
Listen, after all the years of not sleeping properly, I'll take it. Once in a blue moon, I'll take it. Once in a blue moon, I'll take it.
Yeah.
So I'll quickly get caught up on the comments here. Next Expo rental manager. Yep, exactly. Type calls and then the computer started blinking and smoking. I wish, man. That would have made for an even better story. Yeah, so I know this is late, but anyway, have a good night. Astros 5, Red Sox 5-0 final. Oh,
Wow.
interesting. Okay. So that means so that means the Astros advanced, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
I always like the Astros.
So the Stros are in the World Series, waiting the winner of Atlanta and Los Angeles. Okay, so we'll have to see. Interesting. So yeah, so that's gonna, so now the remaining scenarios are Atlanta, which would be a bit random, or LA for a World Series rematch. So interesting. Okay, we'll see. I was a little underwhelmed with the Final Four this year. I'll be honest. I am a baseball guy, but it was like once we got to the Final Four, I was like, Atlanta's not really ready for prime time, in my opinion. But obviously they're playing well, so so be it. If they get there, they get there. LA, I'm already bored with. Boston didn't excite me, and the Astros, and I was like, oh.
Why not?
So no matter what happens, it's like, okay. Well, that's the thing that happened. Someone's gonna win.
I'll root for Astros.
There you go.
That's my call.
There you go. Fair enough. But yeah, so we'll see. Either way, I'll watch the World Series. I always watch the World Series anyway, so
Me too.
I'll get into it. I'll get into it. I'll watch
I
it.
always do too.
Yeah. So it's like that's fine.
I don't know any of the players, but I mean, it's still good baseball.
Yeah. At least it has stakes, so that's fine. I'll get into it because at least all right, you're playing for something. Let's do it.
Any playoffs, soccer playoffs, it doesn't matter. It's always when it's playoffs. That's when the real good playing happens. Otherwise, it's regular season and you watch the Leaf games. No, why? You still got 80 games left. Whatever.
Well, that's kind of the thing. We were talking earlier, and they were talking about like the 0-4. Yeah, hockey has half as many games as baseball, but 0-4 is not like anything. You could win 5 of the next 6 or 6 of the next 7, and you're right back in it. It's
Take
not
it back a few years, and at least they started out 11 in a row or something like that, and then they tanked for the season. They didn't make the
Yeah.
playoffs. It's like,
yeah, that's the thing.
there you
Like,
go.
if you've got a decent amount of games, football is pretty much the only sport where if you go 0-4 or 4-0, you're either set up for a season or you're in a lot of
Yeah,
huge trouble. Alarm bells going off. Like in
Mhm.
hockey or baseball, a 4-game winning or losing streak doesn't make or do anything. It's not a big deal. You can
Not
always
at
turn
all.
it around. There's still time. It's okay.
Mhm.
So what we'll do here is anything else that you guys there want to chat about? I'm actually going to show a card that I picked up recently. It came up randomly in a search when I was doing my usual searches. It kind of surprised me because I hadn't seen one in a while. It's one of those. And when I see something I haven't seen in a while, that's when it gets a little more interesting. The eyebrows go up a little bit. I was like, "Oh, okay. Kind of interesting." And I'll explain a little backstory on these things because I liked them when they came out, but it was a weird set, but I'll just quickly explain it. So this right here is from it was a set called In the Game Used. It was produced by In the Game. And I believe this is 0203. I can double check, but it's 0203 or 0304. I forget which one it was.
ITG.
Yeah. The thing is, so this was a set that included memorabilia, autographs, all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. And Medano had maybe about 30, 35 cards. I'm not counting the one of ones and such and whatever. But this was always kind of a long-term. This is one of those long-term projects, I'm going to call it. because it's one of those deals where you just sit back and you're working on it. But this is, pushing 20 years. And when the set came out, I bought a couple, and as years went by, I tried to grab a couple, but they made so many parallels and inserts and different and emblem versions and all that. It was this ridiculous checklist that I was like, oh my God. But over the years, I kept making progress. Like it was slow and steady making progress. This is the autograph version of the jersey. And because it's in the game, they don't number them, but they only made 10 of these. So this is one of those ones that it's like, it doesn't come up all the time. You'll sit there and you'll go years and years and years and not see a single one come up. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, do I want to make an offer? No, I'm going to buy it now. I'm like, okay, it's been years since I've seen this one. I'm not going to play this game with you guys. Forget it.
I remember a lot of those numbered cards, they can be on unopened packs.
That's exactly it.
Boxes that are sitting around that people are going to keep and save are restricting those numbers. So I think a lot of things are worth more than they are in those senses. Then
Well,
again,
they can be for sure. So I got it here. It was 0304. So I wanted to make sure I got the right one. So in the game use 0304. Yeah, perfect. So now I want to make sure I got the numbers right. So there were 21 cards in the series, right from the autographs and the parallels and everything. So that's what's on the checklist. I removed some of the stuff. I do actually have one of the one of ones. So I actually have one of those as well.
oh, good.
So out of the ones, so I've got 21 on the checklist that I've got. And out of that, I'm down to needing 5. So I've got 16 of the 21. One of them is an emblem one that hasn't come up in a long time. One of them is the one on here. So this will take me down to 4. So I've got 17 of the 21. What's left is International Experience emblems. That one's out of 10, I believe, or 9. I forget. International Experience autographs. That's out of 10. Jersey Auto, which is that one. And Jersey's Gold, which is a gold version of the thing without the autograph. That's also out of 10. And then the Teammates Gold with Marty Turco. That's also out of 10. So basically everything is out of 10 or 1 of 1, or out of 9 or 1 of 1. And that's what's left. 4 cards. And I'm like, so when I get that one in, I'll do a little showcase of the ones that are there, because it's like, it's gonna be a while probably before the next one comes in. It's gonna be like one at a time, slowly chipping away. And I may not get all the way to the finish line. I'll do my best, but I haven't seen some of these in a while.
Oh, great. They're open. Oshawa Flea Market's open. Now, it was the Pickering for 30 years.
So is it like open for full capacity, or how are they doing their business?
Just says they're open.
Okay.
It's a big place, big venue. It's an old Zellers, I think, in Oshawa.
Sure.
And so they shifted off. It's been delayed for months.
Was it highly populated before?
It was busy enough, let's just say. Oshawa gets into a little bit of, it's a little bit more of a drive for me, but, I'd be there in 20 minutes anyways. Do 120 there in no time. So, so I'm looking forward to that. So it's good, because now I can get supplies and I can get those little things that you kind of look for that I don't have to go to a sports card store and pay an arm and a leg. I went to the Hamilton show last week. Was it last week or week before? I can't remember now. And I finally got my supply guy. Now I went and paid at I forget the name of that place I went up to, Pappy. They have a couple locations, any which way. That was like $60 for the box of these.
Or is that the one touchers or semi-rigids?
No, this is semi-rigid. It's the graded card size. It's the larger size ones, right? Yeah. So this was like $60-something. It was $20. Like,
is that for 100?
Yeah, it's 100 in there. Yep. So I like the semi-rigids. It makes the cards look nice, because even though I don't collect cards, I still have lots of cards.
I don't remember what they cost, but I have to give these a try. I've got the Beckett Shield ones. So there's
I haven't seen those ones.
Yeah, so I think one of the online dealers had these. I think the price was reasonable on these. It wasn't too bad. But I got to try it because Andy, Sports Card Investigator, actually sent me. But he sent me. But we got a couple of Andys. Don't forget, we got Andy from earlier on as well. But he actually sent over, and it was very nice of him. I should have done it earlier in the show, but it completely slipped my mind. I did say thank you to him directly, but actually he had now he's getting sponsored by
I heard
by these guys. So he actually sent me a couple of had them send me a couple of packets. So I got a
Nice.
couple of these. So I'll give them a try myself. They go with the semi-rigids apparently pretty well. So I'll give them a go and see how I feel about them. I just haven't cracked it open. Nice packaging though, I will say.
Everybody's getting sponsored now. What the hell?
So this one's not sponsored. I haven't tried it. I haven't even cracked it open. But Andy was nice enough to have them pass it along. So I'm just acknowledging that, thank you to Andy for passing that along. And I'll give them a go and I will render my own opinion on them. But nice packaging. So there it is. And it goes with the semi-rigid. So I've got some of those too. So these are from Beckett, Shield, whatever. I just haven't tried them yet.
Yeah. So I went to the sports card store. It wasn't even a sports card. It's more of a gaming store or whatever kind of store. I mean, they have everything there. And this was 63 something, and with tax, and it was almost $70. And so I went to the Hamilton show and I got it for 45, I think something around 45. I said, okay, I'll take one at 45. But from $20 to 60, now 40 is that's a lot of money. But I don't go through a lot of them. But if I do have a set, like I had a set of non-sports cards, there goes like 60 Parker's cards. There goes 60 cards, 60 sleeves right there. They were really nice, high grade, so I'm sleeving every one of them, and they just really look that much better. If you have a raw card, don't put a top loader in a thing. Just buy these. These are so much better. They make the card look so much crisper. It's not blurred for the two pieces of poly whatever it is.
I think if you do the if you're doing sets, I think the semi-rigids do make sense for that. And also because then they fit inside. So if you've got a bunch of sets and you do inside of a shoebox, it's neat and you can kind of organize it and you got a tab built in for it.
Just for getting cards in and out, if you use a top loader and then you have to put it in the plastic, and it always gets caught, and you can bend a corner, you can flip up a corner and stuff like that. The semi-rigids just boom, bend in, done. They're not as strong as, let's say, a top loader, but I mean.
So what you're saying is we need an endorsement for semi-rig. It's just a matter of who ponies up the proper check.
That's okay, because they're expensive enough. They don't need any more endorsement, that's for sure.
No, they need endorsement. They need endorsement. They need to give us free product and cut a check.
Or something, yeah.
Don't ruin the moment, Bobby. Don't ruin the moment.
Yeah, then we can get a kickback, and maybe we can get a few more, and then we can send some to Andy.
It only seems fair. It only seems fair. Come on.
We're all about
actually
equity.
I believe someone, I don't know if it was in the chat earlier or somewhere else. I know I saw it for sure. But yeah, everybody and their brother now is getting into the business of manufacturing of holders, semi-rigids, top loaders, penny sleeves that aren't pennies anymore, and everything else. Sometimes I laugh because I'll grab a a packet of penny sleeves that had been sitting inside of a box for a while, and I forgot about them. And I'll look at the sticker on it. It's 80 cents, and I was like, the days. Those were actual. That was better than penny sleeve. That was 0.8 penny sleeves.
Yes.
Not anymore, my friends. One thing I was going to say about Mike's comment here is that Peter Ink's $15. You should see the Hosa is the one that's still the one that kills me. That's still the one that kills me. Like the Hosa was too expensive. I like Hosa, but not at that price. It's $5 per win. Missed you at the Hamilton show.
Oh,
yeah, there you go. Have they? I guess they have. But when was the Hamilton show? I'd be curious.
It was last weekend. It was a long weekend. Sorry, it was the holiday Monday.
I think that's right. Because I believe because the box you have there, Bobby, is Ultra Pro, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's right. I think it's 200 in there.
No, there's 100 in here.
I'm just thinking because I had a box like.
Oh, it is 200. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so that's
right. So a stack is about 100. So I got to. That's 100 because it comes in a double sleeve bag. Yeah. Okay, that's right. Very nice. So stack is 100. That's why I always. All right.
Yeah. No, that's good.
So 200. Yeah, it's 2 cents each. It's not penny sleeves.
That's not terrible.
No, it's actually. When you buy a bunch of them, it's kind of
right. Well, that's the thing. Like if you're in the market, I think we're at the stage now where I think a lot of us are almost inclined to be like, okay, just buy it in bulk. Just get her over with, buy it in bulk.
Yeah.
Like sure. I don't want to play this game. I don't want to buy them one at a time or a couple at a time and have to pay the full freight. Like just give me the bulk rate. Give me the bulk rate.
Yeah, you're gonna save money somewhere.
Yeah.
And supplies are so I'm looking forward because I get supplies and every once in a while, somebody has something that you just never know. Mm-hmm. And a few of the regular dealers are actually setting up there too full time, which is interesting because they're maybe getting away from the expo and being a little more consistent. Yeah, you can go there and get baked goods or food or trinkets. Lots of those.
Can you get sausages and various meats?
I don't know if this one has it. Doesn't know. Not like the expo. Sorry. It has that guy there. Yeah, there is a guy who has all that. There's a couple of those guys there. I don't know, but I don't know if they gravitated to Oshawa because it might be too much of a stretch for them and it might not be big enough. Oshawa's kind of an old town, so it's a little bit more old school than Pickering. Pickering's sort of somewhat newer in a sense. You have to understand that place was big. Have you ever been to the Pickering market?
No, I haven't.
The 400 market?
I'm familiar with it, but I've never been out that way.
Oh, okay.
I haven't a reason.
So those ones are, pretty good. Well, it's nice to get fresh fruits or vegetables, that's what they have out in the 400 market. But this way, Pickering was more. It had an antique part, and then it had the radio guy, the selling oils of some sort, and there's a massage person there, and there's a couple sports card guys, and someone selling pants and T-shirts and whatever. So it's that array of whatever, a little bit of everything.
So basically, the classic flea market.
Yes. Yeah. Well, some flea markets are really different, but yeah, this one is.
No, I get you, but basically, what you described in the heyday, that's basically what the Dixie market was. Because downstairs,
Dixie Volume Mall downstairs,
yeah, like downstairs, like in the heyday, you had all the categories covered. You had all these random things. It's like, yep, there's a jeweler guy, there's the pants guy, there's the electronics guy, there's that thing.
The
you want that thing? It's over there. Yep, it's over there. They had the comic book guy. They had the action figure toy guy. Like everything, anything.
That's going back a long time. When I was, let's see, then 20 years ago, I think.
Approximately, yeah.
There.
Yeah, because I was frequenting it a lot during the early, late 90s, early 2000s, and the Dixie still had a lot of that. By the 2003, 2004, 2005, that scaled back. And then at this point, like now, mind you, COVID notwithstanding, it was already on its last legs. Like it had been dying for years. Like that was like the final nail of a nail of a nail. Like that coffin's already been rolled off. Like the nails are in. Like we're done. So, but they kept it going. I think for a while though, one that did okay is that they had a dealer at the back, but you had to go. But you had to know this market, otherwise you wouldn't know it.
Yeah.
You have to go into the back section, go up the stairs, and go all the way to the back. There's a guy who would do a lot of CDs and records and things like that. They had the music, but they also had movies. So you could buy your movies and you could buy your music and whatever and buy it. Usually get a decent price on some stuff. And yeah, sometimes I'd buy some CDs, grab a couple of movies. Back when I was collecting the Blu-rays, the early days of that, I'd grab some of the stuff from there.
I remember at the back there was a picture frame place. They had all picture frames, and I remember buying one for my living room there.
Yep.
I used to visit there. My dad used to live out that way, so I used to drive to Cawthra, I think, or something like that. I forget what the exit is. But anyways, we used to go right there. It was right beside there. I was like, okay.
Yeah. But I will say at the heyday, they had pretty good variety. They actually had a lot of vendors with a lot of stuff, a lot of variety of
hammers.
Yeah, if you liked, you didn't have to be a collector. If you just needed something, you could actually pop down there, and probably somebody had it, whatever that was.
Kind of garage sale stuff too, set up for guys.
All kinds of some of those booths were weird. Yeah, some of those booths were weird, and some of the characters were weirder. Oh, yeah. And they were there for year after year, and it'd be like, really, guys? Okay, sure.
It wasn't a basement. It was kind of. Another level, but
it really was. It really was. I will say though, some of my early watches in the collection bought it at the Watch Guys booth. So there's some good stuff there. I just left Rick's comment up here. So here's the thing, Rick, you're joking about this, but I bet you the sponsorship money from Geritol is way better than a lot of the sports card sponsorship money. They're probably paying a heck of a lot more.
Maybe
it would be a terrible sponsorship to get. So I wouldn't knock it. If you can get it, go for it, buddy. Go for it. Mike goes Pearl Vision. It's like, just tell them you're a spokesman, not a user.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah,
get you further.
Yeah, just be clear. I like the reference. Ico Pro. Well played, sir. So that was Vince McMahon's company.
Was it?
Yeah, it was like his supplements company. Ico Pro.
Mm.
He'd get the wrestlers to do the promos for it. So he had like Lex Luger doing an Ico Pro commercial and Bret Hart did an Ico Pro commercial. A couple of these guys was like, yes. Supplements. You might as well have marketed Hulk Hogan vitamins from the 1980s. Supplements. Take your vitamins and say your prayers.
Maybe.
Brother. I'd
Shame.
show the clip, but probably our friends at WWE would flag it
Maybe. Yeah, we gotta
a
watch what
month
we say.
later.
Yeah. Hey, that one kind of bugged me.
I don't know.
I guess it's almost flattering to get flagged, is it not?
It is in a way, but it was great because here's the thing: if it weren't for the fact that it was a month after the fact, I could cite fair use. No, because the thing is, we were referencing it. I was explaining something about it. I wasn't just showing the clip for the sake. I was like, no, let me show you this thing, and then let me explain it, and then you gave a little bit of context. It's like that's basically what fair use is. It's a transformative thing. I'm
Yeah.
not just playing clips of wrestling guy one after another with no context. No, I was explaining the clip. It was to serve a point.
Yes.
It was the same thing happened with the Rogan thing. At least the Rogan people left the video up. So, yeah, because it's like I was making a point. I'm showing this, and then we're going to talk about what they said.
Yes.
That was the purpose of it.
It's like
That's fair
reaction
use.
videos.
That's the definition of fair use. We're having a discussion about the video in question. Whatever. I'll see about it. Like I said, it's one of those things where like the effort required to put it back up is going to be really annoying. I will do it though because I hate having that gap there. The other one, like I said, is still up. People can still watch it. It's fine. It's all good.
Mhm.
Joe Rogan can have those pennies. Lord knows he needs it apparently. But the other one is like WWE basically said you can't play the video at all.
So Rogan's on Spotify, so and he has his other stuff that's kind of led through other things through YouTube. So I wonder how that works.
Yeah.
Who gets cash on
It's
that
probably
one?
a marketing company that he
Yeah.
works with because they actually have to, because if YouTube doesn't pick it up the first time, they
Mhm.
have to manually flag it. So I mean, somebody has nothing better to do but to go search for clips of it. And I was like,
If we don't mention it, how do they pick up on the video?
I genuinely don't know. I know YouTube's algorithm for picking up stuff is tremendous, but
Mhm.
usually they catch it on the first pass, not weeks or month later. That's what it's like. Nope, somebody had to manually do that because it's like otherwise it was almost 6 hours into the damn broadcast. I was like, guys, who the hell's checking? I don't know. I'd be curious. So
No,
I think so. Bobby's already mentioned he's not setting up at the expo.
I haven't set up for well, obviously for 2 years, but 2 years prior to that even. So it's been about 4 or 5 years since I had a booth. All of our friends we just kind of went our own ways, and some are coming for the show, some aren't. You know, I don't know. It'll be an interesting Thursday. Thursday will be really interesting. 'Cause what time is it open on Thursday?
It's in the afternoon, and it
Until
doesn't go too late. It's not too crazy as far as how they went.
so we can dinners and stuff like that. Because
Yeah, I think so. I'll pull up the times right now. I'll pull it up.
yeah, I'll have to get out to dinner with a bunch of people.
Yeah, I don't think it's too crazy. I
Oh,
like
yeah.
I like the way that Paul's thinking though. So hockey guy says some clips are 1,000 times funnier when not explained. That's true, but that one came up in the context conversation, and I thought it'd be funny. I wanted to show Yannick because I wanted to show I'll explain. I'll tell you which clip it was in a second. But yeah, it was a good one. I thought it was educational because people didn't know about our good friend, but I'll explain what it is in a second. Okay, so let me get these hours here. I've got the site up in front of me. So let's see. What is it? 4 big days, blah, blah, blah. What are the hours? Okay. Special preview night, Thursday. Yeah. Where are the hours?
Special dealer VIP night. Yeah. I'm just looking at it too. So
Yeah.
where did
You should put it on the front, guys. Like, what the
You'd
heck?
think.
It was here before. Like,
Was it?
Yeah, it was. Like, it literally was. It was right on the front page initially. Now
Well,
it's like, it's
there's-
here, I'm sure, but
November 11th to 14th on the top there, but it doesn't really. If I click that, what's that go to?
that's kind of annoying.
November 11th, international set. No, it doesn't have the hours.
Triple threat, blah, blah, blah. Those are the tickets. Okay, here we go. Show hours. I found it. 4 to 8 p.m. 4 to 8 p.m. is the preview night.
Oh, so it's 4 to 8.
4
Oh,
to 8.
so we're gonna have dinner late. Okay, and then what's the next day? The Friday.
Friday is 10 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Oh wow, it's a long day.
Yeah, the Friday usually is a little bit of a long day.
Well, Friday never was because Friday was usually 1 o'clock till 8. Now it's 10 till 8.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, sorry, it was 1 o'clock till
Was it 9?
10.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought
I-
the Friday ended late.
Actually, I remember I was the one kind of made Steve. I said, Steve, why don't we just start it at 12 and back it up an hour? Because it's a ghost town at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
9:30. And he says, okay. So he actually shifted it because we were talking a lot about, because when he first came in, I've been going for 20 something years. So I was, okay. And I gave him a little bit of feedback, but I said, yeah, that's a good time to move it. If people got to get off work, I said, they're already getting off early because it's 1 o'clock. So they're going to take the day. You might as well just take the day off. Who cares what time you get in there? And the lineup to get in used to be big, but now it's not so big anymore. I don't know what's going to happen to this one though. I have no idea.
Yeah. Well,
Everybody's showing their thing probably when they buy their tickets. So be aware, guys, if you are going, that you're going to have to show your tickets, get your tickets, and then maybe go stand in a line and then be let in from there. Because they're not going to do it per person getting in, because the line will just back right up and it'll just the slow flow. So they'll probably do it in advance. So you'll need a little extra 10 minutes, 15 minutes maybe. And then before you're even allowed in, which might be another line that's 10, 20, half an hour, who knows, whenever time you show up at the 4 to 8 is a VIP, is it not?
Yeah.
So it's not open for.
So here's what I would say. I'm going to take advantage of the VIP preview night for the Thursday, if for no other reason to get my stuff, so that I can go and take care of, whatever time is needed, fine. But then I can go grab my stuff so that I've already got it. I got my ticket and everything else, and then just go with that. That way I don't have to deal with it on the Friday.
Yeah.
So, and the other thing is, like I said, since they've never done the Thursday before, it'll be just to see what that looks like or what that feels like, just to get a sense of it. And then we'll kind of play it by ear from there.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I see the access to the Expo Thursday VIP. So the $59 you can get in on the basic. Okay, that's fine. So everyone's allowed in. There's no early advance. It's kind of an early day advance, I guess, right?
That's right. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
You got it.
Got it.
Yeah. For me, it's useful just because then at least it's semi-limits, because a lot of people aren't going to bother or they can't.
Not for 4 hours.
Yeah, exactly. But that's good if you just want to. I just want to get my stuff.
Perfect.
Like, let me come in, get my ticket, get my bag of stuff and whatever. Just give me that. That way I don't have to do it on Friday. I've already put it back in the hotel and don't have to deal with any of that.
Yeah, it'll be just a quick buy, social, whatever kind of show.
Correct.
And then the Saturday, the Friday will be the Saturday kind of day, 10 to 8.
That's right.
Which is unusual because, like I said, it usually started at 1 till 9.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Well, 12 to 9 actually.
They're trying something out. It'll be the first time they're giving that a go. Let's see what it plays out. That's it for me. From the content perspective, it's just interesting to see something different. First time they've ever tried it, so we'll see what happens with that. I like the way Paul thinks from a marketing perspective. Okay, so let me answer Hockey Guy's question. So the clip was actually a clip of Hulk Hogan as Terry Boulder in the Memphis territory. So it was basically, he was, pre-WWE, pre-WWF, all that. He was Hulk Hogan, but he was a very Southern Hulk Hogan, where the Southern Squeeze was his finisher. It was a very entertaining clip because he had his brother, there, who later would become Brutus the Barber Beefcake. So it was just an entertaining clip because you got two guys who then become associated with Hulk Hogan would still be Hulk Hogan, but he would look obviously very different in the WWF presentation. And Brutus the Barber Beefcake is almost unrecognizable in that version as Terry Boulder's brother. So it was kind of a funny thing. It was kind of fun letting it play out and then saying to Yannick, by the way, the other guy's Brutus the Barber Beefcake. And, kind of like, what?
Yeah.
That's why I say it was kind of a fun clip to play. It's pretty harmless, but it was, to me, it was fair use, but I'm not going to sit there and argue with him about it. It's not worth my time. Like, doesn't matter. But it's annoying that it's like, guys, it's just a harmless clip. It's a fun little clip. We played it with context and we gave some explanation. So I would have loved to play the Shockmaster one as an excellent one as well. The Goblin.
Well, now you know going forward, right?
Yep. So I agree with Big Unit here, and good evening. The Scott Steiner math promo, yes. I agree with that 100%. I would love to play it for you, but I'm sure someone would pull it. But you're 100% right. It is great. Yeah, shirt of it on the back. Love it. Yeah. You can't buy a single day pass for Thursday. Yes, that's right. And that's the whole point. The idea is supposed to be like, it's an extra day. Now, I think the other advantage, probably Steve probably took the idea from some of the other shows that do that preview night, because the idea is to reduce the number. Here's the thing.
Flow.
And here's the reason why I'm interested in checking this out. That may be the only day that I actually try to show up early, quote unquote, for a couple of reasons.
There's not much time window.
No,
we
but
have
it's
there,
not
right?
even that. I don't even care. It doesn't matter. Like honestly, for the purchasing I do, it'd probably take me 10 minutes. I don't really need more. I could probably not show up again and then be
You
done.
never know.
Yeah. No, but here's my point. Here's what I'm curious about, because this is played into certain preview nights for some of the other shows. That's why I'm curious about this. If you're somebody who's interested in certain high-end items and maybe you've already prearranged some deals, some of the deals could already take place on Thursday, because at least if you've laid the groundwork already, you could just take care of business when it's a little quieter. The general populace is not there. You handle your business, you exchange your cash, you do whatever you got to do, and then the rest of the days just play out like normal. But certain deals could happen on Thursday that are already done, and by the time everybody walks in on Friday, it's like, oh, it doesn't feel like there's that many crazy deals. It already happened,
Done.
because it's easier for people to get, because it's going to be a quieter room. Just naturally, it's going to be a quieter room because they paid more for their passes and they were willing to come a day earlier and do all that.
A lot will happen before 4.
That's what I mean. But then once you get to 4, there'll still be some other deals that will be available. But then by the time you get to Friday, some of that stuff's already happened. Some stuff has happened on Thursday already.
But a lot of deals are between dealers, which they're going to bring out to their table anyway.
That part is normal. That's every show always.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, for
I think
certain
this one
folks,
will be different though.
yeah, for certain folks, I think it's going to be interesting to see how many deals happen earlier on Thursday, then the rest of Thursday, that have already happened by the time we roll into Friday and Saturday. That already happened. That already occurred. How many people then try to reflip the rest of the weekend? Like I said, that's why I said that's the observational part that is interesting to me, because then you also get to walk the floor with a little bit of a quieter path. It's not going to be as crazy as it will be at the busiest time.
No, it shouldn't be, but I think there'll be a big social part. There'll be a big, because all the people who want to get together from the national, all the Americans who are coming up supposedly, all the regulars that are going, all the other new people that are in the hobby. So it may be pretty busy. So don't just show up at 4 o'clock thinking you're just going to walk in. Okay, just saying. That's my prediction.
I'd agree with that. We'll just have to see how this idea plays out. So
I'll be going in the back door early anyway. Don't care.
There you go.
So I think.
Oh, that's the plan, right? Have you been able to secure a dealer badge or no?
It's no. I got an in any whichever way. Doesn't matter. Steve's giving me a pass, but I can get a dealer pass and get in earlier too.
Okay.
I've never had a problem.
I'd be curious. So, Mike, why? Oh, Mike's saying he thinks Thursday will be a bigger deal. Why? We like the statement.
Yeah.
We need the second half. Why?
I think it'll be bigger too.
Well,
wait for his.
It'll be bigger than 0 because we've never had one. By default, it is the greatest Thursday the Expo has ever had.
Yeah, I think everybody's kind of jonesing, and they really want to get out. And the sooner the better. Although Friday will be the bigger day, just because of the fact that the hours are longer, and you have people coming and going. So it'll be a very busy day on the Friday.
I believe that. Do you think the Friday will be busier than the Saturday, or Saturday
Yes.
bigger than Friday?
Friday.
Friday?
Always busier. Here's a typical weekend the last 20 years over the Expo. So Friday, everybody's there. All the guys, who come to our table for vintage or modern or whatever, everybody's there. First come, first serve, kind of, I want to get there first and see what's out there. Okay. So everyone rushes in. And then it kind of quiets down later in the evening. Saturday, you get a lot of people who come out for the casual. They bring their kids, or they're coming for the autographs. They're just not really the collector types. It's a half and half. And then Sunday is Sunday can be good or bad. The collectors coming back around, trying to do some final deals. A lot of visitors just walking around, kicking the table legs. That's it. Nothing really too big. So it's always been Friday the big day, Saturday, but Sunday. In business, you can't equate those to business, because you can get 3 guys who come in and spend $500 with you, and you get 20 people who spend $500 in another day. So it's always Thursday and Friday and Saturday. Friday and then Saturday, Sunday, it's a juggle. But Sunday's usually dead very quick, very early. And a lot of times it ends up on you get Remembrance Day in there, and a lot of people have obligations to take their parents and stuff around. And there's always something happening in November there. We're close to Christmas, we're a month away, you know, bad weather, because it's right on that cusp of maybe some snow, maybe not.
Yeah,
Could be
well, the whole mid-November thing is always that's a bit of a catch-22 with it, because I remember the last one because the last one was November 2019, so that was the last one that we actually had.
Yep.
And in one of the days in between, and I always play by ear. That's always what I kind of go with it. We had one of the ones where I was going to meet up everybody at the restaurant, so I was at the hotel for a bit first, and then I'm going to meet them up. And you've always got options. I never drive in. I'll usually take like a commute, but I decided it was one of those days where the weather was like in the middle. It was pretty cool to cold-ish, but not like freezing cold. And if it's something like that, then I'm like, okay, well, I got time. So I decided to walk over, but then it cools down as you go. It's like, okay, it was fine for the first half of this walk. The second half of this walk, this was a terrible idea.
Which hotel were you at there? The Marriott? Or
Yeah, I usually go to the, it's the DoubleTree, I think. DoubleTree. So it's the one that has the
cookies?
the restaurants right there. Yeah.
The cookies.
Well, that's what Carlos Senior's there for. Yeah.
That's what.
We,
Oh,
we
damn.
always.
I was
look,
gonna pick you up. Fuck.
Yeah, well, Carlos Senior comes in. No, Carlos Senior will drive me in, no matter what, come hell or high water,
Okay.
because I always get him one. I always make sure we always make sure he gets one.
They're so good.
They are good. Yeah, they're excellent. So now he knows. He is conditioned to know that it's
That
like
competition.
like absolutely like he number one, he loves driving, so any excuse you give him is a good one. But number two is like, wait, there's warm chocolate chip cookies at the end of this rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
Let me take you. I bet you will.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you will. So
And
when I go to
drop you
check in,
off.
not a problem. Not a problem. Never had an issue.
It's one of the greatest things for them to do, you know.
Yeah. It's also,
Warm,
to be
and they're-
honest, also in addition to that, it is actually also, I enjoy the hotel because it's very comfortable.
Friendly.
Very relaxing.
Yeah.
Good atmosphere. Great. They got the restaurant right beside, because sometimes I'll go in on one of the days and we'll go
Which
in.
restaurant is? Do they have their own or something?
Literally got one attached to it. I feel like it's the, which is it? I will tell you. I'll find it. But it's literally attached. DoubleTree, Hilton. I will tell you. It is the. Well, that's not helpful. Here we go.
Airport.
Restaurant. What is the name of the stupid restaurant? DoubleTree, blah blah blah. Turtle Jacks.
Oh, Turtle Jacks. Yeah.
So you
Now I
got,
know.
but you got the Turtle Jacks built into the building basically. So you're right there, and then you walk right beside because it's already right there. It's inside the building.
Yeah, this DoubleTree is it's on its own kind of little property, which is
Yes.
kind of nice. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah,
Yeah.
my friend stayed there.
Yeah, that's the one I've gone the last couple of times. Very happy with it. Oh, and a 24-hour gym, which for me is great because being a night owl, sometimes I've
Yeah.
done this before. I'll go in, we'll have pints with folks. I'll go in, I'll have another bite to eat because I'm still hungry and I'm still up. So we'll be done for the night. I'll go back, go sit there, watch a little bit of the end of the games, grab myself a bite to eat, and then go up to my room, relax for a little bit, check some stuff on eBay or do whatever I'm doing. And then I'll pop downstairs for a quick workout at the end of it, to go on the treadmill for a couple of minutes, lift some weights for a bit, and then go back upstairs, take a shower, and then head to bed. But you can do that because it's 24 hours. I'll be curious to see how they adjust accordingly now. It's going to be a little different game of how they would do their business. But it was nice having 24 hours because then at that late night, nobody's bugging you. Really,
Yeah.
nobody's around. You just quietly go on about your business.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a walk though, if you're going to the expo.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Usually, if I'm going to the expo, though, usually what I do is I'll get a cab for that. I'll hop over in a cab. The restaurants, though, are not such a big deal if the weather's agreeable, because a lot of the restaurants are nearby. They're a couple of blocks down. You just pick the direction and you go to the appropriate one, and you're fine. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
So, because a lot of those restaurants are around a lot of the hotels, we're all pretty much in proximity to each other.
Yep. True enough.
Yeah. So that is right, Mike.
You're right up that street and off the side there. Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff nearby. It's not too bad.
Well, Chopped is right across the street from from pretty close to there, actually. Not bad.
Yeah, a lot of the restaurants are pretty close proximity. They're not too bad at all. That's part of the reason why I like the location of it. I like the hotel itself. A lot of the amenities are really good and comfortable. And they got the little Starbucks there. So in the morning when I'm tired, I'm like, give me my cold brew, give me my breakfast sandwich. I'll go back up to my room, eat it casually, and then I'll head out. Nice and easy, no rush. It's all good.
Airport.
Yeah. So you were 100%
I
right,
just
Mike?
seeing if they're open.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're 100% right, Mike. Yeah, 195 a card is the base. Here's the thing though, don't be shocked because you know that from the National, people pay good money to get in line at the PSA thing. Now, mind you, I don't think we're going to be so bad because there really should be no reason to get in a huge rush. I think Brad and those guys have it well in hand. People want to submit, they should be able to without too much issue. They've got plenty of time to do it. They'll help them out with it, so I don't think it'll be too crazy. Because it's not on-site grading, it's submission. You're bringing the stuff in, they'll take it from you and get it shipped out to PSA, so it'll be fine. Good old quadruple tree. These are facts. So good evening, name. No worries. The in-laws moved their house here and have been all over the last few weekends. Name. How terribly inconvenient. Tragic.
Oh, good. They take reservations, and yeah, good. So Chopped is still open. Great.
Oh, good.
Perfect.
There you go. Nice.
I'm glad they go that far in advance. Or
That's a good thing.
Well, just because I didn't know with COVID and everything how long they're doing and short term, a lot of cancellations along the way. So
Oh yeah. Well, that was part of the reason. That was part of the reason that I took when I booked the hotel. I still grabbed the one that still has cancellation available.
yes,
I think we'll be okay, but I wanted to give myself that out just in case anything weird came up. Vacation has been booked. That's all fine. Ticket obviously purchased. That's all fine. Well, if I can get my ticket.
Yeah.
Now I got to send another email, but assuming I can get it.
yeah,
For me, it's a vacation. Like, so for me, like my main thing is like, look, I just want to be able to relax. That's the reason why I chose that location. It's like, no, I want to be able to just relax, do my thing. I will waltz over to the show, but honestly, that isn't my main concern. It's a secondary thing. I will walk a little bit down the halls. I want to check it out, but don't want to
Yeah.
get too crazy.
very nice.
Yep. Sign up PWCC to participate in a monthly auction. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. The interface is all right. I like I said, I want to put it through its paces. I definitely want to check it out. We've talked about it a little bit. I'll report more next week because I am going to be online tomorrow to see if I can place some late bids and see if I can win a couple of things. And if I
So-
can, I'll report back.
So tomorrow it ends.
Yeah, it ends tomorrow. I think 7 p.m. Eastern
think-
time, if I'm not mistaken.
Golden ends on Sunday. Or is
No,
it
it's 7 p.m. Pacific time.
No, I meant Golden.
Are they
Golden.
doing one that's ending tomorrow?
I think so.
Okay.
I think tomorrow or Sunday. Shiesta.
Could be. I'm just double checking right now.
How many
I've got
days
it open.
left? Okay, it's going to 1 day, 21 hours. Yeah, so 2 days. So that's Sunday.
Okay. Yeah, so that's fine. Yeah.
Oh, Sunday night. Okay. Glad they don't
So-
clash. That's good.
Yeah. So that'll be good for everybody. Makes life easier. So it looks like so right now extended bidding starts in 1 day. So we're gonna be Saturday evening. So we'll see.
Have
I
you
am
looked
the
at any
highest
of them,
bidder on
Roger?
one of them. I am the highest bidder on one of them. But I placed like a token bid just to make sure I was in there for the extended bidding. But I'm prepared to bid a little more seriously, but I wanted to make sure I at least had that done.
Ah,
There's no sense in overplaying your hand. let them outbid me right now. Like please outbid me right now if you want. I just wanted to make sure I was there.
the first day I joined eBay, I looked at it and went, so why is everybody bidding if there's still like 5 days left?
Mhm.
I never understood it. Like I walked right in and went, it's not like I was used to auctions or anything. I went, well, if it's not over for like 5 days, then why would I bid now and let everybody else know?
Mm.
And those are back in the days when people 40 bids on everything. It was like, who are you bidding against? Why are you doing it now?
Mm.
I bid when there's 10 seconds left at that time.
Well, exactly it. But I don't think there's any strategic benefit to bid. So when I went in, the rules are that you have to have bid in order to be an extended bid.
Understood.
Yeah. But so for this format,
Understood.
it behooves me to at least put in a token bid.
But
so
do you do it earlier or later? I'm just trying
for
to figure out.
for the token bid, early is fine. Because I did that for one of them, and I did the other one a couple of days later.
So do you think it's better that people go in it early with the token bid or later to show lesser interest?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I don't given that it's a token-
Psychologically speaking, you would go in later.
You
Right?
could, but it's one of those things where I don't know if for the token bid, I don't know if the psychology plays into it as much because
A
the
little
token bid
bit.
is low.
I understand the token bid. It's sort of like eBay too. You know, if you see 3 or 4 bids in the first few days, 4 or 5 maybe, you sit there and go, "Oh, people are on it early." Okay. If they wait, they kind of sit there and go, "Hey, I'm going to watch that. Nobody's really bid right now, and it's still got 4 or 5 days left, whatever." And as it gets to the 1 or 2 days, they're not looking at it as a new auction. It's kind of an existing auction that's already being scheduled, and then those bids come in, and then you're kind of still. It gives you more time to emotionally get attached to something, opposed to going, "Oh, shit, it's already past that damn
Mm.
point," you know. So I think there's a little
I sup-
psychology for the back end, opposed to the front.
I do agree with you that there is a psychology for sure. I think it also depends on your experience level with the auction itself, because it's one of those things like being on eBay for this long. I don't care who bids early. I'm still setting the snipe, and
Yeah,
the
me
snipe
too.
is set to whatever. So like it's like yeah, 10 of you can bid, 100 of you can bid, as long as it's not in a price that I'm not happy with. I don't care.
I have to say that there is sometimes I'll snipe something's because I have a choice of different things that I'm going to.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
So I wait until the end to see how much interest level, see if my interest level is still the same. So things change from day, 7 when there's 7 days, opposed to day one. 1 day left, and I'm kind of going, no one's bid yet. Okay, I'll throw something in.
Mm.
Maybe I'll get it, maybe I won't. And if it already had 5 or 6 bids, I would just not even save it to my saved list and just kind of move on.
Mhm.
Because I figured, okay, 5, 6 people are already on it, so there's not going to be no deal there. And it still may be the 5 or 6 people coming in at the very end, but you don't know that. So your bid, the psychology of that is that perception is different every time as the bids come in early or bids come in later.
Mhm.
And I truly believe the later bids are the ones that are emotionally driven and have a little bit more strength behind them. So
Mhm. Yeah.
just my
No.
my feelings.
No. I don't think your take's unreasonable. I think from a psychology standpoint, it makes a lot of sense. I think it's the only reason why I threw in the experience thing is so because imagine you've identified certain ones that you're thinking okay, and you've established whatever you think the price is going to be, and
Mhm.
you're comfortable living with the consequences.
Sure.
It's $100 for me, give or take. So you can set this because you can also set a snipe electronically. There are ways. Um, there's services that will do that for you.
Mhm.
There's 6 days left. You can set the snipe now if you want. And just say 5 seconds left, set the snipe. And
Actually, I
then,
do that on some items. I
yeah,
know what I'm going to do. Okay,
yeah,
this is basically where I'm going to pay. If it goes beyond, no big
yeah,
deal. If I win it, I'm happy.
yeah,
But I'm not going over that. It's $100 item.
yeah,
I want to pay 60.
yeah, yeah. Because this is a level at which I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
Because it's like, and it's item dependent, right? If it's something like, oh,
Mm.
I must have it come hell or high water, well, the aggression level is going to be ramped up accordingly.
But I wait to bid because I want to keep thinking about what I'm going to bid. I don't want to get
Yeah.
my e-snipe in early because I
That's
really
fair.
don't
No,
know.
no, no. That because then you do have to contemplate. Because if you are going to be a little bit more in attack mode for that, then you are going to have to really think about how you want to proceed.
But that can screw you up because then you wait like everybody else who's thinking the same thing. So they're going, I'm going to wait. So then they're going, hey, nobody's seeing this, man. I'm going to score it cheap.
Mhm.
And it's not as aggressive as it would be if the bid was high.
I think it's going to be item dependent because I've seen plenty of them where everybody's thinking the
On
exact
those
same thing.
items that are desired.
No,
Sure.
well, exactly. Because I'll see an item where it's like, oh, that's going so cheap. And it goes
No,
from like
no, I
five.
didn't mean it that way. No,
Yeah.
no, that happens, of course.
Yeah. Like it's like, oh, it's like $10 and now it's 15,000.
But-
It's like everybody had the exact same idea at the same time, guys. Like you're not fooling anybody. You didn't sneak up on anybody. You just all waited until the last minute and it jumped from there to there in 5 minutes.
The e-snipe in the last 6 seconds go
Yeah.
gone.
And I've been on both sides of this equation. I've had ones where I had the idea in my head, this is the price, and my snipe was 2.5 times the final winning bid. And I was like, okay, well, I was a lot more aggressive than anybody else was. Good for me.
Yeah.
Per Jeremy logic, I saved money, I think.
That's the thing that
Yeah.
you second guess yourself because you sit there going, oh, did I what?
Yeah.
All
In
right.
that situation, I don't because it's like it's the number that I was comfortable with. Like if it had come to that, so be it. Now there are other times where I put in what I believe to be a super aggressive bid, and I get blown out of the water, and it's like it's not even close, and I'm like,
Eh,
what the hell just happened here?
I'll wait till next time.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, it's side independent, right? So it's like I've been on both sides of that equation. Sometimes you're like, oh, I got this. Nope, no, you don't. No, you're gonna need to take out a loan for that. Yeah, some of you may have an item on
Intend
watch
to
list.
snipe it. Yeah, and that's another part too, Rob. Exactly, and that's what happens. I forgot the bid. Damn.
I think if it's something more serious, that like I do swear by the electronic options because I can't be bothered. Dave and Steve are still old school. They want to snipe the old fashioned way. They want to literally be sitting there. What if it's 3 a.m? It's like, guys, I have better things to do.
You have
To be
internet
sitting there
problems.
babysitting something like that. I can't do it.
You have internet problems, forget it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like there's so many things that could go
No.
wrong. They're not in your control.
Your wife goes, hey, and then you go, oh,
You get
shoot.
distracted,
Damn.
you get tired,
Refresh,
you make a
refresh,
mistake,
quick.
you punch in the wrong number you didn't intend to, either too low or too high. Like there's a lot of things that can go wrong.
When you have 5 seconds left and you haven't bid, do you know that you don't know what numbers are? It's kind of like
Yeah. Yeah. I've been down the road enough times in the past where it's like
It's so
it's not a
funny.
place I want to be.
No.
And why, when I've done such a good job eliminating stress from every other aspect of my life, would I introduce an element that still leaves it in for me?
Because we're human creatures, so that's why.
Yeah. I'll pass on that. I'll use the electronic means at my disposal.
Yeah, well, there's still the odd scenario that does happen.
Oh, sure. But it's
And,
like,
you know, I'm watching random things too, and I'm, some things I just want to buy to scan so I have it on file, and other things that I want for my collection, or other things that I know that are cheap I'm going to go for. So those 3 different things are dependent on my bidding time, my e-snipe. If it's something for the book and I see it comes up every 6 months, and I might as well get it now. I'll just put that e-snipe in because I know what it basically goes for. Out of my way. If I win it, great. If I don't, no big deal. I don't have a scan, whatever. I'll live without it. And then the other 2 are different too, because as you get emotionally tied into it, boy, it plays with your mind. And this happens with other auction sites too. You
that's very
think you're the only guy, and then all of a sudden everyone just shows up at the end. It's like, what the hell? Like 7 days, and you think you'd learn something by then, but yeah. The emotional part takes over a lot of different ways on you.
now, here's what's going to be funny because the PWCC format they've chosen to do is a modification on the extended bidding style. So they've used the extended bidding, but they've changed the timing sequences, and they do it in rounds where the extended shrinks to accelerate the amount of time you have. Yeah, which is fair. It gets the job done. It still allows for the possibility of you to still have a chance. You won't get sniped necessarily. You've still got one more shot at this if you really want to keep going.
It doesn't go down to 1 second, so it goes down from a
Yeah.
5-minute window to a 4-minute to
Yeah.
a 3, 2, 1, and 1 minute
It's-
window, and it's over.
It's
right?
something like that. I don't remember the exact sequencing, but I know it gives you a little bit of it. You still got a shot. Let's put it that way. Somebody else bids and you're there, you still got a chance if you want to keep playing.
I know with high bid, they have a 3-minute window.
Yeah.
Now it's a constant 3-minute, and you keep refreshing, and you can bid. So if you don't bid for 2 minutes and 58 seconds, and you put that 2-second bid, it goes back to 3 minutes and 2 seconds. So it keeps going back. So there's a strategy in playing that is like, is this guy going to wait 3 minutes every time? I've been here for 10 bids for 3 minutes, so 30 minutes. It's like not even worth my time. And this guy's doing one bid at a time, bid at a time. It's a very good tactic because it does work.
Yeah.
And
I think that's where the
eventually
accelerated, where the window keeps shrinking.
I like that.
It forces the action. It says like, look, make up your mind, do it or don't.
We'll give you a chance. We'll give you a second.
Yeah,
Give you a third.
we'll give you an opportunity
After that.
but you do have to make up your mind because after that we're done.
Yeah, because you want them to push, and the push comes to shove, then people get uninterested, and you don't want that. So it's a good way. I think that's actually the best countdown in a business sense. As a collector, I like the way eBay ends. That's it. But I mean, for business, smart way for them. And at least you know going in what you're up against. So do what you're going to do.
Yeah.
But you have to get in and register first. You have to register with PWCC, right?
You do, yeah. But the registration for like because I think up to 10,000, their registration is basically give us your cell phone number and confirm it's real. Like it's very minimal. It's very light.
But there's
Golden at least makes you do a little extra work to confirm, a bank account or something to confirm you have resources. It's like, what? My bank account with $5 in it isn't good enough for you,
Yeah.
jerks.
I
I
think
can't bid. I can't bid $150,000 in Jordan now.
It was credit card, I think, for Golden, because I registered too.
Yeah, for sure. I think though, if you go to a certain price point level, I think then they'll expect something because a lot of people can get credit. So it's one of those things where they want to. It just depends on the level of tier of things you're trying to bid on, whatever
Sure.
their limit they'll give you, which is
These-
understandable. It makes
these-
sense.
I used to have a lot of references before, but I guess it kind of blew through most of those because they're like, oh yeah, I know this guy from there, and this guy, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think so. And I think once you get to a certain point, the vetting of buyers is good because you do want to do that. PWCC is doing the minimum. I would suspect if you're bidding on higher end items after a while, they would then expect some additional information and references
Yeah.
if you want to keep playing that game, because it is riskier. And the consigners want to get paid. As long as they're getting paid, they're happy. PWCC's happy. Everybody's happy.
Yeah, but it's different tiers. The Golden that's going on right now, it's actually the elite auction.
Yeah.
So it's items that are over a certain price point.
Mhm.
So minimum $1,000 bids.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely. So that's part of the reason why I'm interested in this whole PWCC thing is that, because it is a different format, I can't set an e-snipe. It's not going to work. So so in this case, I do have to do a little bit of more manual work. I got to be there and actually participate in it to a certain degree, whatever it's going to be, whether it lasts one round or whether it lasts a couple of rounds. I don't know.
It's hard to well, see, I guess that forces you to well, with no e-snipe, then it forces you to put your bids in advance as much as you're going to pay on each item, and then go, okay, I got 40 items I want. Let's hope I can win a few of them. Here's the max I'm going to pay that max, and that's exactly what they want, which is a very smart.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it completely changes the strategic considerations that we just talked about a second ago.
What strategy you have there?
Yeah, that's just it. It's like it basically simplifies it. Like, what do you really want and what are you really willing to pay?
Yeah.
Because you have to assume, you almost have to assume you're going to win all of them. Because if you don't, it's going to probably be problematic for you. You have to basically play a game like, can you afford to pay the maximum on all of these things? Because that could happen.
Well, that's the problem too. Is like you're going to say, well, I hope I don't win that one and that one, and I really do want to win this one and this one. Yeah, really stuck.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's,
okay.
it completely changes the
8,000
calculus.
or 1,500. Big difference there.
It completely changes the calculus. It's a completely different discussion point.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that one plays out. It'll be interesting to see. I'm glad that they at least have some more reasonably priced stuff. So I'm going to be scanning after the fact and see. Let's see how some of this reasonably priced stuff sold for a lot, for a little. I'm curious.
Any vintage in there?
Oh yeah, for sure. Going back to 1800s.
Okay.
Yeah. So they got 40,000 lots. It's a pretty good. It's a pretty good cross section.
40,000. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So they've got a pretty good cross section of stuff. High, low, middle end. Not like the super elite stuff because they reserve that for that other auction, but still there's some decent stuff on there for sure. Cool.
It's bread and butter money for them.
Mm-hmm. So, and the success of this is hopefully what they're hoping for will then lead to future monthly auctions that could have some lots as well.
I think they're going to do well, but they do have a lot of auctions running. That's more than too many.
More than too many.
It is.
Yeah.
Trust me. 40,000 going off. I know there's a lot of different genres and everything, but then you have other auction houses that are pumping things. It's tough market to run 40,000 auctions to end one day.
Well, I think that's going to be the experiment, right? To see how much, what the amount of sales are, what the overall results are.
It's going to hurt them. That's going to hurt them. It has to. There's no way. I think you're going to get good money on the other cards, but there will be a lot of good deals for people like yourself.
So basically eBay?
No, there'll be a lot of great deals for all the other stuff that muddles in between the 40,000, the other 1,000 items that are.
No, I get you, but the thing is that you're describing eBay does millions of auctions, and so a lot of the stuff doesn't sell. It just rotates and rotates and rotates and rotates.
I mean, a half decent item. That's a good deal.
Yeah.
Not just a regular run of the mill.
Yeah. The other thing that I think is the other thing that's going to be interesting is that they also started everything at the same flat starting rate.
Which was
$10.
okay. Fair enough.
So like nobody was allowed to specify. Oh, started at 1,000. Nope, $10. Everybody's $10.
Yeah, some auction houses won't do that for you.
Yeah. So it kind of levels the playing field. You could buy a whole bunch of stuff potentially really cheap if if the attention just isn't there.
Even when I run my auctions, I start them at $10 too. I never do anything for $2. I can't. I mean, it's not worth my time, even scanning it.
Yeah.
I'd rather just throw $2, just not scan it. So, but I $10 if I make anything after, because I know that basically the item's $10 to $20 item. So if I get to 10, I'm happy. If I get 15 or 20, I'm even more happy. So just a smart way of running business. Because if you do 40,000 times $10 is what?
400,000.
Mm.
Yep.
$500,000 for sort of a not premier auction, right?
Mhm. Yep.
And he doesn't have to pay fees.
Yeah. And I already know that some of that stuff has already started to move up into decent prices. Again, quality stuff will tend to get the attention it deserves. And
What's
people
the biggest ticket item there, or the biggest ticketed
biggest ticket item? Good question.
item? So
let's start off here. Now this is going to be interesting. I'm curious if I can sort by because they still need to update the functionality. So let's see if I can do. So we got featured highest bid first. So let's do that. So we can do that. Good. So that's good. Let's see what we got. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to share the screen, so I'll do that. And in the meantime, guys, if you got any late comments here, so we'll finish off on this topic. Unless there's something else you guys want to throw out there, you let me know. But we'll finish off on this otherwise. Okay, so we got a LeBron James refractor here, PSA 10, Sasha T special, 75,000, 75,000. A Josh Allen here, 38,000. That's pretty good. Jordan 86 Fleer PSA 9, 25.5. So the baseball one looks like the baseball one is the one that's ending tomorrow or today, I should say. Looks like basketball and things are happening in a couple of days. So football here is 3 days. Scrolling down. Nope. That is Pokemon World Championship. That's Pikachu.
Oh, the Pikachu Hollow. Okay, number 2. Yeah. So he's the second best one, I think.
So you got Tiger Woods here. So that's SP Authentic Tiger Woods. That's pretty good. Kobe Bryant. That's been Hulkized with some nice green. 22,000 PSA 9. You got a Babe Ruth.
Oh, there we go.
You got an off-center Babe Ruth
34,
here.
33.
So that's in a 6. You got a Pokemon Booster Box Seal, 22,000.
Wow.
Justin Herbert, Gold Prism PSA 10.
That's quite a variety, eh?
Yeah. You got a Julius Serving, a PSA 9 rookie. There's your Charizard, PSA 9 Shadowless.
How is the 10 doing? We haven't talked about that in a couple months.
I'll have to take a look here in a second.
Sure.
So you got the Ruth here in a 3.5. It's got the sticker.
Nice.
51 Maze.
Oh, he's got this little emblem down there for the sticker, eh? Huh.
Yep. Here you go. If you want
sticker.
a bargain, you can get a BGS.
Smart way to stand out, isn't it? Because you're just going, oh, there's a sticker there.
Now this is the kind of thing that led to the whole inflation in the first place. So 1993 Ultra Scoring King Michael Jordan PSA 10. Ultra Scoring King, like I said, is a neat looking card, but it's like 14,500. It's a 1993 Ultra Fleer Ultra. How much were those packs back in the day? Like $2? Okay.
It makes me feel sad sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, here's a couple more LeBrons. Let's just see here. You got the Brady. Here you go. The Brady Bowman Chrome. There you go.
Best
Scanning through here.
guy.
Okay, so I like this Ruth a little bit better. It's a little bit better centered, but it's got a little discoloration. That's unfortunate.
I like the yellow background real close to the green anyway. So
yeah. Here's another one. BGS3. Ty Cobb Cracker Jack. That's nice. Nice.
Those are nice cards, those ones.
Yeah. There's a Mantle. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. Pretty good cross. Oh, my goodness.
What?
First LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball, 12,500. There you go. Dunkin' Donuts, Michael Jordan. Come on.
Skybox. Oh, my God.
Dunkin' Donuts, Bobby. Dunkin' Donuts.
12,500. Like, this is insanity.
Yeah.
To me, it is.
Kobe Jambalaya. Hey, Magic the Gathering Black Lotus. Nice.
There.
Yeah.
What is it, a 9?
Yeah, this one. No, that's a 6. 12,000.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is, I think it's an alpha. So it's the first edition. Nope, that's not an alpha.
No.
An alpha would be, no, that's an unlimited Black Lotus, actually. Oh, that's pretty good for unlimited. Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, that's a couple of sets down the road. Still rare, but not as rare as like an alpha or beta.
Jackie Robinson.
Yeah. So that's a nice card. Look clean.
I'm not a fan of that card.
So you got a 50 Bowman Jackie Robinson and a GAI holder. There you go.
Wow.
Fancy.
That's old days. Wow. Yeah. Look how old that grade is. What is the grade on it?
8.5.
Wow. They left it in the GII. Isn't that amazing?
Yep.
Huh? Wouldn't you? You'd think you'd flip that over.
Oh, I love this. An 84 5. So the Jordan Star rookie raw review 7.5. You left it you left it in the semi-rigid.
And it's 10K. Like,
Yeah. That's where we're at.
I
So you
guess.
don't really need to get it graded. Just leave it in the semi-rigid raw card review.
If
Okay.
anything, in the last little while, it's almost leaning towards that.
Oh, now this is interesting.
Newer cards.
So this is the Ovechkin Young Guns in a BGS 10.
Oh,
Ooh. 10 grand.
Wow.
I'm gonna mark that with a little star so I can keep an eye on it for later. I'm curious. I'm curious what that ends up at. But that's right now at a current bid 10,000. That's quite a bit. It's pretty
that's massive.
good. Yeah, it is. It's a big card, but that's a lot of money.
And we said that they weren't going to do well. We didn't say, we were guesstimating whether they were going to do well. I said they were, and I think you did too. Did you not?
Sorry, what?
Determining if the PWCC was going to do well with their auctions, because the first one was really a test. The second one was really, I'd give us the confirmation of how well.
Yeah, well, but because
the
this is
news and everything.
The reason why I think this is going to be the interesting one to observe this time around is because this is the first monthly auction. This isn't just grabbing high end. Now it's a cross section. You've got some pretty decent end stuff here. And you've got all sports, you've got card games, you got boxes. It's not just one category. It's a bunch of stuff.
Hodgepodge for everybody.
Yeah. So it's like there's something for almost everyone here. This is the high end. Like I sorted it by most expensive. If I sort it by cheapest, we're going to find $10 stuff.
Let's go.
So it's like, so let's go all the way to the back at the top here and let's just see what's going on with that. So I'm going to go with lowest bids first now. So I'm going to reverse it. See what we find. Yeah, so you got an Eddie Juice trimmed.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
There you go. 54 Topps Junior Gilliam and a BVG 2.
That's worth it. No, that's Gilliam. Oh, okay, no.
Yeah. So there you go. Hires Root Beer. There you go. Wheeler Nixon. There you go. Armor Coins Frank Robinson. There you go. So let's see here. So right now, all of these are currently in starting bid. Not surprising so far.
Yeah, those are table topper, like whatever.
I'm just scanning through to see if there's anything else here. Yeah, a lot of 60s tops. Pretty common stuff.
Don't show your hand.
Yeah,
Not too much of it.
I'll hold back. It'll be tough. I'll hold back.
Well, you said 40,000. That's a lot.
Yeah,
a lot of
when
cards.
you've got that many here, the reason why I say I understood your point from earlier, but a lot of that 40,000 is going to be stuff like this. So like it's not really going to have an impact. It's not really burying stuff. The stuff people are looking for, they'll find it. When I was looking for the Juan Soto, I typed in Juan Soto and got the stuff that I was looking for.
Yeah.
So it's like it wasn't very difficult. I would still like some better search functionality, but if you have certain things you're looking for, you can find them. It's not.
They're pretty good with titles too. It's not like this rando guys, typing in whatever.
Well, that's just it. They're using a more standardized titling. So once you understand what it says, you can probably find what you're looking for.
Pretty much, as long as you're typing in properly. Yeah.
So that's a good thing because at least it makes it easier to search for. You don't have to worry about weirdness. They've all got scans. They've all got images.
Mm-hmm.
So you've at least given yourself a chance to find something. If that's what you're looking for. And if
I like
and
the
you can see what it
format.
looks like. Yeah.
It's
Jim
clear,
Brown.
easy to just, to see everything. Yeah.
So we'll see. I'll be curious to see how much stuff sells. I'll be curious to see what nicer stuff sells for, what under the radar stuff sells for. There's going to be a little bit of a mixed bag of some stuff. I'll be curious. So
I think so.
Should be good. Should be good.
Where'd everybody go?
Table's covered in this stuff. Having a TriStar show flashbacks. There you go. Lots of Pokemon. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the consignment fees for the monthly auction? I think it was a set of flat fees.
It was a little high, wasn't it?
I guess it's relative because it's high, but not compared to I think they tried to be at least competitive with eBay, not like monstrously competitive, like a couple percentage points. We're talking.
Yeah. See, that's not good
It
enough.
was a little bit high, but because I remember looking through that list and it wasn't low, we'll put it that way, but it wasn't like crazy. So we can find it. I'm just going to see bid range increments, extended bidding. Just looking to scan the windows, closing windows, payments and voiding. It would also be nice if you could find it quickly without having to search in 5 places. Heaven forbid. Okay, still scanning. Excellent. So the good news is I have no idea.
Okay.
You know, would it be that difficult for them to just be like, you know, a little transparency goes a long way. Like all you got to do is, how about just show me what your fees are? How about a thing that says fees? That way I don't have to scan through 5 pages. I can see what the bidding increments are, extended bidding windows, payment windows and stuff. That's cool, but not what I'm looking for. Cancellation and return policy, accepted payment methods.
Should be somewhere close to there.
Yeah, but they don't actually have any links to anything here. Let me just click on this. Cancellation return policy. Nope, not fees. Oh, come on, guys. It's ridiculous.
Fuckers.
It's not that hard. Just let me see what I'm looking for. Scroll down to the bottom of this. Well, I'll take one more stab at this because I swear I saw a chart on it before. Now that we're in the auction, I don't know if I can see the chart anymore because I know the Premier had Premier had one set of fees, and I know Fixed Price has a set of fees.
They have to have it there, though. They have to.
They've got vault pricing. I can see that. The Premier auction has some information. So the Premier auction has an FAQ, but I don't know if the monthly auction has an FAQ. Never mind. Wait, here we go. Monthly auction submission process. How can I sell items? Oh, come on, guys. Fees.
Oh. Kind of surprised.
All right. I give up.
Maybe not.
Premier auction. So here we go. What are the Premier auction seller fees? Yeah, but that's not what I'm looking for. Jerks. All right. I give up. I'm done. I tried. If I have to, but here's my key. This is my rule. Good web design. I should not have had to work that hard.
No.
To find that. It should be really easy for me to find that information within a click or two. This is Beckett type of web design. This is Beckett type of web design. Yeah. But the thing is, if you're going to consign, though, I do need to know. If I'm going to consign, I actually need to know that information somewhere. So it's like, I shouldn't have to. The point is, I shouldn't have to work that hard. I'm not an unsavvy web surfer. I'm not new to this. I shouldn't have to work that hard. It should be very easy, very simple for me to find because I need to be catering to somebody who's less savvy. It should be even easier than that. They should be able to find it too.
Exactly.
But anyway, yep, clear as mud. I agree with that. There's a box of 94 Donruss Hockey that asks, Yager rookie, question mark, on the PWCC auction.
What?
52 Topps Mickey Mantle rookie. Yeah. 94 Yager. Paul.
Where's Victor?
I don't know. Everything's a rookie. It's fine. Don't worry about it. All right. So, folks, I think that'll be good for tonight. Any last comments then? Get them in, and then you can have the last word. Great participation tonight, as always. Great comments. We're going to have some fun. We're starting to make our approach. I put it on the bottom. The next live stream is going to be on October 29th. We're moving closer to, we're getting to November, so we're getting close to Expo time. The only thing I have to figure out, and I will announce it ahead of time, I got to figure out what's going to happen on Friday of the Expo. I don't know. Now, I have a laptop powerful enough, but I don't know if I have internet powerful enough.
Oh, in there, yeah. Well, it's a different building, though.
No,
like,
but I'm not going to do any live. I'm not going to do any live streams from the Expo, Bobby.
No,
it's no, not during the day. Absolutely not, because their internet sucks. I remember trying to play around with it. Like the internet in there is garbage.
It's a different building.
Wonderful. So it'll be new garbage as opposed to the old garbage.
Well, the other one's a hangar. It's a big hangar, and it's a little different. These are the main buildings.
Yeah. I don't think the average user has access to that Wi-Fi. And again, why would I do a live stream during the day?
I don't know. Nothing better to do.
I would hope I have something better to do.
There's some interesting people to be watching.
That's true, but that's where pre-recording comes in. That you can talk to them that way.
Yeah.
I will say that in preparation from our good friends at Amazon, since I do have Prime, I did buy I have a wireless pack for my camera for the microphone. So that may be a useful way to have something attached to the camera to capture the audio then wirelessly to the other unit. So I got to play around with it first, see if it works properly for the purpose that I want. Otherwise, I'll use it for my own recording purposes. But if it works properly, I may be able to then attach a microphone to it and use it for that purpose. So there may be some opportunities there to do something with that. Oh, we'll see. I'll play around with it. Otherwise, like if I do a live stream, it may be just from the hotel, but it'll be like a truncated version, a shorter version. But I may chime in, pop in, and say, hey, this is what's going on at the show. This is what I saw and some stuff. and I may have some clips and things ready to go. So
Gotcha.
that's the point of having a slightly more powerful laptop, is that can handle some of that stuff. At least it can do some of those things for me.
Just
So-
in time then.
It's all coming together. So we'll see.
Mm.
We'll see. No promises yet. I won't commit to it once I had a chance to play around with some of the stuff and figure out if I can do it. Then we'll figure out. If so, I will schedule it like normal. I'll put the little placeholder and everything if that's what's going to come to pass. Otherwise, we'll see what happens.
Gotcha.
Boxer random customer under bed. PSA 10. Go for it. Do it. There you go, name. Live on location. I leave that to individuals who probably have nothing better to do.
I'm gonna do it for my car when I get it. No.
See, the thing is, it would actually be easier. Like if you were going to do a live, I'll be honest with you. If you're going to do a live, you do it from your phone and you do it on Instagram.
Yeah.
That would be easier, honestly. It would be. You could do like a 20-minute thing where you just sit there and chat and read a couple of questions.
Playback's a pain in the ass with Instagram though.
Oh, I don't disagree with you, but I'm saying it would be from a setup standpoint. It's easier to set it up. You press the button. Look, even Ken Golden can do it. Okay, even he struggles with it, but even he was able to eventually get it to work.
If you're live, you don't even have to save it. It'll be saved through Instagram. So
You can put it on IGTV as well and download. Look, I know for a fact you can download it because that's what the guys from the crossover do. They do the Instagram live, they pull it, and then they turn it into a video for YouTube.
You can even do Facebook Live too.
You totally can. Yeah. So that's what I mean. Like there are options. Those options are all easier than trying to have an overly bulky setup, as opposed to we have a lot of technology at our disposal. We'll see how it goes. So anyway, sounds good. So Mike will be the last word. So that's it for us tonight. Those of you on the West Coast, enjoy the rest of your Friday. You still got a little time left. Those of you on the East Coast, enjoy your Saturday into the weekend. And as we get towards the end of October, spooky season is upon us.
Ooh,
We're getting very close. Well, the next one is the just before Halloween special.
it is. Yes.
Yes.
I'll be dressed up.
There you go. And I will dress as someone who cares about this hobby. No, I won't.
Carlos.
No, I won't.
It'll be Carlos. Yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, that's it. So anyway, that's it for us this time. We'll catch you next time.
Night, guys.